so excited and actually order everything.
Devouring it, we're about to go back for a second.
As a vegetarian, I got quite a few of the salads, which are phenomenal.
It's beer and meat. Seriously, can't get any better than that.
G'day, I'm Stacey. My love language is receiving gifts. Like a tow bar, snorkel, and a camping canopy. Let's explore our wild side, you big hairy bear.
Love drives everything at Karma. All cars are hand-selected by experts, backed with 7-day returns, and delivered to your door.
A very warm welcome and good morning from Penrith District Nitro Racing, PDNR, for the Winter Champs on this beautiful Saturday morning. My name's Chris Mitchell. I'm your host for the weekend, and we are getting set for a big day. Thank you for joining us live online, wherever you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, or Live RC. This live broadcast proudly brought to you. And a massive thanks to everybody involved. Thanks to Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. We are set on the track for the first race of the day, and what a way to start things off than with short course truck. Can I get all our short course trucks lined up for a bit of a gate start? Or are we just going to go with that? That's good enough? Cool, we're setting the bar pretty low to start. It can only go up from here. All right, we are set for short course truck, heat 1 of the day. Our camera's looking ready. Marshall's, I hope you guys are looking alive. We're going to go short course racing in less than 5. Yes, that does mean go. And we're off and underway with short course truck. Race 1 of the day. I think they're all waiting for the phonetics to get them going, but we are going 6 rounds of heads-up racing for short course truck today. We're going to do the same for our TLAB class coming up a little bit later on as well. Can't wait for that. A bit of a push-to-pass action. Or for those of you who've been across Facebook land and the meaning world of RC racing lately, a bit of push-to-punt going on later today in TLAB. First across the line was Clinton McKenzie on the opening lap in Weber into second, Stephen Thorncraft into third. Clint McKenzie, the current Tuesday night championship leader. Ian Lewis just going across the line. I need to assign his transponder.
Ian Lewis.
There we go. It's actually Ian Lewis who got out in front. So I've done him a disservice already for Ian. McKenzie in a second, Weber into third with a minute down and 4 to go. From Anthony Thomas, Nicole Platts, and Stephen Thorncraft. Now Rochelle Shields coming across the line in P6. Thorncraft losing out here.
First.
And that's Lewis across the stripe. 130 down. Goes over the the first jump of the fresh lap. Cuts the nose off the chicane.
Third. Fourth. Fifth. First. Sixth. Second. Third.
All right, we're coming up to halfway through here. Still Ian Lewis on top from McKenzie and Weber. Lewis making his way around the track. Comes across the stripe. He's in the black, green, and blue truck. Over the center jump. Comes up towards the RC Racer Chat center chicane. Cuts it off completely. Just using the hard boards as the boundary for the track now. Down the front straight. And down the smoke and back straight. Airs it out flat. I got the wrong one. 2 minutes to go. 2 to go here for Ian Lewis. He's got that line through the chicane. Nice. I'm going to test that out in touring car tomorrow. Down the front straight. Airs it out. Just puts it down on the nose. Clinton McKenzie behind. Only 2.5 seconds between them. McKenzie is in the hunt at the moment. Trying to chase down Lewis for the lead. They go down the back straight. Lewis airs it out. Big air on the back straight with Pancake the truck. McKenzie in hot pursuit though. He's running the Lucas Oil body. Got some chrome front runners on that. That's very Burnout-esque from the Burnout scene. This is getting close and tight. Oh, no, McKenzie taps out on the front straight. 1.2 seconds was the margin last time by. McKenzie hot lapping with a 28.2. He's chasing him for the lead here. Lewis airs it out down the back straight. Coming up on a bit of lap traffic here. As Thomas and Weber, he gets through nicely as Thomas puts it on the lid. Turtles the truck at the first corner. But it's Ian Lewis down the front straight. 1 minute to go. 1 to go. Twelve scale 13.5. 12 scale 13.5. You guys are up next. You guys want to be ready to rock and roll. 35 seconds left to go. Where's Lewis? Out of the center chicane. He's lost and really dropped off the back of McKenzie now. 5.5 seconds. McKenzie has the margin to try and make up. Ian Weber back to third. Almost a lap further behind. Anthony Thomas back to P4 from Nicole Platts and Rochelle Shields. Stephen Thorncraft only lasted 1 lap, as did Anthony Cummins. Running it down. McKenzie gets the extra lap. He's going to try and stay in the hunt here. Keep him running to the line. That's everyone got through. That is time. Finish the lap you're on. Race him to the finish as Ian Lewis can stroll on down the back straight. Don't turtle the truck. And race 1 for short course truck going to Ian Lewis getting the win. Clinton McKenzie put up a fight, trying to stay with him, but is going to run it down the line to come home second. Ian Weber coming across the line in third. Anthony Thomas bringing it around. The red and silver truck across the line and does the victory spin across the loop as well. Nicole Platts coming across the line in P5. And did we have one breakage right at the end there? Rochelle Shields didn't quite make the finish. Well, that's the first race of the day done. We're putting the jumps away. Thank you, guys. Short course guys, you want to get your cars put away real quick and get straight out on track to Marshall. 12 scale 13.5 coming up next. Something I didn't mention at the end earlier is...
Hey, Lewis, congratulations taking first blood in the short course truck battle here at the 2023 Winter Champs. Tell us a bit about that race.
Pretty lucky, mate. I think Clinton had a few issues and Scotty's still sitting in the car park, so I'm pretty happy to get that first one. No, it was a good, awesome day here. Always is at Penrith. It's just great to be here.
You're a hard worker behind the scenes. You've got a club of your own and you help out lots here at PDNR. What do you love most about RC racing?
Just being in it, mate. That's the thing. The people, everything's great. You come up to Penrith, everyone's really nice people. Virtually everywhere in RC, mate. Everyone's great. It's just a good scene to be in. Very enjoyable.
Excellent. Well, great way to start the day. Good luck at the next one.
Oh, yep, no worries, mate. Thanks very much, Tanti.
All right, I think we've got sufficient warm-up laps in. I'm just got a couple of missing transponders here, so if I can get everyone to park up a little bit. Yeah, okay. Very quickly, I'm going to split 12 scale into 2 heats, so there's going to be 6 of you who are going to park up and go the next round real quick. Just give me 2 seconds here. I'll do that real quick. This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event. Ray Zarb. The drivers who are going to go into the second race will be Alex Brown, Scott Marr, Leon Phillips, David Reston, Daryl Thorncraft, and Mark Wallin. You can express your disappointment however you like. All right, can I get everyone who is in this race to do 1 lap and check in over the line? That's a good start for Christian. All right. Who's transponder 1491814? All right. Greg Brooks, is that you? So, Greg, that's you in the yellow, orange, and blue? All right, I'll assign you. All right, that's everybody checked in. Let's get you stopped on the back straight, please. Your starting order is Greg, Scott, Dan, Christian, James, Nathan, and Ray. Gonna call you by names. This is fun. Can I get everyone from short course? If we've got everyone from short course out to your marshal spot, see if I can get 1 extra volunteer to fill in at the stool with number 8 on it, please. All right, we're going to get one extra marshal on number 8 there. Thank you. We're getting one. All right, we're going to get set to go. We're going to get a move on here for 12 scale 13-5. Go Greg. Go Scott. Go Dan. Go Christian. Go James. Go Nathan. And go Ray. All right, Nathan and Ray are figuring it out. You guys will get there. We're off and rolling for qualifying round at number 1 for 12 scale 13.5. Group 1 on the racetrack. Group 2 is up next. 12th 13.5. Group 2 is up next. First laps on the board. Dan Ma, 20.409. Nathan Tanti, 20.7. Going a second. Dan Ma comes across. It's a 20.6. Second lap here. Dan the man getting started fresh with the 12th. Tanti in hot pursuit. Half a second between them as Nathan at the other end of the bus in the all-red 12th. He comes across the line. He goes second. Greg Brooks to third. Ray having a spin just at the loop here for Ray Zarb. And Scott Hill comes across the line. Best lap for him, 21.4. Dan Ma going to 20.001. If only Nathan and Christian had communicated on what body show colours they were going to run for the day. Don't you hate that when you show up on date night wearing the same thing as your date? Dan Ma still rocking this. Greg Brooks in a second. 20.5 for Greg. New hot lap for Greg. Tanti comes across the line. He goes to 20.5 as well, but Dan Ma has the measure of the field on hot lap. He's out to 1.3 seconds a margin now. Greg with a bit of a bobble coming after the loop. Dan Ma coming through into the chicane and out of the middle section to hit the front straight, unleashing all 3.7 volts of battery power as Christian and Nathan getting together on the racetrack. This date night's getting cuter and cuter with the 2 red cars. Nice little date day racing 12th by the lake here at PDNR for the Winter Champs. Tanti down to a 20.3. He's starting to pick up the pace. You can tell Tanti's car has got the black wicker bill on the back. Yeah, T3D special. Oh, Ray's up, getting caught at the loop here. I think that's done a spurgier. Watch it. Yep, pull that off. Pull that car off. Take the car off. Unless Ray really wants to limp it around the track. Just watch out on the left-hand side. There's a marshal on the track. Oh, watch out at the loop too. Better watch your feet, guys. Those 12th doorstops. They're little. And they're fragile too. Nathan Tanti picking up the pace now. He's throwing down. He's going to a 20.1 hot lap for Nathan. So his tyre program's coming in a little bit slower throughout the race so far. As he jumps the curbing after the loop. Dan Ma still on top right now. Oh, but Dan getting it all wrong, coming across the line. He got lucky not to fire it into the boards. And sliding the car like that, he gets caught up through the chicane again, jumping the curbs. They're low curbs, but that squishy rubberized foam grabs the car in some weird and wonderful ways here. Ma last time to a 20.8. Tanti gave him the benefit of the doubt by making a mistake a little bit earlier. 0.7 of a second the margin. We're going to get Nathan across the line now. Nathan goes to 20.095. Nathan has a bit between the teeth, and he is hunting. A little bobble through the chicane to try and be your round 1 TQ, at least provisionally, till we get into the second group. We're across the halfway point. 4 down, 4 to go. Jeez, I forgot how long 12th races were. They feel like an eternity. I'm an EP on-road racer. I can only last 6 minutes at best. 3 minutes 35 to go. 3:35. Tanti now to the top. Nathan getting a bit of consistency here in the mid part of the run. He goes to 20.4, 20.1, 20.4, 20.6. He pulls out half a second on Dan Ma. Greg Brooks back there to third. Scott Hill into P4. Tell me who you're following right now. We'll follow along with Dan Ma or Nathan Tanti. Tanti bringing it down the back straight. Your leader on screen right now for those watching live online on the PDNR Winter Champs. Tanti making quick work of a little bit of traffic here. Bringing it down the back straight. Rocks his signature. One colour rattle can rocket that took him to the podium at last year's EP On-Road Nationals at ACT out in Canberra with a thrilling A3 drive that saw some emotional display that even raised an eyebrow from the one and only Scotty Ernst on the day. Nathan, an ever passionate young man, throwing down here in Q1. He started off a little slow, but he's rolling pretty solid at the moment, leading out 1.7 seconds over Dan Ma back to second, who's now dropped back to third. Dan with a mistake. He drops back further. As we follow Dan here in the all-orange. The Schumacher man. Living life large with the 12 scale down the back straight. Is starting to drop a little bit of pace into the back half of the run. 1:35 left on the clock. He does still have the hot lap of the race. 20.001 for Dan Ma. It's a 20.09 for Nathan Tanti. Greg Brooks in a second. Proving consistency will get him done for today. 20.43 for Greg, who comes across the line. Oh, yeah, sweet. Twenty-five seconds to go. 25 seconds to go here for Q1 of 12 scale 13.5. Tanti still leading the way. Greg Brooks having a nice drive in a second. Greg's actually holding a bit more consistency at the moment. As Greg makes his way around the final hairpin onto the back straight in the yellow, orange, and blue. He's throwing down as we're running it down to time. Keep going till your name's called, guys. Everyone's still going, still going. Everybody's still going here for qualifying.
Dan Mar done.
Dan is done. Everyone else is still going, still
James
going.
Turner done. Christian Searle
James
done.
is done.
Greg Brooks done.
Christian is done. Greg is done.
Scott Hill done.
Scott is done. We're just waiting on Nathan to finish. Nathan Tanti throwing down and picks up the extra right at the end because he started at the back of the bus. He takes the win. Nathan Tanti picks up Group 1, Round 1 of qualifying. It's 24 laps, 8:16.4. Nathan Tanti getting it done by 2 seconds over Greg Brooks in second and Dan Ma in third. Christian Searle coming home P4, Scott Hill P5, and James Turner rounding out your 6.
Complete.
All right, let's get those 12th away, guys, and we'll get everybody out to go next. All right. Got everyone checked in except David Reston. David. You're in that dark green
1
thing?
minute to the start
Yep.
of the race.
All right. I'll assign that. And we're good to go. Everybody checked in here. So let's get you guys getting ready to be lined up on the back straight. If I can get everyone from the previous race out to Marshall, please.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
No, why?
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, we are set to go. 12 scale 13.5, Group 2 here in qualifying round 1. Starting order will be Alex, Scott, Leon, David, Daryl, and Mark. That's your order. You want to sort yourselves out? Now, Christian, where did you park up for Marshall? You're right there? You good there? All right. All right, we are set to go. Group 2 for 12th in less than 5. Alex. Scott. Leon. David. Daryl. And Mark. All right, everybody getting off and rolling here for Group 2 of 12th 13.5. Dash TLAB is up next. For some heads up, push to pass racing. So TLAB, you guys want to set the boost and get you guys locked in to race up next. A big thank you to major broadcast partner Campbelltown Hobbies, helping us bring this great live coverage. Thanks to RC Race Media. And thank you also to Psychology Services New South Wales for helping to fly me all the way over across the country to be here this weekend. It's just as cold as here as it is in Perth right now, so it's not really any different. I just get to hang out with all you wonderful people and bring you this great racing all weekend from the Winter Champs here at PDNR. Big thanks also to Brisket Boys and Mark 1 for supporting the broadcast. And Brisket Boys will be feeding us all that delicious food this evening. And a big thank you to Karma for sponsoring the driver stand and all of our naming sponsors that we're going to bring you throughout the course of the day. Speedy RC for the timing loop and the bridge. Blake Bearings bringing us race control. J-Spec stickers for the sticker station. Smokem bringing us the starting grid and the main straight. Yokomo for bringing us the back straight. X-Ray for the hairpin. And KWR Engineering bringing us the chicane. That was very fun to learn how to navigate that yesterday. We're getting off and rolling. We're 2 minutes 10 into this one. Alex Brown starting off strong. He's got a 19.4. Alex Brown throwing down. Didn't even mean that one. Mark Wallin into second. Scott Marr into third, sorry. David Reston to fourth. Leon Phillips to P5. And Daryl Thorncraft to P6. Yeah, mostly. All right, making our way towards the halfway point. Mark Wallin getting into the lead now. Alex Brown to second. Wallin jumping into the 19. So is Scott Marr as well. So Tanti and Ma with a bit of work to do for Q2 coming up. Wallin leading the way. Your top three at the moment looking like taking Nathan Tanti down to P4 for the round. Mark Wallin, who started at the very back of the bus, going to come across the line this time by. And the lap was at 20.2. 7/10 of a second ahead of Alex Brown in second. Another 7/10 of a second back to Scott Maher in third. As Brown comes across the line with the all-white car. Wallin on screen right now, bringing it across the line. This lap, another 20.2. Uber consistent at this stage of the race here with 3.5 minutes left to go. Alex Brown across the line behind him in the white car. Scott Maher behind Alex on track in the white and blue. Rocking the, are they Yokomo wheels with the fluoro yellow? Yokomo 12th wheels look amazing. As Wallin down the smoking front straight, making his way towards the X-ray hairpin. And onto the Yokomo back straight. Coming under the Speedy RC timing bridge. Clicks one off, 20.4 for Wallin. He's opened up the gap now to 1.4 seconds from Alex Brown, who's struggled over a couple of laps. Scott Maher behind in third, now 0.5 of a second the margin. Nothing between them here. There is 1.9 seconds covering your top three on track right now. Wallin with another 20.5. Alex Brown is hunting. He's starting to close up that gap. Brown's going to bring it under the Speedy RC bridge. This time it's a 20.3. The gap comes down again to 1.2. So lap on lap for the last 3 laps, Brown has been trying to close up this margin. Wallin, 20.1. He senses a bit of urgency. He picks up the pace by 0.4 over the lap previous. Brown across the line, under the bridge, 20.3. The gap goes to 1.4 seconds as Scott Maher jumping the curbing at the Speedy RC loop. All drivers stop. All drivers stop. We had a problem. If that wasn't already significant. Tony, if I can bother you for a moment. Thank you. All right, so there's this wonderful thing called operator error in 12 scale. I'll make sure you guys all get your results based on your average time to give you points for that round. If anyone does have a significant issue with that, you can come see Tony, and we'll sort out an alternative to sort that one out. But no, that's on me, guys. My apologies. I made a mistake in the setup, and it finished the race and gave you all a DNF halfway through. But we'll award points for the qualifying based on average lap. All right, Dash TLAB, Dash TLAB. Let's get you guys ready to rock and roll. First round starting grid will be Jake, Phillip, Shane, Brett, and Stephen. That's your first round starting grid. This is heads up. We're going to use the Smoke 'em starting grid on the pit straight. And a 5-minute race. We got push to pass coming up for a bit of fun here. Don't click the button in the warm-up, guys. Otherwise, you're going to have to power cycle the car. Nah, don't worry about that. All right, missing check-ins for Shane and Brett. Phil Merrick, are you on track? So I've got one missed transponder. That's for Phil Merrick, I believe. The white car with the red wing. All right. Is Shane Norman coming out for this one? Yeah? And shout out if you're hanging out in the pits and you're feeling the need to warm up a little bit. Alex is in the coffee van up towards the truck here on the other end of the pits. So coming up and grab yourself a coffee if you need a bit of caffeination to get you going for the Winter Champs. Is Shane coming? Or are we only going to have 4 for this one? Someone just clicked the boost button, didn't they? Well, you've just used one of them, unless you're going to power cycle the car. I'd love if it was set to 30 seconds as well. That's all you get.
Who needs a reset? Anyone need a reset?
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event. All right, can we get our marshals out to the middle, please? We're going to need some marshals in the middle, guys. So I got 2 spots to fill at 5 and 7. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, I might need someone at the loop. All right, we're parking them on the starting grid, guys. So Jake is on 1, Phillip on 2, Shane on 3, Brett Wilson on 4, and Stephen on P5. Unless you 3 are just going to gate start it like that. All right, this is heads up racing. Let me just, before we do that, let's just really double check that that is set to heads up. All right. So this is out and out racing for Dash TLAB. Bringing a bit of spice to the weekend here at the PDNR Winter Champs. I cannot wait to see the carnage. I mean, utter respectful racing unfolding over the next 5 minutes. Are we set to go? All right. In less than 5. All right, nice and easy. A little bit of carnage to start. Cold tires, cold brains, and a little bit of, oh, geez. That's sketchy on the back straight. Phil Merrick getting away here. I want to see a proper boost pass on the back straight. Tony advising me, I think they've all been set to 3 by 10 second hits of boost. So it's going to be really pokey if you use it on the back straight and then give it another stab coming off the hairpin after the speedy RC loop. Phil Merrick, though, getting away from the start. Jake McKee into second. Brett Wilson to third. And Stephen Hagenson and Shane Norman, your 5 cars on track right now. Merrick coming under a bit of pressure from Jake as they come onto the back straight. Push a button, push a button. Oh, he's holding out at the moment. Brett Wilson, he's using the boost already. He's trying to close it up. Things a missile down the main straight. So Brett getting in the hunt here. He's dragging a bit of grass with him on the sharp edge of the body shell as well. He's already gone for an off-track excursion as Phil runs it wide of the X-ray hairpin. Oh, super wide onto the grass. And Jake now goes to the lead. Jake McKee to the point here in dash. TLAB round 1 as Wilson having a big look up the inside. Door handle to door handle in the chicane for KWR Engineering. Wilson goes to second. The call coming for boost at Jake. Yes, it's a missile down the main straightaway. Dash TLAB bringing the goods. Caution on the back straight. Caution on the back straight. All good, all good. All right, Jake McKee hot lapping a 21.3 with the boost button. Is getting an itchy finger here down the back stretch. That looked quick again, that lap. 21.5 that time by for Jake. We are only 2 minutes 10 in with 2:50 to go. Things are starting to really stretch out on track here as Jake McKee. Stretch on the legs. 21.8 that time by Brett Wilson. Coming down the line in second. 3.5 seconds the margin now between first and second. Phil Merrick, who got off to a fantastic start, up to third, but Brett makes a mistake. And Merrick closes the gap again down the Smokem front straight as they come around the teardrop towards the X-ray hairpin and onto the Yokomo back straight. The fight for second here. Merrick on the boost. He closes it up. Oh, T-bones him at the loop for Speedy RC. Into the KWR chicane. Phil's going to have another crack at it here. Try and close it up for second. Meanwhile, Jake McKee. GORN gone out front. 6.2 seconds the margin for Jake. As he slows things up, it's a 22.3. Who's got boost left? Steven saying, I got one left in the chamber. Ready to rock and roll. I reckon 5x6 is the way to go. Get more opportunities to hit the button during the course of a race. With 1 minute 15 left to go here in Dash TLAB. Round 1 of the day. 6 rounds of racing for these guys. With the controlled 17.5 combo. Locked FTR at 4.5 to 1, I think. 4.8 to 1 it is. 3.8 to 1. There we go. We'll get it right. Getting warmer, getting colder. Locked FTR and push the pass button. With the car comes stopped in the middle. Does something come off the car as well? Yeah. That looks cooked. Jake McKee leading things out. He's out to an 8-second advantage. Used the timely manner of his push-to-pass allocation to get to the lead and holds this one by a fair margin with 20 seconds left on the clock. Under the Speedy RC timing loop for another time. Bringing it down the Smokem front stretch as Brett Wilson into second. Across in. That's lovely. It's like a watermelon pink. And that is time. Finish a lap you're on, you will be done. Jake McKee gets it done in round number 1. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Jake McKee takes out round 1 of Dash TLAB. That's right, I've got my second coffee here. Things will get better. I actually make no promises of that. Brett Wilson home in second. Phil Merrick home in third. Shane Norman rounding out your 4 finishers to Stephen Hagenson. A DNF. The boost was too much power to finish round 1 of TLAB. That's everybody done from TLAB. F1 coming up next. F1 is up next. Let's get all those cars put straight away, and we'll be set to go for F1 in just a moment.
The race.
Jake McKee, congratulations taking your first win there in the TLAB class. Tell us about that. It looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a bit of fun, something different from normal 2TC sort of thing, yeah.
Tell us how you deployed your 3 hits of boost.
Lap after lap. Once hit the lead, yeah.
Just use them early on and build that buffer and then held that to the end.
Yeah, just build a buffer and just keep with it, like, yeah.
Do you think other drivers might adopt that tactic in the next race?
Probably.
Excellent. Well, yeah, it was a great show, lots of fun, and good luck in the next one.
All right, cheers, mate.
All right, we are on for F1, Group 1, on track now. Everyone else has checked in except Ian Turner. I don't even think we... I don't know. It did that before too. Right, Ian Turner, is that you checking in? With the mistransponder? Alright. Alright, everyone's checked in. Let's get the cars to the back straight. Get them all lined up on the back straight, please. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate it, mate. Your starting order is going to be Mark, Leon, David, Ian, and Ian. I'll let you guys figure out which one's which. Andrew, Jeffrey, and Brent. They get them all lined up in a relative kind of order, so you're not tripping over each other when we get to go. And we're going for Formula One, Group 1 in qualifying. Big field of Formula One this weekend for the Winter Champs. This class seems to really taking off in popularity around the country. Even I'm looking at buying one. All right, we are set to go for F1. We're all ready to rock and roll. Just need a marshal or two in the middle. If I can get a marshal or two in the middle, we might need a volunteer or two to help out the TLAB guys. We've only had a field of 5 from the previous round, so if we can get a volunteer or two. I'll start scrolling through the entry list and picking on people otherwise. Thank you, guys. Got a couple coming. Even Brayden Stanley coming out to play. He shook his head. You're marshalling now, buddy. All right, we're set to go. F1, Group 1 for qualifying, round number 1. Go, Mark. There we go, third time. Go, Leon. Go, David. Go, Ian 1. Oh, watch it. And Ian 2. You guys can drive together. Why not? Go Andrew. Go Jeffrey. And Brent. Brent Love going to be our last starter with the McLaren livery, who took concourse this morning with that beautifully represented car. Even went the extra mile with the P1 finishing board and the lovely Grid Girl figurine hanging off the side of the car for concourse presentation. As we get everyone off and rolling. For Group 1 here in qualifying, round 1 for F1. Jeffrey Mackie starting things off nice and quick. 22.8 first lap for Jeffrey. David Reston into second. Brent Love from the back of the bus into third. Ian Webber into P4. Andrew Curlis P5 from Mark, Leon, and Ian Turner. Oh, we've got a bit of a pylon here at the loop bridge. It's getting him caught up. That's not what we want to see. And that'll see David Reston getting away to the race lead here. Jeffrey Mackie, I think, was caught up in that one. Jeffrey with a slow lap, 26.7 a moment ago as Ian Webber comes across the line for third. Brent Love going down to P4 now. Mackie caught up in the all orange, standing out like a sore thumb. Although choosing an orange body shell on an orange racetrack is a good start to your day. So Mackie back up into the second spot now. Reston still your leader from Ian Webber now jumping up into second. Actually, Webber picks up the pace. Mackie responds with a hot lap of the race. 21.8 from Mackie. The New South Wales-based hot shoe getting some work done here in Formula One, but he's got to close up a 4.2 second margin to David Reston. Your leader right now, Mackie across the line that time by. He lost a little bit more time, 21.9. As Ian Turner is seemingly struggling with that tyre combination. Reston across the line with the old Mercedes livery. The Petronas Mercedes bringing it out of the KWR chicane and onto the smoking front straight. Mackie across the line, licks the curb. New hot lap, 21.7, and immediately goes to the lead by half a second. So Reston had a slow lap a moment ago. As Reston comes across the line and goes P2 by 0.3 of a second. Brent Love going up to P3 here. Brent's having a good run. New hot lap for him, 24.206. But Jeffrey, he is pushing so hard. The buckets of understeer that comes from an F1 when you just snap onto the lock stops on the way to a hairpin is exactly what Jeffrey's doing right now. Just throwing the car in and hoping it all works out as he leads the way onto the Yokomo back straight. As we're running 50 seconds to go, 5-0, 50 seconds to go. Group 2 is up next. Group 2 for F1, you guys are up next. Want to get you guys ready to rock and roll. .30 seconds to go. Jeffrey Mackie bringing it out of the X-ray hairpin. Onto the Yokomo back straight. It's a little twitch of the steering, straighten things up. David Reston back to second in the Mercedes car, down to smoke and front straight. And making his way out of the teardrop now to the X-ray hairpin. Brent Love with the McLaren livery. Making his way down towards the X-ray hairpin. Just jumps off the race line to let Jeffrey go on through. With 5 seconds to go, Jeffrey's going to push it across the line for one more. Caution at the left-hand side. Caution on the left-hand side. And that is time. Everyone's still going. Keep it on going, guys. Keep it on going.
Mark Norman done.
Mark is done. You heard the computer. Might turn that one off too. As David Reston comes across the line. Jeffrey Mackie pushing it. Ultimate front traction. And he's still going. Jeffrey is still going. Track is still live, guys. So Marshall, stay in your spots. Only people who are done right now are David Reston, Ian Webber, and Mark Norman. Everybody else is still going. And Jeffrey Mackie clicking off the victory lap. Gets it done. Just waiting on Brent and Ian Turner. And that is Brent done. Just waiting on Ian Turner, who's going to come down the back straight. And he looks like he's got the plastic rear tires fitted to that thing as... Oh, I think it timed him out too. That is everybody finished. Jeffrey Mackie getting the win. 14 laps, 5:17 with a hot lap, 21.607.
Really well.
Jeffrey Mackie, nice win there in F1. Tell us a little bit about that run.
It was a bit messy. I got stuck with the car under the loop, But other than that, I'm borrowing Ross Lalic's car, and the thing's like amazing to drive. So it's really enjoyable to run an F1 again. It's been a few years, but well, not. I ran it at Newcastle actually. So, but yeah, just it's a really fun class, and it's good to learn the track too. I haven't driven it this direction, so it's great for that. Yeah.
Is there any learning from today that you'll be able to transfer into modified tomorrow?
A few things like additive, how they work with the tyre. I'll take that into tomorrow. Driving lines are not too dissimilar between F1 and mod, and it helps being smooth as well. It'll tune you into being smooth, which will help on this track, especially the cold temperature we're at. So yeah, it should be helpful, but yeah, it's a whole new kettle of fish tomorrow, so we'll see how we go.
Well, fingers crossed that time. I'll hang on to TQ for round one. Good luck in the next one.
Yeah, we'll see. These guys are pretty quick, so I might miss it with that tangle, but as long as we're in that main and got a long main, so we'll be right.
Best of luck.
Thanks. See ya.
All right, let's just get everyone to check in real quick. Everyone across the line to check them in, please. Looks like everyone's getting in their marshal positions. I've got a couple of missing transponders here, so I'm going to try and figure them out. Who's in that red car? This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event. Let me just change the setting here. Hopefully that'll make things run smoother. All right, starting order is Greg, Anthony, Tim, Brendan, Cameron, Ross, Rick, and Anthony Wasson is the second of the Anthonys. You're good with those? We are set to go. F1 for qualifying Group 2 here in round number 1. Current TQ time is Jeffrey Mackie on a 14-lapper. Let's see if anybody can beat that. We're going less than 5. Go Greg. Go Greg. Go Anthony. Go Tim. Go Brendan. Caution on the left side. Go Cameron. Go Ross. And go Rick. And Anthony Wasson. All right, that's everybody off and rolling. Current TQ time from Jeffrey Mackie, that 14.517.7. Starting off the account, Greg Brooks getting off to a good start, 22.6. $22.4 for Greg now. Rick Seymonsbergen into second. Now goes up to the lead, actually. 21.4 from Rick. He's looking good so far. Greg Brooks into second now. 0.7 of a second between them. A massive thank you to Campbelltown Hobbies, servicing the hobby industry and Australia's premium RC hobby shop, especially with their online experience, for supporting this weekend's racing here for the PDNR Winter Champs 2023, stocking all major brands such as Traxxas and Team Associated, with many more popular brands that you come to love and love to use in your RC racing. Caution at the end of the back straight. Campbelltown Hobbies bringing us some action here. Major broadcast partner for the PDNR Winter Champs, along with Psychology Services New South Wales. for helping bring me out for the weekend. Psychology Services New South Wales are a major sponsor responsible for bringing me here. Psychology done differently as we're getting into the halfway point here. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go for F1 Group 2. Rick Seymonsbergen to the race lead, 1.1 seconds clear of Greg Brooks. And currently your top three putting the pressure on Jeffrey Mackie right now. Greg Brooks into second, Anthony Wasson into third. Anthony getting his hot lap, 22.03, but consistently knocking out those low 22s to just stay in the hunt. In fact, Ross Lalic and Brendan George now bumping in to the 14s as well. So the times are getting a little bit hot here in the back end of this race. 1:40 left on the clock, 1:40 to go. GTE. Group 1 is up next. The GTE guys, get yourselves ready to rock and roll. We're going to go racing a V8 supercar in your living room. GTE coming up next. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Rick Seymonsbergen still leading the way. 2 seconds clear of Greg Brooks right now. And we are looking at a 14.5.10. That's what's looking on track for Seymonsbergen. Greg Brooks staring down in the barrel of a 5.12 right now. Brendan George getting a little bit quicker in the back half of the race. He goes to third. And he's staring down a 5.15. 3 drivers now locking into the 14s right now with 1 minute to go here at F1. All right, 30 seconds to go, guys. Keep them on trucking. Make sure to keep going until everybody finishes called. I'll call you all as you come through to finish. But if you don't hear your name, then give yourself the benefit of the doubt and keep on rolling until we hear everyone finished. 10 seconds to go. 10 seconds to go. Current top 3. Looking very good for time. Seymonsbergen, Brooks and George. From Cameron, Kendall and Anthony Bryant. We had issues for Anthony Wasson, Ross Lalic and Tim Duggan. All having trouble here as that is time. Keep on going, guys. Everybody's still going. Keep them on going. Keep them on going. Everybody's still going. Greg Brooks is done. Anthony Bryant is done.
Cameron Kendall done.
Cameron Kendall is done. Bringing it across the line. The last 2 to finish in the race. Rick and Brendan getting it done. Put your hands together for your round 1 top qualifier. Rick Seymonsbergen getting it done. 14.5.10. 14 laps, 5.10 to get the round 1 TQ. Greg Brooks sneaks in there for second in the round, 14.5.14. And Jeffrey Mackie will go to third here in round 1 of Formula 1. All right, GTE is up next. GTE is up next. Let's get our F1 guys out to Marshall.
Rick Seymour, congratulations. Not only topping out that group, but also TQ overall for round 1 of F1.
Very, very surprising. Likes of Jeffrey and not really doing F1. Wow, thanks to Ross for all the help and Tim and stuff for getting the car setups. Yeah, loving it. It's great. So let's keep going.
You're involved with the club here at PDNR. What do you love most about racing RC?
Oh, wow, look around. Everyone's got a smile on their face. We've got colour. We've got excitement, and we've got the best coordinator out there. Hey, Tony, just putting it out there. But big thanks to everyone showing up for today and supporting us, for all of our sponsors. It just makes for such a great event, and why everyone really loves it out here, because everyone's got a good smile.
You're a busy boy today. Tell us how many classes you're running.
I handed the GTE away, but I'm doing GT and the F1 today. So, and then tomorrow I'll have a play with a 13.5 as well. So yeah, having some fun.
Great stuff. Best of luck in the next one.
Thank you. Thank you very much. See you.
All right, let's get everyone rocking and rolling here. I got 4 cars on track and 1 in the lane. I'm waiting on a 6th car for this race. We've got Steve, Brendan, Michael, Clint, Ian, and John. Who's using Rick's transponder in this race? Michael Turner. Thank you. And is Brendan Wade here? Don't worry about that. I'm going to keep an eye on that time clock. It keeps auto-starting for me. Brendan Wade is not here, I assume. There's only 5 on the stand. All right. All right, we're going to go with these ones. So bring them to the back straight, please, guys. Park them up on the back straight. Still got a couple of missing guys from F1 at Marshals 5 and 7. Couple of Marshals from F1 at Marshal positions 5 and 7, please. Chop, chop. All right, starting order is Steve, Michael, Clinton, Ian, and John. Who's Steve? Or everyone just going at once? Okay. I got to wait a few seconds after the start tone goes for the microphone to come back on. So, but hell, you guys can all start at once. That's fine by me. Just make it your own problem. I like that. That shows initiative. It's number one thing that new employers are looking for if you're in the job hunting market. Initiative. Just do as you're told. Oh, we got one off already. Getting parked up. We're down to a field of just 4 here in GTE for Group 1 here in qualifying round 1. I did end up with an extra entry in GT Nitro, so there's going to be an 11-car field for that one. 1 minute down, 4 to go here for GTE. Steve Valletta getting to the race lead. Although I think, is that Steve in the orange car having a bit of trouble? Found the barrier on the way up towards the Speedy RC timing bridge. And lost a bit of time, so we get the marshal out there rearranging the barriers. Just be cautious on the left side, guys. Just careful. You don't have to slow down, but just don't hit the guy. Good job, guys. All right, that was John Lippis actually having trouble there, hitting that barrier on the left-hand side. So Steve Valletta still on top. Michael Turner into second. From Ian Turner in third and John Lippis. Your 4-car field as Valletta comes across the line in the red and black entry. Get a bit sideways coming through the middle into the KWR chicane. Just nice and safe on the power. Down the smoke and front straight. Tap of the brake. Fire it into the left-hander. Trying to get some rotation around the X-ray hairpin and down the Yokomo back straight. Getting it done quick as well. 20.1 hot lap here for Steve. Michael Turner in a second. 20.2. There's only 0.8 of a second between Steve and Michael right now. Steve comes down the smoke and front straight. Michael right behind in that white with the orange and yellow stickers. Ian Turner back there in third. John Lippis in the 4 as we go halfway home. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go here for GTE qualifying round 1. Here 2023 PDNR Winter Champs. So following along with Michael Turner. Driving the old Rent-A-Wreck from Rick Semo. Oh, just getting a little bit caught up with a bit of lap traffic there coming down the Smoking Front straight. These two teaming up in the build-up towards the GT Worlds being held at Moorebank later on this year. Splitting the difference. One driving Nitro, one driving EP. A great opportunity to be a part of a pretty special week as a home Worlds. Oh no, we got trouble for Steve. Trouble for Steve. He's got that bat flattering, new and improved. And come to a stop on the right-hand side. Just make sure it's not smoking and not swelling up. Those 4S's like to go in a big way when they do. And that's a heartbreaker. That's going to bring Steve down the order as Michael Turner will then assume the lead down the Yokomo back straight. 20.1 lap for Michael with 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go here. Michael finding a bit of pace now he got to the lead. He just had his best lap at the end of the run. Ian Turner in second coming across the line. John Lippis in the all-orange car in third. It's been a race of attrition here for Group 1 in GTE. Group 2 is up next. You guys want to get yourselves ready to go for GTE Group 2? What happened, Steve? Just stopped. Got that thermal protection turned on. Oh no, it went. It's turning. That's a shame. With 20 seconds left to run here in GTE. Bringing it down the Yokomo back straight. 5 seconds to go. Michael dipping into the 19s. I couldn't even do that in my touring car yesterday. As he rocks it through the KWR chicane. Onto the Smoking Front straight. That is time. Keep going till your name's called. Everyone starting their final lap. But John is now finished. John, you're finished. You'll be done when you hit the line. Michael Turner bringing it across to hold things up and take the win here in Group 1, Round 1. Ian Turner bringing it down the back straight. Rear wing flapping in the breeze. He comes across for second. John Lippis home in third. That's everybody done here for GTE Group 1, Round 1. Group 2 is coming up next. Might need a couple of marshals just to help correct the track barriers.
Michael Turner, nice run there, coming out of retirement. It's been a couple of years since you raced, but yeah, topping out that group at GTE. Tell us a bit about it.
Semi-retired, yeah, out of retirement, so good preparation. Thanks to the club, great setup, love the track, so good to be back after a couple of years. So.
Just, I've heard there's something a little bit quirky about the way you use a transmitter. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Dates back from when we started, and yeah, left is right and right's left, so we get there.
Must make it a bit tricky when you're sharing transmitters with Rick.
And other drivers. Very, very difficult. So
you mainly race Nitro GT when you were back racing. How do you like the GTE version?
A lot of fun, huge amount of fun. So we only raced it last Tuesday night, and so this is the first time during daylight. So yeah, no, love it. A lot of fun.
Well, nice way to start your day. Good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Just cruise speed. Good.
I think I'll turn the printer settings just. All right, we are on track with GTE Group 2. Let's get everybody checking in. Everybody checking in here. Second last heat of the round. And we're looking down the barrel of going an hour and a half around. I might speak too soon here, but that's looking pretty good for the timetable we're trying to run today. As I got one missed transponder, that's Ross Lalic. Ross, can you go over the loop, please? Scream when you go over the line. This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event. All right, getting everyone ready to roll. It's Stephen, Cameron, Tim, Stephen Thorncraft, Anthony, and Ross, your starting order. Stephen, Cameron, Tim, Stephen, Anthony, and Ross. All right, everybody off and rolling. All right, current TQ time to beat Michael Turner with a 15.510.6. That's what they're gunning for right now. Cameron Kendall getting off to a great start. He goes to the point after the first couple of laps. Tim Roden to second. Anthony Wasson to third. Condog dropping out of P4 here from Ross Lalic and Stephen Thorncraft. First minute going in the books. Cameron Kendall getting up and about already. 19-1 from Cameron. That's starting to get a bit of movement out on the racetrack. Tim Roden to second. Anthony Wasson to third. Good job there, Cornell, letting the leaders go through. Ross Lalic up to P4. Stephen Cornell down to P5. And then Thorncraft rounding out your 6 on track. Currently your top 4 on Michael Turner's time. Very intimate. I can hear like a little tip go on in my ears, which is what happens. Like a channel jumper. All right, runner down, 2 minutes down, 3 to go here for GTE Group 2. Here in qualifying round 1, the PDNR Winter Champs. Don't forget tonight, we're having a bit of a Saturday night social at Brisket Boys, located at the Manufacture Complex right here in Penrith. If you love your American barbecue, these boys have you covered. The Brisket Boys, that's where we're going for dinner tonight. Don't miss out. It's always so much fun to have a great social night out at the RC races, because let's face it, about 60% of RC racing is social. No one really cares about racing, do they? And the food tonight is best served shared. So get along, bring the crew, and support the boys. We still have the RSVP open, do we? So still RSVP open. You can go to the PDNR Facebook page, and you can just turn up as well if you really like. So we've got a bit of a booking going on tonight at Brisket Boys. Proudly supporting us here for the PDNR Winter Champs 2023 as we're 3 minutes down and 2 to go here. Cameron Kendall goes to the point. Ross Lalic in second. Anthony Wasson to third. And Tim Roden all going in to try and challenge the current TQ of Michael Turner. Nitro Tourer is up next. Nitro Touring Car is up next. One minute 15, 1:15. Usually it's just nitro. All right, 1 minute to go here. Cameron Kendall still on top. Anthony Wasson into second. Ross Lalic into third. All right, Cameron Kendall in the white and blue with the orange highlights. That's a John Puce replica or a lookalike. Throwback to Pusey's old 2017 stock touring car Nationals winning body shell. Looks just like that out there. Pusey's loving it. Did you paint that too? Kendall leading the way. Lalic in the second. Wasson to third. 15 seconds left on the master clock here. Hot lap of the race from Cameron Kendall. 18.6. That thing is hooking. Down the Yokomo back straight. And across the bridge just in time to run it to the clock because that is time. Keep going till your name is called, guys. Everybody's still going right now. Everyone's still going. Just work together to the finish because everyone's glued in the same part of the racetrack. All right, Ross is done. Stephen is done. Cameron is done. Tim and Steve, everybody finished. That's everybody finished. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Your round one top qualifier for GTE, Cameron Kendall. Gets it done. The only 16-lap run of the round. 16.510.9. All right, Nitro 2 up next.
Cameron Kendall, big smiles there. Great run, topped out the group and took overall TQ. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, car was good. Finally put some fresh tyres on, so I didn't know really what to expect, but feels good. So 18.6, quickest I've gone around ever, even on a Tuesday night. So yeah, hopefully it stays up and see. Yeah.
Do you notice much of a difference racing in the daylight compared to under lights?
Oh, it's definitely a bit more grippier with the sun, but other than that, yeah, maybe a bit more visual from the night to the day, but yeah, other than that, not really. So.
Great start to the day, mate. Good luck at the next one.
Thank you.
All right. We are on board for some Nitro Tourer action. Everyone getting ready to rock and roll in the pit lane. I'm just assigning transponders as they come through here, so we'll get everyone clicking them off. Rainbow unicorn. Love it. All right, just waiting on a couple of check pins. There's still a couple of cars in pit lane. Waiting on Chris, James, and Clinton to check in. All right, that's everybody checked in. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute till race start. You have 1 minute till race start. 1/10 Nitro Tourer making some noise for your Saturday morning here at the PDNR Winter Champs. Rocking a bit of nitro to get warmed up. I love the smell of nitromethane in the morning. 35 seconds, 35 seconds. Get thinking about fuel. 30 seconds. Now remember to keep circulating before the start. It's just a loop is live situation. So remember to keep circulating before the start. 15 seconds. Five seconds. And loop is live. Loop is live. All right, remember, guys, this is qualifying, so let the faster guys go through. You're racing the clock and not each other. So when a quicker car comes up behind you, let them go by. Oh, watch out on the back straight. Watch out the back straight. Watch out the back straight. Need a marshal on the back straight. All right, just taking it easy, guys. All right, 1 minute down, 4 minutes to go. Tate, Firth getting off to a good start here. Brayden, Stanley trying to hunt him down. Nathan Sanderson into third. Chris Newland to P4. But it's Firth and Stanley right now having a bit of a duel at opposite ends of the racetrack. They're fighting for time. Caution in the middle. Got Lexi upside down. Caution in the middle. We've got Lexi upside down. She's all good. Good job, Lexi. Good job. I love it. All right, so your round one qualifying battle so far. Tate, Firth, and Brayden Stanley fighting it out. Tate hot lapping with an 18.1 so far. Brayden now goes to an 18.1 as well. There's 0.2 of a second between them as he leads this one out. Tate coming across the line. The double green entry through the KWR chicane, round onto the smoke and front straight. Brayden Stanley goes to 17.9 now. The green and gunmetal. Tate Firth upside down on the right-hand side. He turtles it into the barrier and gets it going again. Who are we following? Following along with Brayden Stanley right now, making his way out of the first corner. Down through the middle, double right-hander to the KWR chicane. He leads this one now as Tate tapped out a moment ago. Tate onto the Yokomo back straight, but Brayden bringing it up towards the X-ray hairpin. Good job, Lexi, for getting out of the way. She's doing a fantastic job out here, working with everyone on track. The action comes thick and fast here in Nitro Tour. 17.8 for Brayden Stanley, getting a bit of a swap on through the KWR chicane, making his way round to the X-ray hairpin. Plenty of grip on board here for Brayden. Down the back straight. And under the speedy RC bridge, 3 minutes down and 2 to go. Brayden Stanley leads the way here. Tate Firth into second. Lexi with some trouble on the front of her car. Dad Tony on the duty to try and help her out as Tate comes on by. Good job there, Lexi. So at the moment it is Brayden Stanley drifting through the middle of the track here. Getting all four wheels lit up and sliding his way around. Caution at the sweeper there. Problems for Brendan George. He's come to a stop. He was running third in this run. He's now going to lose out here with 1:20 to go. 1:20 to go here, guys. Chris Newland will now assume third. Clinton McKenzie to P4. Scotty Elliott will go P5. Thank you, Scotty, for letting Tate through. Lots of issues in this run. Issues for James, Jake, Lexi, Nathan, and Brendan. All in this first round qualifier for Nitro Tour. 1 minute to go. 1 to go. GT coming up next. GT is coming up next. As Brayden Stanley making his way towards the KWR chicane. Didn't get so sideways that time around. He works it down the smoke and front straight. As we watch Tate coming across the speedy RC loop. Tate in the double green. Coming out of the KWR chicane. Tags the curb and pulls a wheel stand out of the corner. Tate getting his sprint car yeehaw on this morning as he comes down the Yokomo back straight. 20 seconds to go. Tate across the line. That time by 18.442. Brayden coming up on him now, with the margin out to 5 seconds between them. Watch it in the front straight. Clear with 5 seconds to go. Caution on the back stretch. Caution on the back stretch. Caution on the back stretch. We hit it. Caution on the back stretch. Still there. Still there. Yeah, we're all good. You good there, Lexi? She's rolling. All right, that is time. Issues for Brayden. It stopped right at the end. Run it to the finish. Tate is done. Tate is done. Nope. Tate. All right, running it down here. And that is everybody finished. Brayden Stanley flaming on the final lap. Your round one top qualifier is Tate Firth.
Tate Firth, a bit of an eventual first run of the day. Ended up with TQ after a little flame out from Brayden. Just tell us how the car felt and how are the conditions.
Yeah, the car felt pretty good. Still lacking a bit of rear grip, which we'll work on. But yeah, it felt all right.
And how long have you been racing RC?
Ever since I think I got a car at least at one, so let's just say 16 years.
You're actually racing with your sister in Nitro today. How is that RC in the family?
Sorry?
How is it having RC in the family?
It's all right. It's gone from Dad giving it to me, now Lexi's into it too, which is good, but Dad's doing all this interviewing stuff, so I'm going to try to get 2 cars ready, but no, it's been good, yeah.
Anyone want to give a shout out to watching the stream from home?
Yeah. Thanks to everyone who's watching at home, all my family and friends. The RC Race Media for doing all this live stream stuff, it's pretty cool. All my sponsors, and yeah.
Thanks, mate. We'll let you go get ready. Way to go, son.
Thank you.
We're getting ready for GT on track. There is one heat only. So everybody in GT are going to be on track at the same time. So we're going to just give you guys an extra minute to get fired up here. GT is all in.
So excited. I'm going to actually order everything.
Devouring it. We're about to go back for second.
As a vegetarian, I got quite a few of the salads, which are phenomenal.
It's beer and meat. Seriously, can't get any better than that.
Cool. I think I know everybody else. I'm waiting on Steve Valletta, because he didn't know it was one group, so I'm just giving an extra couple of minutes here. All right, so make sure you all have a bit of extra time to get started here, because it is one group for everybody. One group for everybody. Is Peyton Budden or Barry Gavin here? Peyton Budden and Barry Gavin. Neither of them are here? All right, I think we've got everybody checked in. All right. 45 seconds, 45 seconds. 1/8 GT for qualifying round one. Caution at the loop, caution at the loop. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. $20 Remember, just keep on rolling. Just keep on rolling, guys. Don't stop before the line. 10 seconds, 10 seconds. And we are live. Loop is live, everybody. Good luck, everyone. Qualifying round 1 for 1/8 GT on track. Everyone will get a start when they come across the loop for the first time. All right, this is 1/8 GT. All in one group for qualifying round number 1. Caution in the middle there. We've got a problem with the flame out having to get run back. Just take it easy on the front straight. All clear. I think Ross Lalic with a problem. Coming to a stop. Early on, Lachie Pearson. He did 700 laps of practice yesterday. And Lachie Pearson leads at the opening exchange here for qualifying round 1. Cameron Kendall. Another John Puce lookalike body on track. Running into second. Tim Duggan into third. Rick Seymour coming in P4 right now. Anthony Wasson in P5 from Steve Valletta and Russ Malice. Problems for Clinton. He ran out of one end of the drivetrain. Two-wheel drive in a GT car. They're enough of a handful as it is. So he's out of this one. Issues also for Ross Lalic, who came parked up in the pits. But Lachie Pearson, he's ripping this thing right now. 19.5, hot lap of the race. Cameron Kendall staying in touch though. Cam with the blue and white, making his way out of the KWR chicane. Down the smoke in front straight. Oh, we got trouble again. Trouble for Rick Seymour this time. It looked like it was a flame coming off the Speedy RC timing bridge. As we follow with Lachie Pearson making his way to the X-ray chicane. Like how I picked on that, who you were following, because I watched where your camera was pointing. Pearson coming across the Speedy RC timing bridge. That time by 19.7 for Lachie as we go halfway home here in Q1. Cameron Kendall to second. Cameron just dropping the hot lap of the race at 19.5. So Kendall throwing down the gauntlet right now. 0.6 of a second between them on time. Watch it in the middle. Caution in the middle. Oh, we got to stop here. Is that Steve getting caught up? And that came to a stop as well. This battle between Lachie and Kendall. Lachie and Cameron, nothing between them on time. 19.7 last lap to a 19.8 from Kendall. Lachie had a slow one though. And Kendall was even slower. Tim Duggan now closing up a bit of time. He's about 5 seconds off the back on corrected time though, with 1 minute 40 left to go here. Lachie Pearson down the line. He clicks off his next lap. 19.7 for Lachie. Cameron Kendall bringing it down the line. Picking up on him across the loop. 20.0. The gap goes to 1.2. Advantage to Lachie Pearson right now. As we watch Kendall down the Smoke MRC front straight. Has a little bit of a twitch on the initial turn in. Bringing it around to the Yokomo back straight. He needs to find a bit of time here in the closing stages of the run. New hot lap, 19.4 from Cameron Kendall. 1 minute to go. Kendall is throwing down. Pearson with it at 19.8. The gap goes to 0.8 of a second. Pearson across the line. 19.6 that time by. Kendall bringing it across the line this time around. What's the time? 19.6. It is 0.800 between the top two right now. Kendall on screen for our live streaming viewers, bringing it round to the X-ray hairpin and onto the Yokomo back straight. Pearson that time by 20.0. Kendall has an opportunity to make up some time. It's a 19.4. Oh, but he's lost drive. Kendall has lost drive. The revs go sky high. And it was an epic run, but Cameron Kendall is OUT out of Q1. And that hands it. A golden invitation to Lachlan Pearson here to storm on home. With 5 seconds to go, Rick Seymour got back out on track and running here. But it's a race of attrition with just 4 cars still turning laps, and that is time. Keep on going, keep going, keep going. Everyone's still going here. Everyone's still going. Tim Duggan finished. Anthony Wasson finished. Lockie Pearson finished. Waiting on Rick Seymour. And that's everybody done. How about it? 9 cars started, only 4 cars finished. Lachlan Pearson gets the round 1 TQ for 1/8 GT. Anthony Wasson second, Tim Duggan third. Cameron Kendall still goes P4 for the round after flaming right at the end or losing drive from the car. And Rick Seymour goes P5. Ross Mallis P6, Steve Valletta P7, and Ross Lalic P8. Of only 8 drivers who recorded a crossing across the line for 1/8 GT round 1. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? That is the round done in 1 hour and 45.
Lachlan Pearson, congratulations taking out TQ Nitro GT here at the Winter Champs. Tell us about that run.
Yeah, started off really fast. At the end, it was getting a bit slippery, I think, tyre maybe. But yeah, I was getting very pressured by second place. But oh.
Yeah, Chris is all over on the mic. He's talking up. Cameron Kendall chasing you hard. You going to make any changes to the car for round 2?
Yes, it was getting very slippery at the end. I could barely drive it, so yeah, we'll have to put some changes and see what happens in qualifier 2.
You made the trip down from Brisbane for this event, getting ready obviously for the GT Worlds. Is that the plan?
Yeah, GT Worlds and at Moorebank, yeah.
What do you love about GT? You race all sorts of classes, on-road and off-road. Just tell us what you like about the GT.
Nitro. I just love Nitro, and yeah, for the Worlds this year, Moorebank, focus on GT. Yeah.
Oh, great start to the day, mate. Thanks for coming down and best of luck.
Thank you.
G'day, I'm Stacey. My love language is receiving gifts. Like a tow bar, snorkel, and a camping canopy. Let's explore our wild side, you big hairy bear.
Love drives everything at Karma. All cars are hand-selected by experts, backed with 7-day returns, and delivered to your door.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennards Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event. All right, we are good to go for short course. GT guys, 1/8 GT guys, if you guys can come out and marshal. Get 1/8 GT out to marshal. Short course on track to kick us off for qualifying round 2. We're rocking and rolling here. We started off the first round just after 8:30, and we're running at about 1 hour and 45 for the round, which is not bad. Not bad indeed. So thank you, everyone. Good job, everybody, for getting it all together. We've had a couple more short course trucks to join the party here for round 2, so that's good to see. All right, so let's get those short course trucks lined up for the gate start on the Smokem starting grid. All right, so I've got a total of 10 drivers checked in. Tony, where's your short course truck? We need to get Tony Firth on track. We'll do it for Q3. We'll get him out there for the third round. All right, round number 2 for short course truck. Are we set to go? We've got marshals in position. No, we can't have a start like that. Although it would be fun. Can we get... There we go. We got it sorted. All right, let's get them all lined up. Let's stop monkeying about on the starting grid here. Right. PDNR Winter Champs, round 2 for short course truck. Going racing in less than 5. Oh, and it's carnage before even the first jump gets underway. Short course truck getting off to a start here. Last race, it was Lewis and McKenzie having a good old battle here. Looks like it's going to be a repeat again on the back straight jump. Oh, no, caution on the back straight. Ian Lewis gets the advantage here. Anthony Thomas momentarily goes to second, as did Ian Webber, but Clint McKenzie immediately fights his way through and goes back to second here. Yeah, remember short course, guys, you're allowed to cut the chicane wherever there's technically not a barrier is fair game, I'm sure. Caution on the back stretch as look at this. The battle on for the leaders. More carnage on the back stretch. Clint McKenzie and Ian Lewis through the middle. Ah, Lewis 2 wheels it off the jump and gets turtled, gets a marshal. So it's McKenzie getting out front now. Off the jump on the Smokem front straight. McKenzie with a clear advantage. I'm not keeping them. Sorry, Tony, if that was a thing that you guys do, but I was, oh, yeah. Yeah, I turned it back to 1 because it was just like copies and everything coming out. So rocking it out with your race leader at the moment, Clint McKenzie. Hot lapping 28.009 as he comes through the midsection. Just nice and conservative on the jump. Pulls a little wheel stand coming off the back of it. Shortcuts the chicane nicely and onto the Smokem front straight. Scott Marks going up into second now. Ian Webber into third. Following with Alex Marks here in the white with the red and blue stripe. One of the juniors here at PDNR ripping around. Gets a nice shortcut through the chicane. That's the short course line. That's how we get it done here. Young Alex Marks, P6 on the racetrack at the moment. With Scott Marks going a second in the all-orange truck. As Alex on screen at the moment brings out of the X-ray hairpin. Good fun here in short course truck, featuring regularly on a Tuesday night. Following the orange of Scott Marks, currently second on track here. He's about 6.5 seconds off the back of Clinton McKenzie, your race leader. Scott Marks, the most prolific short course racer of PDNR history, airs it out on the Yokomo back straight. Leading over Ian Lewis, who is your round 1 winner. Back to third place. Alex Marks in P4, Stephen Thorncraft in P5. Checking out this battle at the hairpin. That was your race leader. Getting a bit of a challenge from another car, but it's Clinton McKenzie under the Speedy RC timing bridge in the Lucas Oil colours. He just hot lapped the race, but Scott Marks takes it off him. Scott is closing down the margin, 2.6 seconds between them. Just has to navigate past this lap truck, and Scott is going to be on the hunt to try and put Clinton McKenzie back in his box. A nice shortcut at the teardrop. Over the curb at the X-ray hairpin and onto the Okomo back straight. We've got a crash on the back straight as well. A Marshall running to get it. Mia didn't even need to get there in the end. Scott Marks trying to close down that gap. He's starting to run out of time, though. He needs Clint to get caught up with a bit of traffic, but it's not to be. Alex Marks getting caught up with a little bit of traffic. Here comes Scott on the way through. He's getting caught up with Anthony Thomas as well, coming onto the Okomo back straight as Clint McKenzie doing wheelies off the jump on the back stretch. 15 seconds to go for Clinton McKenzie. 3.4 seconds is the margin. Scott Marks trying to close down the gap here. Whoa, Scott up on two wheels trying to catch him. Your leader, Clinton McKenzie, with 2 seconds on the clock. That is time. Race him to the finish and you will be done. And he goes conservative over the back straight jump. That's not how winners do it, but Clinton McKenzie gets the JOB here in round number 2 of short course truck. Scott Marks across the line in second. Who's it going to be for third? Ian Lewis sprints it to the line for third. Anthony Thomas across the line in P4. Alex Marks in P5 from Stephen Thorncraft. Ian Webber and Nicole Platts with Anthony Cummins rounding out your 9 finishing drivers. That's short course. Round number 2 in the books. We're going to put those jumps away real quick. And we're going to be getting to go in.
Clinton McKenzie, congratulations. Taking an exciting win there. Tell us a bit about that run.
It was pretty fun, Tony, as per usual, as short course always is. So, yeah, really good fun.
You're definitely putting it on for the crowd, a few wheelies and stuff. You got Chris, the commentator, pretty excited?
Yeah, I try my hardest. I'm trying my hardest. It's just a bit chaotic out there sometimes, but yeah, we'll just keep on seeing. We keep on going today. So
You love all forms of RC, 10th scale, 5th scale. What is it that just keeps you addicted, or the love of RC?
I don't know if it's an addiction or a drug. I don't know. I'm still trying to work that out. I'm not sure why, but yeah, it's just great fun, easy to maintain, well, to a certain degree. But yeah, all good fun. So,
well done there. Keep up the good work and good luck in the next qualifier.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks a lot.
On track with 12 scale 13.5 Group 1 here for qualifying round number 2. A reminder to the 12th guys, I am going to repair that first round result. I'm just working on the best method to repair and get a fair result for everyone. Or as fair as can be. Just need a check-in from Dan Ma, but I can see you there. Don't drive backwards, that's fine. You're good. I'll get you checked in. While you're trying to send a text message or something like that from the driver's stand. Just watch out on the exit of the loop corner, guys. Dan's just parked it just off the racing line. He's clear now. All right, let's get everyone from short course out to Marshall, please. Everybody from short course out to your Marshall positions. We're getting set to go for 12 scale for qualifying round number 2. All right, everybody's checked in. We're ready to start, so let's get them parked on the back straight. Stop on the back straight. Stop. Starting order is Nathan, Greg, Dan, Christian, Scott, James, and Ray. That's Nathan, Greg, Dan, Christian, Scott, James, and Ray. Being joined by another computer up here in race control. This is getting exciting. I got 4 screens. All right, short course guys. I know you guys cut the track in the middle, but 12th you don't. So I need marshals at 5, 7, and 8, please. primary spots, 5, 7, and 8. We had enough drivers, so we should have enough marshals. All right, we're going to fill 7 and 8, and we're good to go in less than 5. Go Nathan. Go Greg. Go Dan. Go Christian. Go Scott. Go James. And go Ray. Nice and smooth. That's how we get it done. 12 scale, 13.5. Group 1 here for qualifying round number 2 on track. Dan Ma starts off with an opening lap. Red hot, 20.01. Greg Brooks to the 2. Christian Sell to 3. His teammate, Nathan Tanti, goes to P4. Now Tanti picking up the pace. He goes 19.9. He goes to 3rd. Dan Ma across the line, 19.8. Dan the man picking up the pace. Or, just as I say that, across the curbing. Coming onto the smoke and front straight. As I think we follow with Greg Brooks at the moment. Yellow, orange, and blue. Making his way to the KWR chicane. Round onto the smoke and front straight. Greg now down to 3rd. Just behind Tanti, who's picked up the pace. A 19.89 last time by for Nathan Tanti. He goes to 2nd. Dan Ma still your leader. Right behind him on the racetrack on the Yokomo back straight. So your top 3 together on the racetrack at the moment. But in a bit of a jumbled order. It's Ma, then Brooks, then Tanti. Now Christian Searle actually splitting the top 3. So Christian, the odd one out. He's a bit further back on track, but running very nicely on corrected time. Just gets caught up trying to get the JOB done on Ray Zarb there. As we follow with Dan Ma now. Making his way through the right-handers. Into the KWR chicane. Dan Ma dropping down to 2nd by 1/10 of a second. We'll get more specific. 95 thousandths of a second. Separated the top 2 at the turn of the previous lap. Greg Brooks goes to the lead. He's closing the gap up onto the back of Nathan Tanti. And now Dan Ma goes back to the lead. It's super tight. 39 thousandths of a second separates the top 2. Tanti getting caught up there. Good job, Nathan, from not spearing into the side of Greg. Or I do think that was more arse and class there for Nathan Tanti. He goes to 3rd. Just fending off his teammate Christian Searle behind in P4. Greg Brooks to the point. 0.4 of a second separates Brooks and Ma right now. Coming onto the Yokomo back straight. Tanti, the meat and the sandwich, as they come out from underneath the loop. This time by 0.8 of a second separates them. We're 3 minutes down and 5 to go. Group 2, you guys are up next. 12 scale 13.5. Group 2, you guys are up next. Making our run towards the halfway point. 12 scale racing. These cars change so much throughout the course of the run. It's a really dynamic set of circumstances. Trying to manage a car that's always changing every lap. Greg Brooks proving most consistent right now. 1 second the margin back to Dan Ma in 2nd. Dan got a little caught up a moment ago. Coming under the speedy RC bridge. Caught it up going over the curbing. And lost a bit of time. Nathan Tanti now picking up the pace. Tanti that time by a 20.3. Greg Brooks 20.2. Dan Ma 21.1. So Dan lost a bit of time there. But it holds on to that 2nd spot. Christian Searle further behind in P4. Scott Hill in P5 from James Turner and Ray Zarb. Tanti finding pace at the end here. Oh, that's brutal. Greg Brooks catching another car. Sent it flat spinning through the air. Didn't know 12 scales could behave like Beyblades like that. I thought it was just touring cars on a cold track. As Brooks leads out, 1.5 seconds now. Ma to 2nd, but Tanti is pushing the envelope because he's driven right up onto the back of Greg and is starting to look a little bit restless. He wants to get on with the job, but has to be careful if he wants to drive that close to the leader. Has to be even more careful if he wants to pass him to try and break away. So Greg and Nathan just work together on the driver's stand, talk to each other. Communication is the key in every great relationship. That goes for Nathan and Christian as well, as they come onto the Yokomo back straight. 3 minutes to go. Getting the job done on Scott Hill. Thank you, Scott, for jumping out of the way. Out of the KWR chicane, Nathan catches both curves. Gives away a bit of on-track position to Greg Brooks here. And a bit of breathing space in hand. Dan Marr back to third. 1 second the margin now between Tanti and Marr. Dan with another little mistake. Caught him up a little bit. Lost a bit of time as Tanti makes a meal of the previous lap. 20.3. Brooks with a 20.05. 20.05 for Brooks that time by. Coming up on the back of Ray Zarb. Now, thank you, Ray. Was a little bit close for comfort, but we got the job done. Group 2, you guys are up next. 2 minutes and 10 to go. Special thanks to all of our sponsors putting on PDNR Winter Champs for 2023. Big thanks to Campbelltown Hobbies and Psychology Services New South Wales, major broadcast partner and major announcer partner, for bringing me here for the event. Also a big special thanks to Karma, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Penrith City Council, Kennard's Hire, Toyo Tires, X-Ray, Speedy RC, Hearns Hobbies, Plague Bearings, KWR Engineering, Smokem, J-Spec Stickers, East Coast Hobbies, and RC Race Media for making this event possible. As we're running down the final minute and 10 here in 12th, 13.5. Nathan Tanti's pick. All right, let's get all those 12-scale guys from Group 1 out to Marshall, please. We're on track for Group 2. Everyone's checked in already, so I'll give you a couple of laps just to sight things in. First round, Alex Brown. Goes to third right now. David Reston into P4. Leon Phillips P5. Daryl Thorncraft into P6. But it's Scott Marr and Alex Brown already locking horns in a bit of a fight here. David Reston getting involved in that battle too. Half a second off the back of the front two. There's less than 1 second covering the top three right now. Brown across the line. Scott Marr right behind him here in the blue car. As your leader on time. 0.8 of a second across the top two. 1/1000th between Brown and Reston at the crossing of the line. So Reston absolutely flying here as all a little bit of a catch up there for Leon. You got the leaders coming up behind you there, Leon. All trouble there for Alex as well. He got caught up after the loop. Whoa, watch it on the front straight there for Smokem. Scott Marr getting through. Brown with a bit of trouble at the turn of the previous lap, but David Reston lost a bit of time as well. So Reston stayed in third at the recording. Scott Marr with a big lose that time around, a 23-1. He goes down the order, and Alex Brown continues on the top spot here. He took out round one. Three minutes down and 5 minutes remaining. Alex Brown still leading the way, 0.8 of a second. The gap back to David Reston in second. Scott Marr another 0.8 of a second further behind in third from Leon and Daryl. Trouble for Mark in this one. Only recorded one lap and he's parked up an OUT out. Checking out the previous run. Alex Brown had it in control. He was hot lapping in the 19.4s. This time he's hot lapping in the 19.2s. Track progression coming into play here. His average looking a solid 2.5 tenths quicker. Of course, I do still have to do the correction from round one for 12 scale. We're going to sort that out here. As we cross the halfway point, 4 minutes down and 4 to go here for 12th 13.5 Group 2. Dash TLAB, you guys are up next. As Alex comes across the line, clicks off another lap. 0.4 of a second. The gap now as Alex slowed up a little bit in recent laps. David Reston trying to close up the gap. And Scott Marr is getting back into this fight. So David and Scott trying to put a stop here to Brown's charge to try and lock up overall TQ in 2 rounds. Reston across the line, that time by 20.26. Brown with a 20.28. Scott Marr, 20.15. 1 second covers the top 3 once again here in the second half of this race. Brown this time by 20.3. Marr, 20.2. Reston across the line, 20.1. He goes the quicker of the top 3 that time by. And the gap for the top 3 continues to close up. Mark Wallin back out on track there after he missed 4 minutes of the race, but it's good to see him back circulating again. Or at least he didn't score for 4 minutes of the race. As Reston comes across the line, he was the slowest of the top 3 that time by. 0.4 of a second between Brown and Reston. 0.4 of a second again between Reston and Marr. With 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. This is anybody's game yet here for round number 2. Greg Brooks holds the TQ provisionally at the moment with a 24.804. Brown and Reston looking at challenging to go quicker than that, but only just by a couple of tenths of a second. Scott Marr looking at going P4 for the round right now, but the margin continues to close up. 0.7 of a second across the top three. Brown that time by 20.2. Reston 20.4. Scott Marr 20.7. He loses time and it goes to 1.2 seconds across the top three cars. 12 scale actually getting exciting in the final couple of minutes. Usually it's an absolute blowout. As Brown across the line that time by, starting to slow. It's 20.4 that time by. Where's Reston? Across the line. 21.3 for Reston. He goes to third. Scott Marr jumps up to second, and it's 1 second between Brown and Marr this time around. A minute 35 left on the clock here as Brown comes across the line. 20.8, starting to slow up significantly towards the end. It's a 21.2 for Marr. He lost time, so Reston goes back to second with a 20.3. Reston and Marr fighting over it here for second and third, but neither of them coming close now to Alex Brown. 0.9 of a second between them. Brown across the line, 20.2 that time by, but he has fallen off of TQ pace. $50 seconds to go. Alex Brown needs to find some pace here. He's 0.3 of a second off of TQ pace right now for Greg Brooks. Was 24.804.6. David Reston 1.4 seconds further back. Scott Marr another 0.2 of a second behind. Nothing in it here for the top few spots for qualifying round two. Brown that time by 20.2. It's getting harder and harder to close down that time. He needs a couple of miracle laps. He's currently 0.3 of a second off of TQ here for round number two, and it throws it wide open for round number three coming up later. 10 seconds to go. And that is time. Keep going till I call you finished. Everyone's still going at the moment. Keep going, keep going. Oh no, Alex is done. Alex, you're done. Scott, you're done. David is done. Mark is done. And Leon is finished. Just waiting on Daryl to finish us off. And that is everybody done. Alex Brown gets the win here in this heat. 24.805.7. But your round two top qualifier is Greg Brooks in 12 scale 13.5. All right, Dash TLAB. TLAB is up next. Let's get you guys out on track. Get our 12 scale guys out to Marshall, please.
That was nice, mate.
Because that's 11. All right, let's get him on into the starting grid. Starting order is Phillip on the pole, Shane Norman on second, Brett Wilson from the 3, Stephen Hagenson from the 4, and your round 1 winner, Jake McKee, is going to go to the back of the bus. Dash TLAB on track here with some push-to-pass action. How good is this? Let's get our marshals out there. We had a whole field of 12th, so we should have a whole field of marshals. Dash TLAB. Challenge and go to the back here. Brett Wilson was second from 4th on the grid in round 1. He goes now to 3rd on the grid. Phil Merrick started 2nd, now gets himself a pole start. Shane Norman started 3rd and finished 4th. He goes to 2nd on the starting grid. And Stephen Hagenson. We're set to go for Dash TLAB. Round number 2 in less than 5. Off and rolling. Phil Merrick from the pole here is trying to get away early. Oh, Brett gets it caught up. He goes to the back of the train, and already Jake McKee up to 3rd. Gets on the boost button down the straight and goes to 2nd. I think he scared Shane Norman out of the way as well. Came up closing onto his rear bumper. So Merrick, your leader. McKee's already used one of his boost allocations. Oh, Merrick out of shape at the tee. Tags him in the rear bumper. Merrick looks to the inside, coming onto the Yokomo back straight. And down the line, neither of them choosing to use the boost this time by. Norman gets the advantage. He closes up behind him in 3rd. Jumps a couple of the curves. Coming into the KWR chicane and down the smoking front straight. Norman a little bit out of shape here. But it's Merrick and McKee. Whoa, getting a bit of a touch-up. Coming onto the back straight. And Merrick this time hits the boost button, but just about fires it into the fence off the back straight. Who got caught up at turn 1? Oh, no. It's all laughs and all fun here with TLAB. And Stephen Hagenson getting a bit caught up there. Check out this battle for the race lead, though. Merrick and McKee. I think it's 1 apiece for boost usage now. Are we still on 3 by 10 seconds? I think we might be. I think it's only been 1 apiece from each of them so far. So they're keeping a little bit in the back pocket right now. 1:30 down, 3:30 to go. Oh, it's getting close here down the back straight. It's a cat and mouse game. It's who wants to push the button at what time. Every time they hit that back straight, you wonder. But when they top out at the restrictions of a 17.5 control motor fixed at 3.8 to 1 FDR, they can only do so much as they come onto the Yokomo back straight again. This time by glued together, but McKee gets a little bit of an advantage. He goes to the pole. Gets the move done. They were side by side off the back stretch. Stephen coming up to go a lap down to your leaders. Thank you, Stephen. And Jake McKee, your round 1 winner. Back to the point now. Looking to get it done here at round 2. Merrick is going to go and try and push the button. No, McKee uses the button this time. 20.6 hot lap from Jake McKee on the boost button. And he gets a bit of the advantage into the next lap as well. I think he's found the right time to use the button. When you get onto the straight, you'll get boost coming into the midfield as well. He's opened up the gap now as they hit the back stretch. The next lap after they use boost, they look so slow after they've used the boost button. That time by 21.2 there for Jake McKee. Phil Merrick to a 21.3, his personal best of the race. Onto the back straight. 2 minutes to go here. Merrick needs to get a move on if he wants to close up this margin. It's 1.7 the previous lap. Now out to 2.9, the gap between them. Shane Norman into 3rd here. Brett Wilson to P4. Stephen Hagenson going to go P5 here in this round. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing for him in Dash TLAB. Getting back to the point and leading this one out by a convincing margin now. 3.5 seconds the gap. We need another 5 cars on track. One minute to go here. McKee now out. 3.3 seconds the gap. Just creeping his way onto the smoking front straight. Hagginson upside down. And Norman has completely ripped the body open. The whole left-hand side of the body shell has come off. It looks like it's right on the painter's cut line. Fires it into the fence in the midfield as well. Going to have a big air dam effect going down the straight. And it's going to have Shane pulling into pit row. And he will be out of this one. With just under 10 seconds to go, McKee going to come down the line. He's going to get the extra lap across. With 5 seconds to go, Phil Merrick is going to try and do it. Yes, he does. He still gets through. No, he doesn't. He's out. Phil Merrick is done, so it's a victory lap for Jake McKee from the back to the front to make it 2 out of 2 here in Dash TLAB. Put your hands together for Jake McKee getting the win here in TLAB round 2. Phil Merrick home in second. Brett Wilson gets third at the expense of Shane Norman and Stephen Hagginson, who both DNF here in race 2. So we're going to keep this pattern going here, and the next race we're going to start Jake on the exit of the chicane. He's still going to go to the back, but we're going to give everyone else a bit more of a chance. We're going to push him all the way to the back of the bus for the next round. Right, up next, Formula One. Formula One, Group 1 here for qualifying round 2. Tony's going to do an interview. Oh, if he finds his interviewee. Phil Merrick, get yourself in front of the driver's stand to talk to Tony. And we'll be back with F1 in just a minute.
Transponder 8193095573974. Transponder 2078667.
Phil Merrick, nice run there, taking P2 in the Dash TLAB class. Yeah, tell us a bit about the class and how much fun you're having today.
It's a whole lot of fun. It's a whole new experience. Having that extra power come in 3 times during the run. Biggest problem is trying to find the trigger to hit the turbo at the right time. Otherwise, you'll send it into the wall. Probably not a good way, but a whole lot of fun. Really looking forward to the next one.
What's been your strategy in terms of deployment? When are you using those 3 hits of boost?
Pretty much coming onto the straights and around the hairpin, trying to time it there, but I said I kept on missing the button, so I've got to work on that for the next one.
Is there a different spot on the radio that you can program it to, or do you need a helper up there on the stand?
I think with these modern radios, there's a button for everything, so I just got to find the right combination that feels comfortable when you're actually up on the driver's stand.
And you're a bit of a gadget man behind the scenes. Just tell us what some of the projects you work on in between racing.
I've got a couple of secret ones in the works at the moment, but the F1 lights are doing really well. The FDR checker goes all right. The compact capacitors, the polarity-free ones, also doing well. And I've got a couple of other skunkwork projects on the go.
Yeah, we love following along. So, yeah, good job with all that, and best of luck in the next race.
Excellent. Thanks, Tony.
All right, drivers, if you want to line them up on the back straight this time, please. Line them up on the back straight. We'll get this one underway. Okay. Go, Jeff. Jeff. David. Brent. Ian. Leon. Mark. Ian. And Andrew. Caution. Ooh. This is heat 1 of F1. Round 2 of qualifying underway. Once again, another big shout out to everyone watching along on the stream, the live broadcast. Hope you enjoyed the action, cheering on your favourite driver. Trouble early for Leon, brings it into the pit lane. Looks like it might be a radio adjustment. No intervention needed by the pit crew. Maybe just giving himself a voluntary stop-go penalty. Having too much fun. Once again, Jeff Mackie, top of the timesheets, hot lap of the race, 21.829. David Reston sitting in the 2 spot, followed by Brent Love, our concourse winner. Ian Webber sitting in 4, Andrew Curlis 5, Mark Norman in 6, Ian Turner 7, and Laughing Leon Phillips in 8. We're riding along with Brent Love through the X-ray hairpin onto the back straight. Awesome liveries done on that F1 car based on the sponsorship with his name, believe it or not, Brent Love. And you couldn't believe it when an F1 car had Love as a sponsor. It was meant to be. You did hear my voice. Hi, Alex. Exciting format we've got for F1 today, running a bit of a mini endurance bump-up format. So these drivers will qualify top 7, will go straight into the main. And then the other drivers will bump up. A 15-minute final. We'll be waiting for our A finalists. Andrew Curl is finding some pace. New hot lap PB for him, 25.2. We're riding along with the Vodafone livery down the Yokomo back straight. Ian Webber behind the wheel of that one. So helpful when drivers put a number sticker on their car. I love it, Ian. Thank you for doing that. No change up front. Still Jeff Mackie leading. David Reston in 2. Brent Love 3. Ian Webber 4. Andrew Curlis in 5. Ian Turner in 6. Mark Norman in 7, just under the bridge. Through the centre chicane. Jeff Mackie having a lot of fun in the rental ride today. Ross Lalic, always very generous, offering up people to have a steer of his F1 cars. The drivers always have plenty of fun behind the wheel. And Jeffrey showing it's a quick machine, although Jeffrey can drive anything fast. You could give him Lexi's 10-year-old V1S3 and I reckon he'd put it on TQ. Oh, Ian Turner a little bit slimy after the bridge. Oh, the grass. Time winding down. Couple of cars just to finish. Just waiting on Mark. All cars done. Everybody has finished. Jeffrey Mackie sitting at the top there. 14 laps in 5:05. Hot lap 21.3. David Reston 2. Brent Love 3. F1. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Let's keep this show going. We'll need to hustle a little bit. Try and make a bit of time if we can. So make sure that we go. So F1 Group 2. Track is yours. Track is open for race 6, Group 2 of F1. Drivers in this race, Rick Semo, Greg Brooks, Brendan George, Cameron Kendall, Anthony Bryant, Anthony Wasson, Ross Lalic, and Tim Duggan. Need our drivers from the last race out to Marshall, please. Let's just try and hustle a little bit if we can, please, drivers. Let's get things rolling through a little bit quicker. I don't want to miss out on the brisket boys tonight. Sure, everybody be hungry and keen to get there. All right, let's line them up on the back straight this time. Let's get this show on the road. So Rick Semo will be first away. Line them up on the back straight, please. So Rick, Greg, Brendan, Cameron, and Anthony will be the first 5 away. That's Anthony Bryant. All right, drivers, what's your cars? Go Rick, Greg, Brendan, Cameron, Anthony, Ross, and Tim. We're following our race leader at the moment, Greg Brooks, in the McLaren livery. The old McLaren. Everyone's favourite McLaren livery. Pretty tight battle in round 1 of qualifying between Greg and Cameron. Cameron sitting in P2 at the moment. Brendan George in 3. Drivers in the next race, GTE Group 1. Race 7 drivers in GTE. Can you be getting ready, please? Your race is up next. Rick Sebo, overall TQ for round 1 through the KWR chicane. Oh, commentator's curse. Bins it. Sorry, Rick. Sorry, not sorry. We got Rick and Brandon following down Kato. Looking at the projected merge results, Jeffrey Mackie holding on at the moment to the TQ spot. Cameron Kendall's gone to the top of this group by a narrow margin. 2 seconds ahead of Greg. Cameron always has good tyre strategy, manages his rubber well, always has good pace towards the end of the run. Setting a new hot lap there, 21.2. Yeah. Cameron Kendall running his traditional blue colour scheme. Pretty easy to spot camshaft. All his cars are blue. Down the smoke of straightaway. Cameron Kendall, new hot lap of the race, 21.233. Certainly got it working well now with just seconds remaining in this run. This might be his last lap. All cars are done. Everybody's done. Cameron Kendall taking the win in that group. And TQ overall for round 2. Give it up for Camshaft. Greg Brooks is going to take a 2 in this one, putting in 3rd overall. Jeffrey Mackie for the previous group hanging on to 2nd overall. GTE drivers, you should be good to go. Let's get a quick changeover. Track is yours. F1 drivers, if you just dump your cars at the scrutineering table and head straight out to Marshall, we need to just get the changeovers happening a little bit quicker, please. So GTE Group 2, you can start getting ready.
We are set to go for GTE. Let's park them up on the back straight. Park them up on the back straight. F1 guys, out to Marshall, please. We've got everyone for F1. Formula. It's dangerous watching more of these racing here because I want to buy an F1 now. All right, starting order is Michael, Ian, John, Steve, and Clinton. That's Michael, Ian, John, Steve, and Clinton. We're set to go. GTE Group 1 in less than 5. Go John. Go Steve. And go Clinton. We are underway. Group 1 for GTE here in qualifying round number 2. The 2023 PDNR Winter Champs on this beautiful Saturday morning. As Tony said before, we are running a little bit longer in these heats than we want to be. So if we can get everyone to be a little bit quicker on getting ready for each round and a little bit quicker in packing them away, we can turn these races around a little sooner and try and close up a little bit of time throughout the day. First minute down and 4 minutes to go. Steve Valletta getting underway. Steve and I having a chat here before he got underway with this race. One of the veterans of the club and of the sport here in New South Wales. Steve was around before GTE even existed. Caution on the back straight. Marshall back straight. Caution, 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 caution. Go wide on the back straight. Go wide on the back straight. All clear. All right, that was risky for Steve there. All good. So Steve leading the way. Michael Turner in a second. Turner rocking the EP here. In a joint drive, having a bit of fun. Clinton McKenzie into third here. Ian Turner in fourth. John Lippis rounding out your 5 on track. That's 2 minutes down, 3 to go. 2 down, 3 to go. Quick lap of the race from Michael Turner, 19.7. With these GT vehicles proving plenty of fun. John Lippis must have the drift tyres on that thing because that has gone backwards through the middle of the track. We caught that too, didn't we? We absolutely got that as Michael Turner got past him. Steve Valletta still leading the way. 1.5 seconds the margin here as Turner brings it down the Yokomo back straight underneath the Speedy RC bridge and up into the midsection of the racetrack into the KWR chicane. There's a problem for Steve. We just picked up on Steve on stream and he comes to a stop. The EP is not liking him today. Steve Valletta coming to a stop after the loop. Must have too much power in it. And at thermals or voltages. And cuts him out of this qualifier. That's 3 minutes down and 2 to go a moment ago. Michael Turner will assume the lead. Valletta will fall down the order. And Clinton McKenzie will go through for second. Last round, Clinton McKenzie didn't record after just 1 lap, so he's looking for a much better run here in qualifying round number 2. Michael Turner had a pretty solid run. That gave him P4 for the round. That was a 15.510. He's on track at the moment for a 15.508 for Michael with 1 minute to go. Michael out of the teardrop and heading towards the X-ray hairpin. Looking to try and improve a little bit. A 5.08 would have still kept him in 4th from round 1. He had about 5 seconds to chase from the back of Anthony Wasson, who's in the second group coming up in a minute. So group 2 for GTE. You guys are up next. John Lippis still backwards through that centre section. That car looks how my touring car felt yesterday in practice, and that was a fun time. I'm sure I'll have it sorted for tomorrow, I hope. 20 seconds left on the clock. Turner still circulating. He's just lost a bit of time, just dipped into a 15.509 predicted, but he's the only one looking at a fifth just a moment. All right, that is time. Keep him going to your call to finish. John is done. Michael is done. Still live. Don't go anywhere. Just waiting on Ian to finish up. And that's everybody done. Michael Turner getting the win. 15.509.3. That's an improvement from round one a little bit earlier. He gets the job done here in Group 1. Let's get those cars put away. Just put them right on the table next to race control. And we'll get underway with Group 2 in a moment. Go straight into them. Take a break, mate. It's a marathon, not a sprint. All right, we are on track for GTE Group 2. GTE Group 2 coming up. Current TQ time to beat was Michael Turner with a 15.509 is the time to beat. All right, starting order is Cameron, Ross, Anthony, Tim, Cornell, and Stephen Thorncraft. All right, Anthony. Go Corn Dog. And go Stephen. All right, everyone get underway. Corn Dog really ropping the Pusey livery this time. I'm going to call him Stephen Puce for this one. Everyone getting off and rolling here for Group 2 of GTE. Michael Turner has the current round TQ 15.509.4. That's the time to beat. Your round one top qualifier, Cameron Kendall, ran a 16 lapper. He's looking to try and lock it up in 2 straight runs here. Anthony Wasson and Ross Lalic both ran 3 and 2 respectively in the first round. They're running together on the racetrack right now, so Anthony and Ross just work together, guys. Just working together around the racetrack. That's good work there. Same goes for Tim and Stephen Cornell. Oh, sorry, Stephen Puce. Watching on with Anthony Wasson. Down the Yokomo back straight. Underneath the Speedy RC bridge now, making his way towards the KWR chicane. Oh, Corn Dog and Tim. Come on, guys. Work together. Don't fight over it. It's qualifying. As Wasson underneath the Speedy RC bridge. That time by his hot lap of the race. A 19.5 for Anthony. He's second in this run, looking to go on P2 for the round so far. Down the Smoker main straight. Around the teardrop to the X-ray hairpin. Get some rotation out of the thing. And down the Yokomo back straight to unleash a bit of 4S of fury. Meanwhile, Cameron Kendall, your leader. There's 2 John Puces on the racetrack here. As Kendall down the Yokomo back stretch. 18.778. Hot lap of the race here from Kendall, your round one top qualifier here in GTE. Still watching on with Anthony Wasson, though, in the all-green machine. He holds 6 seconds over Ross Lalic back there in second. So Wasson down the Yokomo back straight, using every inch of the racetrack very wisely. A bit sideways coming off the Speedy RC loop. And now onto the Smoke'em front straight. Got that thing squatting to create some rear traction off the corners. Picking up now with Ross Lalic coming down the Yokomo back straight. He's got the McLaren livery on. Rocking a bit of Oscar Piastri in the modern era. Which is ironic because it's the body shell's derived off of a Ferrari shape as he comes into the X-ray hairpin. And onto the Yokomo back straight. Ross currently dropping down to P4 as Corndog displaces him to P3. So Cornell having a good run here. Stephen Cornell was P6 in round one as he just drops his best lap of the race as we pick up on the race leader now. Cameron Kendall with 1:15 to go. Kendall hot lapped again last time by 18.7. He's hot lapping at the end of the race. How good for this? Bit of Nitro touring car coming up next. 1/10 Nitro Tourer. You can start to see the little mosquitoes in the background revving up and getting fired up ahead of their next race. Nitro just seems to make things a little bit frantic as we continue on with your race leader, Cam Kendall. Last round was a 16.510. He's on for a 16.506. And Anthony Wasson is on track to be the only other driver to make a 16 lapper here in qualifying round number 2. 30 seconds to go. Kendall underneath the Speedy RC bridge just displaces Ross Lalic back in P4. Thank you, Ross, for letting him go. Unimpeded. I love it. And it would have been even better for Ross if he had the McLaren body on. What is it? The Biddy Design 720 body. That of which Steve Cornell are currently rocking. As he makes his way around the circuit here as we still follow along with Cameron Kendall running down the clock. That is time. Keep going till your name is called. Everybody's still going here. Keep going, keep going. Everyone's still going here. Cameron is done. Ross Lalic with the finish. How good. Everyone else still going. Steve Cornell is done now. As you hit the line, you will be done. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Anthony. And there is Tim to finish. That's everybody done. Your round 2 top qualifier. Locking out the overall TQ for GTE. Put your hands together for Cameron Kendall. Nitro Touring Car coming up next.
Anthony Wasson, nice run there. P2 in that group of GTE. Tell us a bit about that run.
Yeah, car's feeling really, really good at the moment. Probably a touch rotation, but after getting used to it for a bit, I've managed to use it. So, yeah, enjoying it so far. Pretty good.
You making many changes to the setup?
Nah, it's just pretty much the same setup. I run here every Tuesday night. So, nah, pretty much just running a bit of a slightly softer tyre. That's it.
Who you got helping you with the pit duties this weekend?
Pit duties, I got one of my friends from school, Alyssa's helping out, and then I got the Thomas family helping out with marshalling duties as well. So thanks to all of them.
Excellent, mate. Good job. Best of luck in the next one.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, good. Good job with Tony there, having a chat. We're on track with Nitro Tourer now. Just need everyone to check in. And just need a couple of guys to come out and marshal this one. Still need a couple more of our GTE guys to come out to Marshall, please. Come on, guys. Let's speed it up with these turnaround times. I know we all love a lazy Saturday at the racetrack, but we've got to do better. As it looks like Brayden Stanley found a mechanical issue in the warm-up. He's sprinting to the driver's stand to make the start, though. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Can I get a Marshall to go to 7 or 8, please? Marshall to 7 or 8. Of Nitro Tour. Your round 1 top qualifier, Tate Firth. He just made it onto the driver's stand in time to make the start here. He's looking to try and stop the charge of Tate Firth, but he's out of drive again. And he's rolling to a stop. And it looks like Brayden is DUN done here in qualifying round 2. He's walked down the stand, Tony. So Brayden Stanley not off to a good start here today. He flamed right at the end of round 1. Still managed to run second in the round. A mechanical here in round number 2 has him parked up on the sidelines here in qualifier 2. Tate Firth will assume the lead, coming up on a bit of traffic now. Thank you to Jake, letting your leader go by. Thank you, Brendan, for letting your leader go through. Tate Firth making his way down the Smoker RC main straight away. 18 GT is up next. 18 GT, you guys are next. Firth down the Yokomo back straight under the Speedy RC bridge. 18-2 there for Tate. Scotty Elliott into second place. Nathan Sanderson to third here. Lexi Firth doing a great job getting around the track by herself at the moment. She's got a nice bit of clean air for Lexi. Chris Newland in P4. Brennan George to P5. Then James White, Jake Edwards. Issues here for Clinton McKenzie and Brayden Stanley. Both of them out of this race. As I think that's Jake in for a bit of a touch of fuel here. Watching Tate on his way onto the Smoker RC main straight. 17-9 a moment ago for Tate. Tate just coming underneath a little bit more traffic here. Making his way into the KWR chicane. With 2:20 down, working past a little bit of traffic. He's got a 7-second lead, looking to try and lock up the overall TQ here for Nitro Tour for the Winter Champs. That time by 18-4 for Tate Firth as we hit the halfway point. .205 left in this race. 2 minutes and 5 left in the race. Good job, Lexi, letting them go by. Great job from Lexi Firth. She knows the score. She knows what she's doing out here as Brayden Stanley has rejoined the racetrack. He's looking to drop a couple of hot lap bombs at the end here to see if his car's actually working as intended. Oh, a bit of carnage at the X-ray hairpin. We're following along with Brayden Stanley in fluoro green. Looking a bit loose at the moment, a bit taily. And issues again. He's out again on the right-hand side of the track for Brayden. Yet to complete a full lap. As we follow along, 1 minute 15 left to go. Down the Yokomo back straight. Tip it into the first turn. Nathan Sanderson on screen at the moment. Into the KWR chicane. Making his way down. And we're now going back to Brendan George in the all-yellow machine. We'll follow along with George now, just getting past Lexi Firth. 40 seconds left to go. Overall standing is still Tate Firth out front from Scotty Elliott in second. From Nathan Sanderson, Chris Newland and Brendan George, your top 5. George just working his his way through a little bit more traffic here. 20 seconds left to go. Hot lap of the race from Tate Firth is a 17.8 for Tate. As we follow some more, James White working his way around the track here in the closing stages, as that is time. Keep going to your name to call to finish. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Nathan is done. Nathan Sanderson, you're done. Just jump out of the way for James, please, Nathan. Thank you, mate. Tate, you're done. Chris Newland, you're done. Jake Edwards is done. James White is done. Scotty Elliott is done. Lexi is done. Good job, Lexi. And Brendan George, did he run out of fuel? Oh, Brendan not getting to the finish. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Your overall top qualifier for Nitro Tour, Tate Firth.
We're here again with Tate Firth. Another TQ run for that one. Just tell us a bit about that race.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Made a few changes to the car, which made it a little bit easier to drive. Still a little bit taily, and need a bit more bite in the slow corners. But yeah, it felt much better.
Just tell us a bit more detail about specifically what you changed.
I changed the weight at the bottom of the car. It was all the way back, and I just moved it.
Oh, Tate's got to go do some pit duties. Fuel up. All right, so congratulations. That seals the deal for TQ. You get special car number stickers. You'll be running gold number 1 come the finals later this afternoon.
Thank you.
Sorry, Tony, I thought you were finished, so I transferred to the next race. No, I just chopped the live RC feed off the interview. All right, 45 seconds, 45 seconds. 30 seconds, drivers. Remember to get them fueled up before you start. And don't stop rolling, don't stop rolling. $15 seconds. And loop is live. The loop is live. We are underway for qualifying round 2 of 1/8 GT. Your round 1 top qualifier, Lachlan Pearson, looking to start off the account with a good run here to take the overall TQ. Everybody getting underway here for their first couple of flying laps. Rick Seymour off to a good start here. We follow along as we pick up a couple of cars. We're following Anthony Wasson. Now we change gear and we're going to pick him up. Rick Seymour coming down the Yokomo back straight. Watch it on the back straight. Caution on the back straight. Run it in. I think that's Russ Malice, is it? Oh no, Steve Valletta getting caught up. Steve with another problem. Oh, it's running. Okay. Who'll pick up Rick Seymour, currently leading the way. The white car with the orange through yellow fade on the sides. Oh no! Lockie Pearson and Anthony Wasson getting caught on each other. Lockie Pearson's got a body tuck. The yellow car has a body tuck if anyone's game to grab it when he stops. Lockie, stop it at Brayden. Stop it here, stop it here, stop it here. Brayden's got you. There you go. And Brayden Stanley, trying to be the good Samaritan, stood right in the front of Anthony Wasson's car in the middle of the corner. Take a bow, Brayden. So Rick Seymour is still your leader. We're following along. Catching up Lockie on camera right now. He was your round one top qualifier. Had to stop for a body tuck after getting caught up with Anthony Wasson. Down the smoke and front straight. Pearson now down to P5 as a result of that one. Rick Seymour currently on for the TQ here. As we cross the halfway point, it's going to come down to the third round decider. In qualifying as Cameron Kendall goes to second. Russ Malice having a good run. He's third right now. Lockie Pearson moving up to P4. Russ Malice setting his best lap of the race now. A 19.8 for Russ. Tim Duggan back to P5. Clinton McKenzie to 6. For Anthony Wasson down in 7. He was second in round 1. So Wasson not having a good run here for the second round of GT qualifying. Lockie Pearson out of the X-ray hairpin. Onto the Yokomo back straight. 1:45 left to go. Still P4. Still some solid points here for Lockie, as Rick Seymour continues to hold the lead by 1.1 seconds. Oh, Russ Malice, who was on track for his better qualifier of the day, breaks the rear wing off the car, flying off the track at the loop. And that's going to be Russ pretty much out of it. Shocker for Russ here, as we follow Rick Seymour, your current leader of this run, with the all-white. Oh, we're going to catch up at the loop as well. Cameron Kendall getting caught up. But Rick on track to take a round TQ. He was 5th in the first round after getting caught up. He only completed 11 laps of the run. In what ended up to be a race of attrition for the first round qualifier here for 1.8 GT. Short course truck, you guys are up next for round 3. Short course, you guys are next for round 3. 35 seconds to go here. Rick Seymour comes his way down towards the KWR chicane. Good bit of turn on this car, just looking nice and comfortable on track. Out of the teardrop and into the X-ray hairpin. Seymour's going to get the extra lap here. Might even get an extra one in hand across the line at the Speedy RC timing bridge. He leads away by 4.5 seconds over Cameron Kendall. Kendall had a 4 from round 1. So he's looking to improve here in the second round. Tim Duggan back to third as that is time. Keep going till your name is called. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, everybody. Clinton McKenzie is done. Cameron Kendall is done. Tim Duggan is done. Russ Malice and Anthony Wasson are done. Rick Seymour is finished. And Ross Lalic comes across the line to finish us off. That's everybody finished. your round 2 top qualifier and the only driver to make a 16-lap run, Rick Semo, gets it done in round 2 for 1/8 GT. All right, we're going to turn the track around for short course. We're going to get the jumps out. Let's get ready for short course to start round 3.
Rick Semo, nice run there, taking TQ round 2 of GT. Don't drop that. Yeah, tell us a bit about that run.
Wow, shaking like a leaf. Pressure's on. Really got to drive hard. Motor's still not quite right. Really fell off the end there. Yeah, happy. The first run was, diabolical. The car was just nowhere, and I don't know, found something and coming good. So yeah.
Did you have a problem? Yeah, just go back to the first run. Did you have a problem or something just wasn't right in the prep?
I don't know. I couldn't find it. I just sort of went over everything and just tweaked everything, and she was back to my old car, so it was good.
And you're running the GT Worlds later in the year. Just give us your thoughts on how excited you are about having a World Championships in your home country. Being
Able to sort of run hard with these guys, and then sort of with Michael on board now, like having a good pit crew is going to be gold. But just put yourself out there against the other people in the world and just sort of truly see where we're at here in Australia. So yeah, I'm going to love it.
It's going to be great fun. Best of luck in that, and good luck in round 3. You've taken it to a decider.
No worries. Awesome. Well, hopefully I can get TQ.
Good luck. Thanks.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennards Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event. To go, so we made up a bit of time. All right, we are set for short course truck. Got everyone set for a gate start here. Are we going to start 3 trucks glued together? How good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, come on out, light the fences. Let's get set for some short course truck action. Want to see you all banging on the boards and cheering on for the most ludicrous racing you will see here at PDNR for the 2023 Winter Champs short course. Are we happy with the marshals? Because this might be sketchy. We need more marshals. Oh, a false start. It had actually started, and you guys would have been good. But all right, come on, let's fix that for Mr. Ian Lewis. Thanks, mate. GT guys, you're meant to be out here marshalling. Come on, guys. Tim Duggan, Cameron Kendall, Ross Lalic, Ross Malice, Lockie Pearson, Rick Semo, Steve Valletta, Anthony Wasson, and Clinton McKenzie. I seem to still be missing 1 or 2. Thanks, Russ. All right. All right, we're actually going to go this time. Short course truck, round 3 in less than 5. Oh, good start there from Ian Lewis, but he absolutely made a meal of it on the first jump. He's going to go to the back of the bus. And it's going to be Scott Marks who gets the lead off the start here. Jumping it down the back straightaway right behind him. It's going to be Clinton McKenzie. So McKenzie in the hunt now. This is a pretty decent battle we had from these guys a little bit earlier. Checking out the current standings, qualifying points after 2 rounds, because this is heads-up racing for short course truck. Clinton McKenzie with a 2 and a 0. Ian Lewis with a 0 and a 3. Anthony Thomas third on points right now with a pair of 4s. Stephen Thorncraft up to third now. But it's Scott Marks and Clinton McKenzie fighting it out here as Clinton gets it all wrong, trying to cut the chicane and spins it on the front stretch. We got that on stream too. So Scott Marks leading the way down the back stretch, just being cautious on the back jump. Caution on the back jump, caution on the back jump. Watch it, Clinton. Yeah, thank you. Mia's hips and back will thank you for that. It is Mia back there, isn't it? Yes. Trying to clean him up. Clinton McKenzie still ripping the wheel stands on those jumps. As, the front jump has been knocked crooked. Watch it on the front jump because it's all sorts of catawampus right now. How good. Word of the day. Catawampus. It's better than saying cockeyed. Oh, whoops. Scott Marks leading the way from Clinton McKenzie in second. Ian Lewis back to third here. Stephen Thorncraft in a P4 from Anthony Thomas holding down a P5. But it's Scott Marks looking to take his first win of the day. He was second in the previous round after missing the first race of the day. Oh, no. Gotta love short course. We said we would get Tony Firth out for this one, but then all hell broke loose and we missed it. So we're going to make sure we get Tony out for round 4. Lexi and Tate, your job is to make sure Tony races the next round of short course. Otherwise, Lexi and Tate are going to do the 3-legged RC race. Lexi has the throttle, Tate has the steering. That's and Tony has to marshal while still running the stream for the Winter Champs. Scott Marks leading the way here. We follow him on camera at the moment. Just completely bypassing the KWR chicane. That's the short course truck line. That's what we let him do. Someone fixed the front jump, so they're not having too much trouble there now. Otherwise, I'll race it from the commentary spot, left-handed. So I'll do it with my chin. 1 of 5 of them. As Scott Marks leads away. Heading into the KWR chicane. Nice and smooth there for Scott Marks. Smoother than a jazz band riding a soap dish down the hill of a butter mountain. Scott Marks getting it done out front. Clint McKenzie holding on to second. Stephen Thorncraft into third. Ian Lewis back to P4 from Anthony Thomas in 5. Alex Marks, the junior, holding down P6 right now from Nicole Platts in P7. I love the camera directive in the background. See if you can pick up a squabble. Just point the camera anywhere on the track, and I think you're good. As, oh no, your leader getting taken out by a bit of lap traffic. We got that on stream too for Scott Marks. 105 left in this race. Marks down the back straight. I want to see someone absolutely send it off the back jump. Like, I don't want to see the tyres touch the ground until the Winter Champs sign. The second one. Clint McKenzie, I'm calling you out to absolutely send it off the back jump. As we're running down the clock, 45 seconds left on the big send on the back jump. Do we have a marshal back there ready to catch it? We don't either. I think Clinton was eyeing it off too. He gassed it up and then he slowed up when I said caution. Next lap, Clinton. 15 seconds to go. Running down the master clock. That is time. Finish a lap you're on. You will be done. Scott Marks has this one well and truly in the bag. McKenzie's going to send it off the back jump though, surely. We were ready for it and everything. Clinton McKenzie comes across the line in second. Everyone's racing it to the finish here. Stephen Thorncraft across the line for third. Ian Lewis comes home in fourth. And for the third different race, we have a different race winner. Scott Marks takes the win. Just gets smacked by Alex Marks right across the loop as well. As Rochelle Shields comes across the line to finish us off. That's everybody done for short course. We're going to pack the jumps away. Tony's going to have a chat. And we're going to be on in just a moment. Good job to the 12 Scout guys. Keeping an ear out and listening as well. Good to see people follow instructions. 12 Scout, 13.5, Group 1 is up next.
Scott Marks taking the win there in short course truck. Just tell us how much fun that is out there.
It's good fun. It's good fun. Very busy, very busy. You've just got to make sure that you stay smooth and try and stay out of all the drama. But yeah, no, it was good. The truck still handling all right, so haven't touched it since the last meeting.
That was about a year ago, right?
No, longer than that, this one, I think.
You were trying to dodge us earlier and you said you weren't going to win one so you could avoid the interview. Why did you change your mind?
I don't know, just the way it happened.
You wanted to show off your motor to everybody?
Pardon me?
You wanted to show off your new mo to everybody?
Something like that. It's making a return as well. Yeah.
What's the best thing about RC for you?
Well, look, my son and I, we do a lot of RC together, so it brings us, something we can do, and it's very good for the family and that sort of thing. So that's pretty much my motivation. A lot of work, especially running 2 short course trucks, but touring's tomorrow, so yeah, hopefully we don't break too much stuff, but we end up, as long as we come away with cars that run, we're happy.
Keep having fun, and yeah, thanks for the chat.
No worries, thanks mate, cheers.
All right, we are on for 12 scale 13.5. Let's get all of our short course guys out to Marshall. Thank you, Scott. Anything. So new transponder or no transponder? You better sprint. Because now we're holding up even further for Dan. Did you forget to plug it in? I don't know. Alright, don't listen to the tone, guys. We're being very kind for Dan here. Just get it plugged in, give it to the marshal, and we'll get the marshal to roll it under the line to check it real quick. It's definitely working. Well, the problem must be on your end because it's not coming through on my end. There we go. We got an unknown. All right. Dan's going to pump his little legs to get back up onto the drive. This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event. Kane. Surely I had enough short course guys to get one marshal. All right, we're walking down there now. Sorry, not 6 on the back straight, 5 in the middle at the chicane. I need the marshal at 5. All right, your starting order: Greg, Nathan, Dan, Christian, Scott, James, and Ray. Go Greg. Go Nathan. Go Dan. Christian. Scott. James. And Razab. All right, settle in, buckle up, get a cup of tea, and we're going off and racing for 12 scale 13.5, Group 1 for 8 minutes. Group 2, you guys are up next. We'll see if you guys can be just as organised as Group 1, with the exception of Dan, to get us underway here and try and keep us on target. We are still hoping to try and start finals by 1:15 today for the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs. With a massive thank you to Campbelltown Hobbies for being our major broadcast partner, as well as Psychology Services New South Wales for helping have me across the sandbox to join us this weekend. And for our supporting broadcast partners, Brisket Boys and Mark 1. Mark 1 for all of your racing accessories and needs, and Brisket Boys for the lovely dinner we're going to be eating at tonight. If you're feeling free to come and hang out with us this evening for a great Saturday social evening here for the Winter Champs, we're going to Brisket Boys for dinner tonight. I think we're going there around 6-ish. The ish varies depending on how the rest of today's go. Big thanks to Karma being our driver stand sponsor. The lovely big pink stickers on the Karma driver stand. Speedy RC bringing us our timing loop and bridge. Blake Bearings bringing us Blake Bearings race control. Is that where I'm hanging out? Or is that where the cameras are hanging out? Oh, so I'm in Blake Bearings race control. Okay. J-Spec stickers bringing us the J-Spec stickers station. We'll be dishing out all the car numbers for finals later on today. Smokem RC bringing us the Smokem pit straight. Yokomo bringing us the back straight. X-Ray bringing us the hairpin. And KWR Engineering bringing us the chicane in the middle of the racetrack. Yes, that chicane that we saw all the short course guys cutting off. Yep, that's the one. Big thanks also to Kennards Hire and Penrith City Council for proudly supporting the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs. We're 2.5 minutes into this one. That's a great way to make up some time inside a 12-scale race. Greg Brooks leading the way. Nathan Tanti into second. This might need a few more sponsors to try and cover the extra time in a 12-scale race. It's all love for 12-scale, I promise. We do love you guys. Greg Brooks, currently your overall top qualifier. We're looking to try and see if he can lock it up here in round number 3, or will we see a third different winner emerge here from this round? Nathan Tanti currently second on points, second on the racetrack as well. 2.5 seconds off the back of Greg Brooks in the lead. Christian Searle, third on the racetrack. He's 5th on points with a 4 and a 7. Looking for his best result so far today. Ray Zarb having a good run as well. Ray 4th on the racetrack from Scott Hill, and James Turner in 5 and 6. We're coming up to the halfway point here for 12 scale 13.5. Group 1 here in qualifying round 3 of the PDNR Winter Champs. Things have started heating up as the sun has come out and been warming up the track all morning. And so warming up my race control box here as well. Even got to turn the heater off for a moment. Shout out to our camera guys, because he doesn't have a heater. He just stands in the windbreak in the cold. Crossing the halfway point. 4 minutes down, 4 minutes to go. Brooks with a hot lap, 19.7. His best lap of the race. He's got 2.2 seconds over Nathan Tanti. Brooks currently looking at a 24.801. He's just flirting. Just on the outside looking in from a 25 lapper. The TQ time that he set from round 2 earlier was a 24.804. Round 1 was a 24.816, so he's looking good right now. Tanti looking at his best run of the day so far. It's a 24.805 predicted so far for Nathan. Christian Searle currently holding down that third spot, looking for a 24.816. A little bit slower than he ran in round 2 for Christian. And even then, that only gave him 7th for that round. So Christian, while looking good so far, a little bit slower than the previous round, needs to try and tighten things up with 3 minutes to go. 3 to go. 2 minutes and Greg Brooks holding down this lead right now with a 2-second advantage. Down the back straight, yellow, orange, blue. So Tanti picking up the pace at the moment, trying to chase him down, but we follow Greg Brooks on screen at the moment. For all of our friends watching live on PDNR Winter Champs. Cut out again. Watching via Facebook, YouTube, or on Live RC, pdnr.liverc.com. It's also the place you can go watch all of the results from the day. You can find out who's hot and who's not for day one of the Winter Champs. EP Day tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun. And, of course, the Saturday night social dinner at Brisket Boys tonight. Going to be plenty of fun as well. 1 minute 30 left on the clock here. Nathan Tanti is closing the gap little by little, bit by bit. Last time by 20.1. Brooks actually pulled a tiny bit out on him. 20.07 last time out for Brooks. Kristen Searle further behind in P3 from Zarb, Hill, and Turner. Issue for Dan Ma. He stopped recording after one lap. I probably should have told him after that lap too, but I waited 6 minutes for it. So, issues for Dan. He recorded one. There's 40 seconds left on the clock here. Greg Brooks looking to try and have a hope of grabbing the overall TQ here. He did this in the previous round and just snuck through at the end of the second group as they slowed up. His hot lap at a 19.7 is averaged at the moment at 20.1. Tanti hot lapping at a 19.8 and averaging at 20.2. There's a 2-second margin between them on the racetrack at the moment as Brooks just uses the inside curbing after the Speedy RC timing bridge to try and turn the car. 1.8 seconds the margin now as we're running down the clock to the final couple of seconds. That is time. Keep going till your name is called to finish, everybody. And Greg is done. Nathan is done. James, Ray, and Scott, you're done. Just waiting on Christian. Christian's going to be the last car to finish. And I'm sorry, Dan, you recorded 1 3-minute lap and 1 3-minute 43 lap. You got 2 laps recorded out of that whole race. I don't know why. It didn't get the last one. Your predicted time is 3 laps, 10 minutes, 9. Yeah.
Greg Brooks, nice job there, taking the win in that group of 12 scale. Let's tell us a bit about that run.
Yeah, all pretty clean, not too many mistakes, and my favourite class, 12 scale, because it's all about consistency, and that's what I like to do. I'm not always the quickest, but normally in there all the same. So, yeah.
You've been racing RC quite a while, probably back to the days where batteries were the important part of 12 scale, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. It's great to have something that you're not worrying too much about the battery anymore. You used to have to conserve battery as well as being consistent in the old days, but now it's just hammer down. So, yeah.
And what keeps bringing you back to RC? What do you love most?
Oh, I just love the camaraderie, other races, but it's just to challenge yourself. It's just every time I go racing, I just want to go better. So it's just there, really.
Anyone might be watching the stream, you want to give a shout out to anyone? Cheering you on?
Just the wife and the kids at home, yeah, all good. Thank you.
Nice job. Good luck in the next one.
Yeah.
All right, we are on track with 12 Scar 13.5. Group 2. Group 2 on track. Shout out to any of the spectators hanging around. If you're watching on, you're more than welcome to come poke around the pits, talk to the drivers, check out the cars, have a little bit of a sticky beak, and ask any questions if you'd like to be part of the awesome hobby of RC car racing. And if you want more information, you can check us out on Facebook and online, pdnr.org.au or PDNR on Facebook, Penrith District Nitro Racing. Scott Ma, I don't have a check-in from you, mate. And Daryl Thorncraft, I don't have a check-in from you either. Yeah, that worked now. And that worked for Daryl too, so good to go. All right, let's get those cars to the back straight. Just do it again, Daryl. Ah. All right, starting order: Alex, David, Scott, Leon, Daryl, Mark. Go Alex. Go David. And go Scott. Go Leon. Go Daryl. And go Mark. All right, we are off and rolling here. Group 2 for 12 scale. 13.5. Tony Firth is floating around on the inside of the fencing that bounds our track. He's got a couple of big thumbs up, thumbs down. Thanks to Toyo Tires. Handing those out to some of the fans. So give us a thumbs up if you like the racing. That's the way. Thumbs up, I love it. And if you're so inclined, if you think someone's doing absolutely slightly worse than they should be, give us a thumbs down. Thumbs up if you love RC cars. I like the young girl on the back straight had the thumbs down, and then she flipped them real quick. I love it. We're getting rolling here. TLAB is up next. Dash TLAB class coming up in a couple of minutes. We're going to put the boost down. And at the very back, that's James McKee, is going to start at the very back of the bus. Like, he's going to start on the midpoint of the corner prior to the grid. We're going to try and make life a little bit harder for him. Just like in your work environment where you if you do your job well enough, you get given someone else's work to do. If you win enough, we're going to make it worse for you and make it harder. As we're rolling through, 2 minutes down, 6 to go here for 12 scale 13.5 Group 2 on track. David Reston at the moment. The predictive time, 25 laps, but it is uber close. There is a grand total of 2.5 tenths of a second, less than that now, 2 tenths of a second, covering 3 cars. David Reston, Mark Wallin, and Alex Brown. David Reston looking at his absolute best run of the day. If he does this, he will go into 3 points and take 2nd overall in qualifying. And Greg Brooks would be your top qualifier. I'm doing the very quick mental math right there. Mark Wallin on for his best run of the day. Mark, I think he's yet to actually finish a full run. He was 9th in round 1, 13th in round 2. He's currently looking at P2 for the round. For Mark Wallin, and now Alex Brown goes to the top. Still going to do all the calculation for the points from round 1 of 12 scale yet. So that's going to make my life really fun in about half an hour's time. And Mark Wallin climbing to the top of the pops now. He's looking really good in this 3rd round of racing. David Reston into the 3 spot. Scott Ma to P4. From Leon Phillips in P5 and Daryl Thorncraft P6 on the road right now. Wallin and Brown, the only two staring down the barrel of a 25-lap run. David Reston, further back, he's just knocking on the door. He's on 24.800. As we follow David Reston and Leon Phillips coming into the KWR chicane. I think we're following David at the moment, who's third on the racetrack. Bit of purple with the lane flake through it, rocking on the body. And our cameraman following the car, despite not being able to see it properly. He's been staring at 8-scale GT cars for too long. Like that optical illusion where you stare at the dots and then they all disappear. Stare at the big cars and the little ones disappear into thin air. So Reston's holding on to second now. He's picked up the pace and he's fallen off the 25 laps. In fact, everyone's fallen off the 25 laps as the times continue to slow throughout the course of this run. They start off really fast, and then as the motors heat up and the battery voltage comes down and the tyres start to lose their stiction, yes, that's a word, the times do start to slow throughout the course of an 8-minute heat. Tony's still getting around with more of the Toyo tyres thumbs. As we follow on now, Scott Marr down the Smoking Front straight. The white and blue rocking some yellow Yokomo wheels. I think they're a bit of a rarity these days. People still rock the Yokomo wheels. As he comes across the line, Scott Marr. 0.8 of a second off the back of David Reston for P2 in this run. And looking at currently going P5 for the round. Alex Brown is looking at trying to take a TQ here in round 3. And from my recollection on mental math, he was effectively your round 1 top qualifier. We've got to sort that out yet with the points after some operator error on the guy working the computer. Brown out front by 2 seconds over David Reston at the moment. So Scott Marr still holding on to second at the moment on screen. Alex Brown going to the top now. 2.3 seconds to gap. Brown looking to try and knock out the overall TQ for the round, but Greg Brooks, we're looking to try and challenge that because the times are slowing and there's only 1.13 tenths of a second separating 1 and 2 on overall time for the round. Alex Brown in the all-white car making his way around onto the Yokomo back straight. We still follow with Scott Marr right now. We'll pick up with Brown here inside the final minute. As Brown coming out of the KWR chicane onto the Smoking Front straight. 40 seconds to go here for Brown, and he's dropped off. He's gone to a 24.803. Greg Brooks is looking to throw it all down as he currently sits as your provisional top qualifier overall. 25 seconds to go. Coming out of the first group of 12.13.5. Brown doing everything he can, but he just slows so much in the back end of the race. He's got crazy pace at the start of the race, hot lapping at a 19.3. Brooks was only hot lapping at a 19.7. But Brown just slows in the closing stages and starts to lose out. That is time. Keep going till your name is called, drivers. Everyone's still going right now. Alex Brown is done. Alex, you're done. David Reston is done. Scott Marr is done. Everyone else will finish when you hit the line. We're just waiting on Leon to finish up. And that's everybody finish. How about it? Alex Brown gets a win here in Group 2, but your third round TQ and overall top qualifier, Greg Brooks.
Alex Brown, nice run there. Topping out that group of 12th scale. Just fell short by the smallest of margins on TQ for the round. But tell us about that race.
Yeah, it was really good. Just trying to not make any mistakes. I wasn't too worried about going for TQ because my car, the way it's set up, I don't know, just does drop off a bit towards the end. But yeah, I was really happy. It was good to put. Every round today's been good, so I've been super happy.
The 12 scales run foam tyres. Can you tell people, is there much of a difference in the balance of the car through that 8-minute run?
I don't find a difference in the balance. I don't know if maybe just the overall grip drops off a bit as you kind of wear through the additive maybe. So I find it just a bit slipperier. I can't quite hold the line as tight, but yeah, my car, the balance is fine.
Anyone you want to thank or give a quick shout out to?
Yeah, just hi to anyone back in Canberra who's watching. Guys should have come up. It's an awesome day. Maybe some of them will be here tomorrow, and yeah, just thanks to the club for running such a great event every year.
Thank you very much for coming, and good luck at the next one.
No worries, thanks very much.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennards Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event. Dash TLAB coming up next. Let's get those 12th guys out to Marshall. Sorry, guys, just trying to take care of a minor issue. Can we get all our marshals in? Looks like we got most of them. So, Jake McKee, yep, you're going to start back there. Brett Wilson is going to be on the pole for this one. Stephen Hagenson from 2. Phil Merrick from 3. Shane Norman from 4. And Jake McKee going to start last Thursday. All right, Dash TLAB, something special we're bringing to the Winter Champs. Control electronics with an optional 3rd channel push-to-punt button coming off the radios. They get 30 seconds total of boost. Are we still set to 3x10? Still 3x10 for everyone. So they get 3 push-to-pass buttons to use throughout this 6-minute race. Use the power wisely. All right, we're going Dash TLAB racing in less than 5. Off and rolling here. Brett Wilson going to lead him out for this opening lap here of Dash TLAB. Jake McKee starting all the way from the back of the bus as your round winner so far. Oh, Hagenson going for the big use. He got the turbo and then got turned on the nose of Phil Merrick. He bounced off of every wall and somehow didn't get hit by the rest of the cars. But he's done everything. He's hit everything except the ambulance at that rate. He's gone to the back of the bus here. Phil Merrick up to 2nd. Jake McKee already right in the thick of it into 4th. But he doesn't want to use his boost. He gets up the inside of Shane Norman on the way towards the chicane. So McKee up to 3rd now. Brett Wilson already getting away from the front. I think he's trying to utilize a bit of the boost already. He's used the boost, hasn't he? So Wilson's used 1 boost. Has McKee used 1 yet? I don't think he has. What about Phil Merrick? So you only get 3 uses of the boost button the way these cars are being configured right now. The Dash TLAB, an optional program from AI Dash powered electronics. An extra module you can use. It lights up with a little LED inside the body of the cars, or Jake. Now, how's this for sportsmanship? Jake McKee turns over Phil Merrick and then waits for him. That's good sportsmanship. That's going to hand the lead to Brett Wilson by a huge margin. And we've got an issue for Phil Merrick. The battery's out of the car at the chicane. A shocker there for Phil, unfortunately. With 6 rounds of heads-up racing for your Dash TLAB class today, this is the 3rd round of the day. Currently, Jake McKee won the first 2. Phil Merrick was 2nd and 3rd. So was Brett Wilson, who drew himself a pole start here for this 3rd round of racing. And as a result, if he wins this one, Brett Wilson's going to go to the back of the bus for round 4 coming up later today. That's the rule I made up just now. Shane Norman will go to 2nd. He's so far had a pair of 4ths, including a DNF in the 2nd round of racing. Dan Maher, if you want to come to race control, I've got some paperwork for you. And a challenge, should you choose to accept it. Rocking it down. 2 minutes to go here in Dash TLAB round 3 for the day. Brett Wilson, Gorn, gone out front. 10 seconds to margin back to Jake McKee in 2nd. So Wilson in the fuchsia, pink, orange, whatever it is. Papaya, is it almost? Who cares? He's leading the race by a huge margin at the moment. From McKee back there in 2nd. He started all the way down the back of the bus. And got caught in an altercation with Phil Merrick, but still holds on to 2nd. Merrick, unfortunately, went down to the back after the battery came out of the car. Shane Norman into 3rd. Stephen Hagginson into 4th at the moment with 1:20 left on the clock. Big thanks to Hearns Hobbies and Dash hooking us up and helping us out with these TLAB products. It's a control speed control, a control motor, and the controlled 3rd channel module available for the TLAB product. And TLAB is an acronym, stands for Time Limit Activation Boost. Allows these cars to have the push to pass, as we talked about it, as we saw from Phil Merrick there, just having a bit of fun down the main straight. Brett Wilson's having an awfully quiet race. He's even been awfully quiet on the driver's stand. He's got laser focus right now. As I think Hagginson's been broken. As Phil Merrick and Hagginson got a bit caught up there at the chicane. And Hagginson, unfortunately, going to be out of the race. He's parked up on the infield. 20 seconds left to go for Brett Wilson, who got given the huge gift to lead away from the start, and is absolutely maximized on that. Jake McKee's tried his best to close down the margin as we're running down the final couple of seconds. Wilson gets through for an extra lap. Jake McKee coming down the line is going to miss out on the extra. McKee comes across the line for P2. And Brett Wilson gets himself a victory lap. And Phil Merrick's battery came out of the car again. He's going to record the L. Shane Norman comes across the line for P3 here. Here's his best result of the day, as Brett Wilson takes the win here for round 3 of Dash TLAB. Nicely done for Brett. And I think we might introduce a rule. If Jake McKee's proven that quick, that next round we might just turn off his push to pass altogether and just make him still start from the back too. He can start with Brett. So congratulations to Brett Wilson getting it done here in round 3 of the Dash TLAB class.
Transponder 55731.
Brett Wilson, nice run there, mate. Taking advantage of your starting position. Thank you. Take the way in the third round of TLAB. Just, tell us a little bit about it and how much fun you're having.
This is such a blast. Just being able to time it, I think there's a little bit of strategy involved. Only having 3 10-second spurts of speed. Really got to choose your timing to use. I thought since I started out in first, I got a bit of clean air. I'll push it once. And then for the other 2, I couldn't find the button again. So thankfully I pulled out a lead. Yeah, but it's been fantastic. Everyone's having a load of fun. It's good. Good to see.
Yeah, it's sort of a new class that's run overseas, but yeah, the concept of it's really cool. I just heard they introduced a rule, maybe the leader's not allowed to use it. Does that change your strategy for the next one?
Yeah, heaps. I'll have to try something different this time. I'll take a few more curbs. I'm not sure.
Thanks, mate. Good to see you having fun. Thanks for covering and supporting the event, and thanks for the chat.
No worries. Thank you so much. Thanks, mate.
So excited. I'm actually to everything.
Devouring it. We're about to go back for second.
As a vegetarian, I got quite a few of the salads, which are phenomenal.
It's beer and meat. Seriously, can't get any better than that.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event. All right, Mark Norman not in this race? No, yes, no? No? And we've got another car broken already? We're good, bad, or indifferent? Can I get a couple of volunteer marshals to help fill in as well? I've got like 4 people out here from TLAB, but I need some help to marshal these F1 cars. Chop, chop, if I can get a couple of people to help out, please. We're going to go racing for F1. Qualifying round 3, Group 1. It's Jeffrey, David, Brent, Ian, Andrew, then Ian Turner, Mark, and Leon. Jeffrey, David, Brent, Ian Webber, Andrew, Ian Turner, Mark Norman, and Leon Phillips. All right, everybody off and rolling for Group 1 of Formula 1. The final round of qualifying on track right now. 2023 PDNR Winter Champs. Rick Seymo on top from qualifying so far. Jeffrey Mackie looking to try and chase him down. He's at a 3 and a 2. A 2 and a 3 for Greg Brooks, going tied with Jeffrey here on 5 points apiece. Cameron Kendall with a 6 and a 0. He'll be coming out of Group 2 coming up in a moment. We'll see if the camshaft can find himself a solid spot in qualifying for Formula 1. A little bit of onion would be sick. I get some last chance if you're looking for a bit of caffeination for your Saturday afternoon. Alex and the coffee van is going to be heading off very shortly. So last chance for coffee. Head on over and see Alex with the coffee van. It was a mean coffee I had before. Thanks, Alex. Your final chance to get some caffeine here today from PDNR Winter Champs. We're off and rolling here with F1 for qualifying round 3. We got some thumbs hanging around the track yet still? We still got any more thumbs hanging around? Who's got thumbs on them right now? Here we go, the kids in front. Thumbs up, thumbs down. What do you reckon? We like it? There we go. You're going to make Dad buy RC cars? We take all forms. They even let me in the gate, and I'm from Perth. 2 minutes 10 down for qualifying round 3, Group 1 for Formula 1. Jeffrey Mackie leading the way, just getting caught up a little bit with Ian Turner's car. Jeffrey having a bit of fun out here. David Reston in second. Brent Love into third. From Leon Phillips and Ian Webber with Ian Turner rounding out your 6 on track. F1 going to a 15-minute all-in Grand Prix main later today. That's going to be fun. Watch out the sweeper. Oh, jeez. We almost turned an F1 car into a pile of carbon fiber. On this. One minute 21, 20 to go on the clock here. We've got 16 entrants in F1 with a shorter duration B main or a last chance qualifier to make the starting grid for the 15-minute Grand Prix coming up later today. And then we'll take the, is it top 10? And top 7 from that race will go into the A main. Oh, top 7 qualifiers will book their spot directly into the A main. And then we take top 3 only from the B main will qualify for the A main Grand Prix race. That's how it's going to shake out for F1 today here at the Winter Champs. I should have read the rules. As Mackie leads away with 30 seconds left on the clock. He's on his best run so far. And looking at actually going quicker than any of the TQ times so far. So Mackie putting himself in a good position. He's already punched his ticket directly into the A main today. Qualifying inside the top 7. But now looking to maybe force a chance to challenge the top 1 or 2 spots on the starting grid. 5 seconds to go here. As David Reston clicks off a lap, so does Ian Webber in the mid-late 2000s McLaren livery. Let's see Vodafone McLaren car. As Jeffrey Mackie is done. Race him to the finish line. Keep going till your name is called, guys. Caution on the back stretch. Oh, no. Caution on the back stretch. So Jeffrey's done. David is done. Brent is done. Leon, Ian, and Ian are done. And Mark Norman only did 1 lap. That is everybody finished for F1 Group 1. We've got Group 2 coming up next. Jeffrey Mackie getting the win, 14.500.2. He just missed out on the 15-lapper to be the first one to do it today. No one's gone better than 14 laps so far in qualifying. We're going to find out if that's about to change.
Brent Love taking P3 in that group of F1. Tell us a bit about that race.
Car is much better. I upped the shock oil to 1000 from 700. I have a lot more steering now, so almost driving like a touring car. It's fantastic. Loving it.
You took our concourse earlier today. Just tell us a bit about the delivery that you've got on your car today.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So last year, I think it was, McLaren came out with a special livery with Love written on the side of it. And I thought, yep, perfect. That suits me just fine. My last name is Love, so I'll take this livery.
You spend quite a lot of time doing scale liveries. Is that one of the sides of the hobby that you enjoy the most?
Yeah, absolutely. Love it.
How many hours would you put into doing a design like that?
Probably about 8 hours or so. Yeah.
You also had the little scale
winner's board as well with your 3D printed. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, had that 3D printed from a friend. Yeah, it's awesome. It's in the incorrect livery for this car. It was set up for the Braun livery on the previous car that I had, so I just need to update the pit girl, give her a change of clothes.
We love the attention to detail, mate. It's appreciate the effort you put in, and thanks for racing, and good luck in the next one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as you can see from the old Braun driver has switched over to racing McLaren. Thanks, mate.
How good. Tony Firth, the over-the-shoulder shooter extraordinaire, camera and interviewee or interviewer to keep things going here at PDNR. We're on track with F1 Group 2 coming up next. Let's get everyone checking over the line and get them stopped on the back straight once you've all done that. So once over the line, guys, and stop them on the back straight. Let's get everyone stopped on the back stretch. Your starting order going to be Cameron, Greg, Rick, Ross, Brandon, Anthony Wasson, then Anthony Bryant, and Tim Duggan. That's your starting order. We'll make sure everyone else from F1 is out to marshal. We're still missing a couple of spots in the middle. I got Jeffrey, David, Brent, Leon, Ian, and Mark should all be out there. All right, we're going for F1 Group 2 in less than 5. Go Cameron. Go Greg. Rick Seymo. Ross. And go Brendan. Go Anthony Wasson. Anthony Bryant. And Tim Duggan. We're off and rolling here for the second group of F1. This is race 6 of 10 in your third and final round of qualifying for the PDNR Winter Champs. We're hoping to be starting the finals around about 1:15. Dan Marr, I'm still hopefully looking for you to come and help sort out that 12 scale issue, so I can assign the points and get that sorted out before the finals. Working our way into the final minute, well and truly here for F1. Sorry, just had to eat my snag. Had to be done. Greg Brooks leading the way here. Greg with a 2 and a 3 overall so far. Looking to go P2 for this round. He'll take 4 points and would tie with Rick Seymour. Rick Seymour would get the tiebreak over him. Jeffrey Mackie looking to pick up the overall round TQ here. 2 and a 0 would see him take the overall TQ for Formula One. Rick Seymour, third on the racetrack right now, was holding the top spot coming in. A 0 and a 3 will put him on 3 points, so he'll actually get one over Greg Brooks. As that is time. Keep him going till you get called to finish, guys. Everyone's still going at this stage. So Greg Brooks is finished. Cameron Kendall is finished. Rick Seymour is finished. There's Ross Lalic. Tim Duggan, that's everybody finished. That's everyone done. Thank you, F1 drivers. Greg Brooks gets the win in this race, but Jeffrey Mackie takes the round TQ and provisionally will be your overall top qualifier in Formula One for Jeffrey Mackie.
I got to finish.
Ross Lalic, nice run there in the F1 class. I think you came third in that group. Just tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, it was a good run. Yeah, the sun's on the track now, so yeah, the tyres that we know and always run are coming alive. Track sugared. Yeah, it feels like you're driving a tour out there, but on two wheels. So just got that little bit of skiddiness to it if you push it too hard, but keeps us honest and makes wheel to wheel that much more fun for the finals.
We've got another car from your stable out front with Jeffrey Mackie behind the wheel. Just tell us a bit about how that deal came together.
That's the car that I've been running for about 2 years, and it had that many broken parts on it over the years. Just a bit of slop here and there. Bought us a second kit about a year ago now, and just kind of run that for club days. And then the new car comes out for me on these days, and it's still well and truly a worthy race car. So Jeffrey jumped on it, and obviously he's got the skills to put on TQ. So,
well, yeah, best of luck this afternoon in the finals. Hope you get a 1-2.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are on track with GTE. I've only got 3 cars circulating, 1 car broken. Is that all we got here? Is Steve Valletta coming out? No? He's coming? Oh, okay, yeah, no. We'll hold for Steve. He was in the canteen. Someone's got to keep us fed here at PDNR. Were you cooking the snag, Steve? They are top quality. Matt reckons he needs about 8 more. I could go another one, actually. I definitely could, yeah. All right, so GT guys, we're just waiting for Steve. So be patient. Don't burn up your car. And if we can make sure all of our F1 guys are out to marshal. Steve is on track now. He's checked in, so we're good to go. Let's go to the back straight, guys. Take him to the back straight. Usually you're going to go around the track. Did we lose a car again? All right, we are good to go. Starting order is Michael, Clinton, Ian, and Steve. Michael. Go Clinton. Go Ian. And go Steve. All right, off and rolling for GTE Group 1. Here for the PDNR Winter Champs, the third and final round of qualifying. This is the first group in their class. With GTE, similar power to the, or similar construction to the GT Nitro class, just rocking the electric power plant. Overall top qualifier has already been locked up by Cameron Kendall with a pair of wins in the first 2 rounds of racing. So Cameron has already secured the top spot and will start on the pole for the AAA finals coming later today. And we're kind of running on track for our approximate 1:15 finals. But 4 races to run at 11:50 or 12:55. It looks like it might be closer to 1:20, 1:30 by the time I sort out the finals order. Working our way through here. 2 minutes 20 down, 2:40 to go. But GTE's on track. Michael Turner holding the top spot at the moment. Steve Valletta having a good run. We'll see if he can keep this going and finish a run. John Lippis has joined us in the race, but has stripped the drivetrain. Got a stop car. Marshall in the middle. Marshall at 5. Just take it off. It's done. No, take it off. Take it off. Take the car off. Thank you, mate. It's, yeah, that died. Unfortunately for John, he's out of the remainder of this race with 2 minutes and 10 left on the clock. Steve Valletta, I think that's the furthest he's gone in a run so far, so hopefully not to jinx that for Steve. Oh, he made 3 minutes in the first run. He made 3 minutes. So we've just gone over that point now. As Steve Valletta down the line is only 6.8 seconds off the back of Michael Turner, your race leader. Turner rocking in the all-white. As we have Steve Valletta on top. Where's the sauce? Tomato, please. 1 minute 30 left on the clock here. Steve has managed to go the furthest in a qualifier he's done so far. Thought I might have put the commentator's curse on him before, but he's still rocking around the track right now here at PDNR. Coming up to the final minute of the race. He bounces off the barrier into the midfield. Coming up towards the KWR chicane and down the Smoke and Main straight. Inside the final minute, Steve Valletta just puts his fastest lap of the race in, a 20.1. Michael Turner leading the way with a 19.1 hot lap, rocking the all-white car. We'll follow along with Steve Valletta on screen at the moment. For our live stream viewers on Facebook, YouTube, and pdnr.liverc.com. Thanks to RC Race Media bringing us the broadcast, and our broadcasting partners, Campbelltown Hobbies and Psychology Services New South Wales. In conjunction with Brisket Boys and Mark 1. As 15 seconds to go comes up, Steve Valletta feeling a little bit nervous right now, standing right on the Karma driver stand. Would be getting shaky, thinking, finally, I get to the finish of a race, as that is time. Keep going till your name is called, drivers. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Everyone's still going here. There might be only a few cars on track. Clinton McKenzie, you're done. But how about it? Steve Valletta makes a finish of a qualifier. He gets it done. Michael Turner comes across the line for the win. Clinton McKenzie gets it done. And Ian Turner, the last car to finish. That's everybody done. Michael Turner getting the win. 16 laps, 5:19.0. He holds the provisional TQ heading into Group 2.
Steve Valletta, P2 in that run. Finally, finally he had a bit of luck. Just tell us about that run and what's been happening today.
It's just grab screw come undone on the pinion drives a couple of times, which caused the car to stop, obviously, in drive. But anyway, we've got it fixed. I've got Cameron to have a look at it, and while I was fixing the Nitro car, because it hasn't been all that good either today. So, but anyway, we've put one on the bank, so see what happens a bit later on.
Well, the president here at PDNR, it's always a bit of a juggle at these big events. You know, sharing barbecue duties with wrenching on cars, but just tell us how it feels to have everyone here for such a big event.
Well, as president of this club, there's no prouder moment to have so many entries here today and enjoying what we call our annual Winter Champs. It's been an annual event for putting up the last 15 years now. Feels like 20, but anyway, 15 years. And it's just another great turnout. And the weather's on our side today, and looks like everyone's having a great time. The driving today is awesome, so we can't ask for anything better, to be honest. It's awesome.
Excellent. Well, great job there, and thanks for the chat. We'll let you go get ready for the next one.
Back to the canoe.
All right, we are on track with GTE Group 2. Let's get everyone over the line once, and then he can go stopping on the back straight. Still waiting on Cam's not going to run this one. He's already locked up TQ, so he said, buggier, I'll watch from the pit lane. Waiting on Corn Dog to come across, and we're going to go stopping on the back straight. Thank you, Cornell. All right, starting order is going to be Anthony, Steve, Ross, Tim, and Stephen Thorncraft. Thank you, Michael. All right, we're good to go for GTE. Let's rock it. Group 2 here in the final round of qualifying at the Winter Champs. Go Anthony. Go Cornell. Go Ross Lalic. Go Tim. And go Stephen. That's everybody off and rolling. Anthony Wasson getting off to a bit of a start here. He's rolling around nicely. Wasson currently a 2 and a 3 for his results so far. Looking to see if he can pick up a 1 here in the final round and put himself second on the grid with just 2 points. At the moment, he's second on points coming into this round with 5 points total, counting 2 of 2. Ross Lalic behind him in second on the racetrack would be looking to go P4 for the round. Ross ran second in the first round, 4th in the second round. So a P4 would match his second best. He would go to 6 points. Proceed into the A main. Stephen Cornell looking for a better run here. Last round he was third. He finally found a bit of pace on that thing. Cornell coming into this round sits P4 with 9 points, a 6 and a 3. Another 3 for the round here, or something better would help him, and would put him probably inside the top 5. Here's starting grid for the GTE mains. Ross Lalic pushing hard at the moment. He's third on the racetrack. Tim rode in. 4th on the track here as Anthony Wasson continues to lead the way through the KWR chicane. The 2 minutes completed and 3 minutes to go here for GTE. We're going to make some noise very soon. It's coming up next. We're going racing with Nitro Tourer coming up next. Nitro Tourer, you guys are up next. Well inside the final 2 minutes here. Anthony Wasson still leading the way. Looking to try and take the TQ here. To go second on the starting grid. Right behind Cameron Kendall for the A mains. Tim Rodin up to second. Steve Cornell down to third. Currently looks like Michael Turner will pick up P2 for the round. He'll take a 4 and a 2 to give himself 6 points. Anthony Wasson will go to second on the grid. Ross Lalic will go tied with Michael Turner here with 6 points apiece. Turner on track for a 16 lapper. Would beat Ross Lalic out for points. Steve Cornell currently third on the racetrack. Looking to go in P4 would go 7 points. So he would go to P5 on the starting grid. With 1 minute to go. Tim Rodin, third right now, looking to go, second right now, looking to go third for the round. Would go to 8 points. He'd be in the A main, but outside of a top 10 run. Well, outside of a top 5 starting position. With 40 seconds to go, 40 seconds on the clock. 35 is the count now as Wasson brings it around. We follow along. And we follow Steve Cornell down the Yokomo back straight. With the colour scheme so popular, And Cornell having a bit of fun here in GTE. Makes me want to run a GTE. As he comes down the Yokomo back straight, running down inside the final few seconds of the run. Cornell starts another lap. Anthony Wasson has lost the lead now. And that is time. Wasson comes to a stop. He doesn't get to the finish. As the track is still live, time is finished. Keep running until your call to finish the race, guys. Cornell, you're done. Tim Roden, you're done. Ross Lalic, you're done. Anthony Wasson, you're done. And Stephen Thorncraft, you're finished. Not sure what happened to Wasson there, but he came through the pit lane at the end of the run and dropped down the order. Tim Roden got the win, and Michael Turner gets the round TQ. So Turner with a 4 and a 0 will go to second on the starting grid, I believe, on account of Anthony pulling into pit row.
Steve Cornell, nice run there. P3 in GTE. Just tell us how much fun you're having driving these cars this weekend.
It's awesome. It's a lot different driving a little mod car, but it's all fun and games, so it gives me something to be honest.
What's the main difference you're finding between the 10 scale and the 8 scale?
Just the steering. There's a lot of weight behind the car, the way that the car reacts on and off the brakes, on and off power, and the corner speed's a lot different. So it's a whole different driving style. So yeah, it took a while to get used to, but yeah, now having a ball.
Anyone you want to give a shout out to, or thanks? There might be some fans watching the stream.
Obviously the missus for having me kids while I'm here, and Hearns for the support with everything, and obviously Hearns again for letting me in the car, and John for setting it all up. So, yeah.
Good job, man. Thanks for the chat.
So easy. Thank you.
Seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Bring them in for fuel.
What do you want, Chris?
Five seconds. All right, the loop is live. Loop is live. Everyone off and rolling, getting started as they come across the line. We had a couple of flames and a couple of guys in pit lane before we got to the start here. Nathan Sanderson was the first one to come across the line as soon as the buzzer went. So Sanderson getting off to a flying start here. Tate Firth has already locked up your overall TQ here in Nitro Tourer after taking the first 2 rounds of qualifying. Scotty Elliott coming into this round was second on points, tied with Chris Newland. A 5 and a 2 for Scotty, a 3 and a 4 for Chris. James White got off and rolling, but I think he lost a bit of time there. Brayden Stanley getting caught up again. 3rd round in a row with problems here for Brayden. He said to me last night he was feeling confident. Yeah, I didn't do any practice. I still got to put a motor in my car, but we'll be right, he said. Meanwhile, he's failed to make it past the first minute of each of the 3 qualifiers so far. And it's going to have a very hard task this afternoon. Tate Firth goes to the top now. Nathan Sanderson goes to second. Clinton McKenzie in third with Scotty Elliott, P4. followed by Brendan George and James White, 5 and 6. Jake Edwards, Chris Newland, Lexi Firth getting around there beautifully at the moment in P9. But it's Tate Firth, your overall top qualifier. Oh, watch it on the back straight. Watch it on the back straight. All clear. Brendan George went for a wild ride. He got out of shape and caught the grass, I think, and went flipping and cartwheeling down the back straight. Good job, Lexi, for getting out of the way. Lexi Firth doing her thing out here. She's being respectful, jumping out of the way for the leaders. Although she probably would be forgiven if she took out her brother right now. Oh, too nice. As Tate Firth gets on by. Tate stretching this one out now. 3 seconds from Nathan Sanderson behind in second. Scotty Elliott in third. The action gets frantic as soon as you bring out the Nitro cars. Jake Edwards P4 now, James White P5. As we cross over the halfway point here, we have 2 minutes and 20 to go. Love the smell of a bit of Nitro. We're following along at the moment with Tate Firth. The double greens for Tate. The only way you can tell Tate and Brayden Stanley apart on track at the moment is Tate's leading for one and is still on track with the dark green on the rear of the car. Brayden Stanley rocking the fluoro green all around and is struggling at the moment. Brayden down in 8th overall in this run. He's going to have the tough task ahead of him. Seemingly to finish the A main, let alone progress forward in the standings. So Brayden with a lot of work to do this afternoon here with 1:10 on the clock. Tate Firth still leading. As we follow along with Brayden Stanley making his way onto the Yokomo back straight, around the sweeper and underneath the Speedy RC bridge. The Infinity vehicle. Now Brayden up to P7 after spending 1.5 minutes on the sideline. Working his way around. Brayden Stanley putting in some pretty good laps. Hot lap of a 17.6 for Brayden. Got plenty of pace on board here for this youngster. Tate Firth continues to lead the way with 30 seconds to go. And Tate about a half a lap behind Brayden on the racetrack. But it's looking to be a qualifying clean sweep here for young Tate here today. Ten seconds to go. Nathan Sanderson having a quiet but a solid drive in second. He had a third in round 2. A second here in round 3 would help him get onto the front few cars for the A main. As that is time. Keep going till your name is called. Everyone's still going, still going. Nathan Sanderson, you're done. Nathan is done. Scotty Elliott, you're done. Jake Edwards is done. Tate is done. Brendan is done. Brayden is done. Brayden Stanley is done. Chris Newland is done. James White is done. And Lexi is done. That's everybody finished, I believe. And how about it? A clean sweep of qualifying to take top honours and start on pole for the final. Tate Firth here in round 3. All right, 1/8 GT is going to be the last one out. 1/8 GT, you guys will be the last one out to finish us off for qualifying.
Jake, it was a nice run there in Tira, mate. Just tell us a bit about that run.
That was my best run. Didn't have any practice yesterday, so sort of like trying to get used to the track, but the car definitely felt better then. Put my best lap in and I think I got 4th, which is pretty good. So yeah, pretty stoked with that run.
You recently made the trip up to Queensland to compete in the state titles up there. Just tell us how you enjoyed that experience.
Yeah, the track's just amazing there. Just the grip, like I've never experienced that amount of grip before. Had big tyres in the final, which was a bit of like a learning curve. You have to drive so smooth, but yeah, it was awesome fun. Great.
You're rooming with Australia's best, Brayden Stanley. Tell us, did you learn much over the weekend?
Yeah, I did. Like that was so helpful. To be honest, there was a lot of no sleepful nights of Chris snoring. But yeah, it was just a massive learning curve. So yeah, it was great work.
Great job there. Good luck in the final. Thanks for the chat.
Thanks, Tony.
All right, we are on for 1-8 GT. 1-8 GT on track now. This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennards Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event. 1/10 Nitro Tourer guys out to Marshall, please. Nitro Tourer guys, we need you out to Marshall. Thank you, Brayden Stanley. And 30 seconds, drivers. Fifteen seconds. 5 seconds. Keep rolling. And the loop is live. We're off and underway. We are rolling for 1-8 GT on track. Qualifying is wide open here. So far, Rick Seymour holds the top spot on points. Lockie Pearson took the first round earlier today. So we'll see who's going to stack up here in the third and final round of qualifying. Rick Seymour starting off the account pretty nicely. Russ Malice in a second, Cameron Kendall in the third. I don't see Lockie Pearson out there. So Lockie not taken to the track here for the third round of qualifying. So Pearson broken in the warm-up, I'm being told. For the guy who was in the box seat to challenge the overall TQ. Currently now that's Rick Seymour leading the way. Cameron Kendall in a second. Kendall has a 4 and a 2. If he can be the third driver to TQ around, he would take the overall top spot. Even as it stands at the moment, if he gets another 2, he would take overall TQ without winning a single round. He would go to 4 points and take the top spot for the finals. Rick Seymour with a 5 and a 0. If he gets another round, he'll take the overall. But if someone else were to win here that's not Rick Seymour, and Cameron was to stay in second, then he would take the overall TQ. That's how the numbers are going to pan out right here. Tim Duggan with a pair of 3s. He's had a shocking start. He's down in 8th on the racetrack right now. And Steve Valletta out of the race once again here for Steve. He's had a bit of a shocker. So we'll watch on Rick Seymour making his way around in the white with the orange and yellow on the sides. We follow him onto the Okomo back straight. Rick Seymour currently in charge at the moment. Halfway home here. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. He's got 1.8 seconds in hand. Cameron Kendall, the first in line to try and challenge Rick Seymour. Cameron has just thrown down his personal best lap of the race, a 19.7 for Cam. Cam needs to win this race, and it would force a tie with him and Rick Seymour. That's how it stands right now. With 2 minutes left on the clock, Cam goes through a slow lap of 21.5. He gives it away. It's 2.9 seconds now. Advantage goes to Rick Seymour in the white car, sharing driving duties with Michael Turner between the Nitro and the EP. Here at PDNR, they'll be sharing that at the GT Worlds out at Moorebank right here in Sydney later on this year. Rick Seymour's found himself another gear as well. He's gone to a 19.1 hot lap of the race. It was your round 2 top qualifier. He's in charge at the moment as the only driver looking at a 16-lap run, just as he did in the previous round, to try and take the overall TQ. Cameron Kendall puts in his personal best lap of the race, a 19.5, but he's now 4 seconds adrift of the race lead. Russ Mallis having a good run in third here. Russ is having his best run of the day. He got a 6 and a 4 so far, the quiet achiever from Queensland. Russ currently third here. That'd be his best run of the day. With a 4 and a 3, we give him 7 points. And he would probably go to P5 or 6 on the starting grid here. Anthony Wasson sitting on 7 points as well, a 2 and a 5. So that should see Russ Mallis potentially take over to P5 overall in qualifying. If he can hang on to this third spot right now, he's 7.8 seconds adrift off the back of Cameron Kendall, who just went through past Anthony Wasson. We follow Kendall onto the Yokomo back straight. Wasson having trouble with the green car. As that is time. Keep going till your name is called, drivers. Everybody's still going except for Cameron. Cameron, you're done. So Cameron Kendall, the first to finish up in this race. Russ Mallis, you're done. Ross Lalic, you're done. Cameron Kendall is finished. You'll finish as you run into the line, guys. Tim Duggan and Rick Seymour are done. Clinton McKenzie going to come across the line. And how about it? Your overall qualifier, top qualifier for 1/8 GT, Rick Seymour gets it done here in the final round. Cameron Kendall challenged him hard. He'll go to second on the starting grid with 4 points. Tim Duggan will hold a 6-point finish with a pair of 3s to go third overall. Then it's going to be Anthony Wasson on 7 points. Russ Mallis will finish up on 7 points as well. Best result, 15.509. Wasson with a 15.506. So Wasson will take position 4. Russ Mallis should go P5 provisionally in qualifying.
Rick Seymour, congratulations. Another top run there in that group gives you TQ overall for Nitro GT. Tell us how that feels.
Yeah, awesome. I've got to put a big shout out to Tim. In that last run, I actually cooked the motor, and he threw me another motor, and it was a weapon. It was a really, really good motor. So the car's feeling really good. The Serpent SRX8 2023 version is just, yeah, it's hooked up. It's going really neat. It's easy to drive, and it's good on the tyres at the moment. So, yeah, love it.
And what do you think of the competition for the final coming up this afternoon? Who you got your eye on?
Cameron, 100%. Lockie, when he's on fire, everyone's going to be quick. And, it's racing. In the finals, it's very different. It's always going to be a challenge to stay clean, especially when you're starting to come through a lot of traffic. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations on the TQ. You can grab those special stickers, turn around and show us. You get the gold number 1s on your car. So go get the car ready for the final, and best of luck.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Stephen Thorncraft. Stephen Thorncraft, your sausage sandwich is ready. All right. I'm just getting the finals listing together at the moment. Short course, you will be up first, seeing as you've already put the jumps out. And I'm just trying to sort out the finals ordering and fix the 12 scale result that I screwed up.
Attention, Nitro GT drivers. Nitro GT drivers, just to clarify, there is no rulings around when you can do your fuel stops. So we're not adopting the IFMA 7-minute pit stop rule. So you can pit whenever you like for fuel in your 20-minute final.
Lucky I tested it for him. No, the wheel came off. You're like the worst thing at Masters because I flip you over and you're on power like this. You flip me over and put me on my roof, mate. Next time I'll just put you on your roof. You might get over that time.
You'll be right. Just launch it over the top of everyone.
Don't encourage her.
Full throttle on the jump.
Raise up, raise up. Can you come to the truck, please, to race control? And ladies and gentlemen, I've finally finished all the qual points and mains set up. So listen up for a preview on how the timetable is going to look. At the top of every round, we will run short course, followed by dash TLAB. So short course is on track now. Dash TLAB will be up next. Then we'll go through the round as per the order. It's going to run 12 scale A main, then the F1 B main, GTE A main. And then we'll run into the Nitro Tourer A main will be the sixth race coming into mains. Then we'll go to the top of the round again and rinse and repeat, except instead of running the Nitro Tourer A main, we'll run the 1/8 GT A main. And then the final round of racing will be short course, dash, followed by 12 scale and GTE. Sound good? Timings are up on the board. Qualifying results have been finalised. The grids are all set up. And I will give you guys 5 minutes for short course. I want 5 minutes. I don't care where you are.
That's it, telling everyone to... Yeah, telling everyone... Come on, get your finger out. Yeah, we want to start. He wants to sit there and...
World Scale is a single A main race, or one single heat for triple A mains. We're putting 12 on the stand, on the Karma driver's stand. And Ray Zarb has kindly been selected to stand in the media tent to drive from there. We just haven't told him he has to operate the camera as well. So, short course, 4 minutes till race start. You have 4 minutes till race start. Tony Firth is going to race in this one, I believe. Unless Tate broke the car again.
So excited, I'm actually everything.
Devouring it, we're about to go back for a second.
As a vegetarian, I got quite a few of the salads, which are phenomenal.
It's beer and meat. Seriously, can't get any better than that.
G'day, I'm Stacey. My love language is receiving gifts. Like a tow bar, snorkel, oh, and a camping canopy. Let's explore our wild side, you big hairy bear.
Love drives everything at Karma. All cars are hand-selected by experts, backed with 7-day returns, and delivered to your door.
All right, for the first time today, please welcome to the racetrack, Tony Firth. All right. This is the 4th round of short course track. As traditional here at PDNR, it is a gate start. As is not tradition, I got no marshals. 1/8 GT, final call, guys. Come on. All my 1/8 GT drivers. Need you out there to marshal, please, guys. All right, get those two out there. And we're set to go for short course truck, round number 4. Oh, Tony with a good start. We had to give it to him. Tony Firth getting away. Oh, and he gets turned over by Marks. Absolutely turfed. And it's Tony the Turtle now going to cut the track. And he tried. The point is, kids, never try. Tony Firth now going to go to the back of the bus. It's going to be Scott Marks who gets off the line. Anthony Thomas, who I'm pretty sure turfed old Tony on the opening corner. He goes to second. Ian Lewis to third. Alex Marks to P4 here. Where's Tony? Somehow he's fallen even further behind. Stephen Thorncraft further behind in P5. Nicole Platts and Anthony Cummins 6 and 7. Then there's Tony Firth. There he is. Position 8 last time across the line. He's upside down at the X-ray hairpin. As we follow along with the battle for your leaders. If you're watching live online and the camera is shaking, it's because Matt Seckled can't contain his laughter, shaking the camera at the calamity that is ensuing on the racetrack right now. Tony's having a good time, though. I got a headset on. I can hear him giggling. Watch out the Marshal Russ. Oh, Russ Malice with the fancy footwork. I've never seen Russ move so quick out of the way of the oncoming Tony Firth. He was like a deer in headlights, trying to get out of the way of that short course truck. Scott Marks still leads the way. So Marks continues to lead this one out in short course truck. He's at a 9th, a 2nd, and a 1st. From the first 3 rounds today, we had 3 different race winners in short course. Ian Lewis back to 2nd. Ian was your opening race winner of the day here in a 6-round heads-up racing format. Oh, as Ian Lewis gets absolutely pummeled by the Traxxas truck onto the Yokomo back straight. I think we're still following along with Tony Firth, who somehow found himself cutting the track on the back straight. Actually, of all the trucks on how they jump, Tony's jumps the flattest. I think it's just the corners that catch him out. Or the lack of practice. Tony gets absolutely pummeled by it. Was that Rochelle that cleaned him up? Whoever they are, they're waiting for him. How kind of them. Tony taking the option line around the back jump. And he somehow dodged, or almost dodged, Rochelle and Alex Marks getting caught up and trying to help Marshall Rochelle. Is it Rochelle that he's actually racing with? No, it's Stephen Thorncraft. My apologies. Stephen Thorncraft cleaned him up, waited, got cleaned up again, and Tony came through and marshalled for him. Tracks that way, Tony. As we follow this along, it's still Scott Marks and Ian Lewis, 1 and 2. Clinton McKenzie back to 3rd. Anthony Thomas, P4 from Alex Marks in P5. Then Thorncraft, Cummins, Nicole Platts, Tony Firth, Rochelle Shields, and Steve Tyler. Your race leader, by the way, if you weren't following, you'd be forgiven for that. Scott Marks in the orange truck coming down the smoke and front straight over the Toyo Tires jump. The PDNR Winter Champs for 2023, proudly brought to you by our main broadcasting partners, Campbelltown Hobbies and Psychology Services of New South Wales, plus Brisket Boys and Mark 1, bringing us the broadcast this weekend. Special thanks to Karma, proud supporters of the Karma driver stand, of which Tony has elected to not stand on. Instead, he's standing in the media tent, where Ray Zarb is going to share that spot later on in the 12-scale mains, as he gets caught out by the crooked front straight jump. And Russ Maller's trying to marshal him. Don't fix the jump though, Russ. That's fine. No, actually, don't fix it. That's what I mean. Yeah, don't touch it. It's more fun. Tony Firth is cowering underneath the steel stool. Oh, Alex Marks out of the race, unfortunately. Something ran wrong for him. Special thanks also to Penrith City Council and Kennard's Hire, as that is time. That came through quickly. Race into the finish and you will be done. Where's your race leader in all this? There he is. Scott Marks comes across the line and gets it done. Clinton McKenzie comes home, or will be eventually coming home in second. Tony Firth has taken the scenic route. He's going to end up in the middle of the regatta centre soon if he keeps this up. He'll be facing the other way, driving the truck out into the lake. McKenzie comes across the line in second. Ian Lewis in the third. Anthony Thomas P4 from Stephen Thorncraft P5. Nicole Platts and Rochelle Shields. Tony's coming, folks. Here he is. Bring him home. Tony Firth gets it done. A very solid showing in 9th place. He finished ahead of Steve Tyler, who sat still for a minute and a half, and Alex Marks, who broke 2 laps ago. That is round 4 of short course truck in the books.
We're here with Tony Firth. You made a cameo short course truck race then. You're gone from in front of the camera now. How was that race?
Yeah, lots of fun. Short course is great. We started it a few years ago just as a fun class to get people into RC. It's one of the classes that you're allowed to crash. It's okay to crash, and it's a lot of fun. So thanks to my kids for getting my truck ready, and yeah, got out there for race 4 and just mucked around it.
So this was a bit of a big deal, you doing short course now, because normally you're not doing the racing scene and you're doing something else. What have you been working on lately?
Yeah, I've retired from racing seriously. I've become a full-time pit dad. My son Tate got quicker than me, so forced me into retirement. So now I pit for him, and also getting into the media side of things.
What are the long-term goals of this media platform?
Don't really know yet. We're just having fun, enjoying it at the moment, take it as it comes, and just want to do something homegrown to help promote RC and expose what we do. And yeah, more people get involved, the better. So if you see anything, like it, share it, subscribe to the YouTube channels, and yeah, keeps growing RC.
That's great work, and everyone's really been enjoying the live coverage from all the events that you and the other guys have been doing. Any last thank yous or comments?
No, just thanks to everyone. Thanks to the club, the committee, all the racers for the support, even the people who aren't here. Lots of messages and encouragement along the way. So yeah, just thanks to everyone who I've crossed paths with.
Well, thanks, Tony, and we look forward to seeing you in the short course, maybe in the next run or up in the media shed.
Yep, I'll be back over that microphone off you straight away.
Thank you.
Don't break it, please.
Fantastic. Dash TLAB on track next. And your totally not pre-planned starting grid. Brett Wilson is going to start out of position number 5. Jake McKee is going to start out of position number 4. Stephen Hagginson, who I've been told has been replaced for this race, is it by Mia Thomas? Is going to start on the pole. Shane Norman and Phil Merrick can fight over who wants to start second on the grid. This is Dash TLAB, the super special class we're bringing at you for the Nitro Winter Champs here at PDNR.
Yeah, that's it. I'm turning him up, yeah.
Jake McKee getting that opposite direction start. If you hit the boost button as you pull the trigger, it'll do a perfect donut. Can I just get a couple of guys from short course? Like everyone who just raced short course, with the likely exception of Tony, can we get you guys out to Marshall, please? We did have a solid, 9, 10 drivers out there, so should be having a full complement of marshals. The longer we take to do this, the longer we're going to run today. We're already running a fair bit behind time, guys, so remember at the start of the day how I said I like to make things fun? Well, this is when it gets not fun, when we're having to call for marshals every time we go racing. So please, short course guys, out to Marshall. So I had a whole field of people from short course that should be out there to Marshall. All right, we are good to go. Dash TLAB, round 4 of the day. On deck here. Brett Wilson, your last out winner. Going to have to do it from the back. Jake McKee has to do the U-turn to join the field to go racing in less than 5. Well, here we go, off and rolling. For your Dash TLAB class, Mia Thomas taking over the driving duties from Stephen Hagginson. Out the pointy end of the field, getting a good start to it as well. She's doing better than Steve was. He did actually say that's the likely plan here for him. So Mia's going to lead the way. Phil Merrick in a second. Brett Wilson has already moved up to 3rd here. Shane Norman dropping down to P4, or to P5 even, as Jake McKee has already done the U-turn and found himself up the order. John Hughes keeping an eye on the boost counter for us. We've had none yet, have we? So we're waiting for it. Brett Wilson going to be the first to unleash the push to punt button in about 3, 2, 1. Oh no, he's in the grass. And he loses a position as a result. Wilson goes down a spot to Jake, who I think a few of them all hit the button then. They all got scared of the old push to punt and went hard out for it here. So it's still Mia Thomas leading the way. Phil Merrick in a second now. Jake McKee behind in 3rd. Down the back straight. Everyone just keeping a little bit left in the tank right now. 1 minute 20 into this race. Brett Wilson just fires past the apex. We could have a 3rd different race winner here in 4 rounds of racing for your Dash TLAB class. Thanks to Hearns Hobbies for making it happen for us here. Mia goes for the push to pass, but she overcooks it and gasses it up. Still got a bit of boost in it, so she loses the lead. So the way it seems right now, you push the button and you lose. It's down to Phil Merrick and Jake McKee out front onto the Yokomo back straight. Oh, McKee going for a look. He saves it, though, keeps a bit off the button, saves it for longer in the race. We're 2 minutes down. Actually, 2:50 to go here. Brett Wilson's found himself back to 3rd now. Merrick and McKee out front. McKee keeping it uber tight on those apexes at the teardrop and the X-ray hairpin. Oh, Phil Merrick, 6 and out, under the fence and out of the park. We're going to have to dismantle the fence to get him out. So Merrick goes to the back of the bus now. And lo and behold, Jake McKee leads the way for the 3rd time today. Onto the Yokomo back straight. He opens up the taps. So does Brett Wilson. Now they're using a bit of horsepower here. I think that was a click for each of them. So if my count's correct, I think they might have one more click of the TLAB activation left under their belt with 2 minutes of racing to go here. Just need McKee to make a little mistake here, and Wilson's going to be all over him into the back stages of this race. But Jake McKee was too strong in the first 2 rounds today. That's why we made him start back around into the chicane for round 3 that saw Brett Wilson run away with the win. Mia Thomas just quietly ticking some boxes in 3rd right now, having a very solid run. I think she got on the boost a bit. As now the boost activation calms down and the car falls back to its original pace with a 17.5 control motor. Love this format of racing. All objections to writing a petition to RCRA to create a class for these can be kindly forwarded to Tony Firth, because I don't want to hear them. As we run down inside the final minute, McKee leads away from Wilson second. Out of the X-ray hairpin, onto the Yokomo back straight. All of that 17.5 horsepower getting thrown down here with a locked off drive ratio. And Jake McKee well and truly out front from Wilson. They're doing a fantastic job. She led in the early stages of this race from the pole. With 20 seconds left to go, finds herself back there in third at the moment, just running it to the finish here to get the job done. And a very solid drive. Boosted Mia is the call. Don't do it mid-corner, though. It might not be that fun. 5 seconds to go. McKee's going to run time. Brett Wilson comes across, but he finishes the run. Mia's going to bring it across the line. And that is Mia finish as well. So Jake McKee is going to not even finish his final lap. McKee's still going. Doesn't matter, he had the victory lap. He's cool with that and takes a win without actually finishing the race. Brett Wilson home in second. Mia Thomas comes across the line in third. Shane Norman P4 and Phil Merrick 6 and out, home in P5. So 12 scale, 13.5. You guys are up next. 12 scale, 13.5. A main leg number 1 is up next.
You do it.
Mia Thomas, nice run there in the TLAB class. A bit of a sneaky entry for you. Just tell us a bit about that.
It was good. He said, do you want to go? And I said, yeah, I'll have a go. It looked fun.
Yeah, the TLAB class, an exhibition class at this event. Just explain how it works. When did you use your boost?
I used it at the start when I was leading, just to see what it would do. And I went a bit too quick. And I overshot the corner and I dropped a few places. But then I used it throughout the race again to catch up a bit, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure you got fond memories of racing here at PDNR. Tell us what happened last year.
I won and came state champion.
Yeah. And how are you going this weekend? You got your races tomorrow. Are you ready, all prepped? Cars ready?
Yeah, I think, yeah, all cars prepped and excited and nervous.
Well, good job there. Glad to see you having fun, and yeah, we'll catch you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Let's get our TLAB guys out to Marshall, please. TLAB guys, let's get you all out to your Marshall positions. This is going to be a busy one. This is an all-in 12th scale A main. Now, due to my operator error, I had to manually organize some of the gridding results here. So we got it sorted. Greg Brooks, your top qualifier, is going to start on the pole from Alex Brown and Nathan Tanti on positions 2 and 3. Scott Marr and David Reston, 4 and 5. Dan Marr from P6. Christian Searle and Mark Wallin on P7 and 8. Leon Phillips from 9 with Scott Hill and Ray Zarb, who's especially driving from the broadcast tent because there's not enough spots on the driver stand. Daryl Thorncraft will line up on position number 12, and James Turner from position number 13. All right, we certainly don't have enough marshals. I'm missing a whole complement of marshals in the infield, so if I can get some volunteers to help out real quick. It's 8 minutes of sunshine.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event.
So we can get someone else. We need at least one more in the midfield, guys, before we can go with this race. Anthony Thomas coming out. Alrighty. Just go there. All right, are we happy with that, drivers? All right, the first main event of the day. A-main leg number 1 for 12 scale, 13.5 in less than 5. Oh no, Greg Brooks didn't go anywhere off the start. The car sat perfectly still, missed the start. He got flipped clean into the air and had to get marshalled. So it's Nathan Tanti getting away for a good start here. He started third on the grid here ahead of Alex Brown. Back into second, Scott Maher into third. They've already broken away from the rest of the field around the teardrop and down towards the X-ray hairpin. Where's Ray Zarb driving from the Campbelltown Hobbies Broadcast Centre? He's in P9 at the moment. Is Ray Zarb having a bit of fun?
5031191.
Ray graciously offered to drive from that centre after he was told he had to. For the 12 scale A mains, it's Nathan Tanti out front, rocking the red. He's got his 3D printed wicker bill on the top of the body for T3D. Alex Brown back to second. Scott Maher pouring on the pressure, is all over the back of him like a cheap suit and gets the job done on the smoking front straight. So that puts Brown back to second as Tanti stretches out a little bit more of a lead now. Dan Maher up to P4. He's having a solid run. He tried a new car, but for some reason the transponder wasn't registering in the third round of qualifying, so he didn't get the result he wanted, and that was his best result of the day. He reckons he was running second, but that's what they all say when their transponder doesn't work. I was winning, I promise. But Dan Maher proving he's got a bit of that pace at the moment. He's up to 4th from 6th on the starting grid. Last time by for Dan, a 20.2 lap. As we follow the lead battle here, Scott Maher putting the pressure on, trying to close the gap to Nathan Tanti out front. Last time across, 1 second was the margin between these two. Your third and fourth qualifiers here for the PDNR Winter Champs in 1:12:13.5. Tanti electing to only run a 12-scale program this weekend. Decided he didn't want to come and race some touring car. And I believe at one point he was eyeing up a drive of a GT, but decided not to race that instead. Went the polar opposite, shrunk the car down, and went for some 12-scale action. Alex Brown back there in third. In a bit of a no-man's land situation right now as Dan Maher finds himself racing it out with Mark Wallin at the moment. Only a couple of tenths of a second between them for P4 and 5 on the racetrack. Tanti hot lapping into 19.550 was his third lap in this A-main leg number 1. They get 2 more 8-minute races after this to decide the overall standings. For 1:12:13.5 at the PDNR Winter Champs. Tanti coming up on the back of a little bit of traffic. Next up is his teammate, Christian Searle. Or is it? No, it's not. Christian's somewhere else on the track? Yes, he is. Working their way around. Just another similarly coloured car as Scott Maher now in the middle of that. So watch out for the white and blue car. Thank you very much. And the all-white car coming through as your leaders as well, as is Dan Maher. Still in that battle with Mark Wallin going side by side, racing for the 4th and 5th spot on the racetrack. Only a tenth of a second between them. Mark Wallin gets through for the 4th spot here. Maher dropped back down to P5. So Mark finding a bit of space now. As we follow this battle, it's pretty tight. Oh, Maher getting a little bit out of shape. Coming out of the Speedy RC timing bridge, and Greg Brooks, who went sky high off the start, now fighting his way back up through the field. He's next in line to have a crack at Dan for P5 on the racetrack. Not bad for the guy who was upside down and in the pit lane about 3 seconds into this race. 8-scale or 12-scale racing in 8-minute duration, giving you the benefit of trying to mount a comeback drive. With 3 minutes and 50 to go, Ma jumps the curb. So Greg Brooks now through for the next spot. He's got a bit of work to do to catch Mark Wallin because he's really gotten a move on here. Wallin's got some bulk pace underneath him. He's closing the gap up 1.7 seconds off the back of Alex Brown right now, holding down P3. But it's all about Nathan Tanti out front. Mistake there for Mark Wallin. Drops him down to P5 again. Greg Brooks now up to P4. But a huge margin to try and make up to your race leaders as Nathan Tanti makes his way to the KWR chicane right in the middle of the racetrack. The all-red car now coming into the right-hand side, leading the way over Scott Maher in second, Alex Brown in third. We follow Tanti onto the Yokomo back straight with 2 minutes and 50 left on the master clock. He stretched out the lead to 3.2 seconds over Scott Maher now. Tanti comes alive for the finals. We saw that at the Australian Championship at Canberra ACT November last year, where he mounted a charge in the third and final A main to put himself on the podium at his home nationals event. He knows his way around and getting the job done right now here in A main leg number 1. He took advantage of a couple of front runners, notably your number 1 qualifier not going anywhere off the start and probably now trying to drive the remainder of the race with a damaged vehicle. Greg Brooks fighting his way back up to P4, but it's Tanti out front from Scott Maher. Back there in second. Tanti well and truly knows his way around this venue. Won the New South Wales state title right here at PDNR last year. Coming up to put a lap, I think, on Mark Wallin through the KWR chicane. So Tanti getting away. He's maintained that lead of 2.7 seconds over Scott Maher. And 2.5 back to Alex Brown in the third spot. It's a very solid drive here for young Nathan, who only featured second in the third and final round of qualifying to park himself to number 3 on the grid. Otherwise, he would have been sitting on 8 points and been outside a top 5 starting position. With 1 minute to go. 1 to go here. Greg Brooks has been slowly but surely reeling in a top 3 once again here. He finds himself up to P4. He's holding about 0.3 of a second over Mark Wallin, who's been finding a bit more pace in the closing stages here. They're both chasing down Alex Brown, who, if you remember qualifying, would slow significantly heading towards the end of the race. So that's the hurt locker right now for Alex Brown as he's starting to slow up in these closing stages. Brooks and Wallin are really pulling him in at the moment. Down the smoke and front straight. And into the X-ray hairpin, you can see there, we're starting to see that gap really close up. 20 seconds to go. The pressure is on for Alex Brown to hold the third and final spot on the podium here. In A main leg number 1, your number 1 qualifier, Greg Brooks, mounting the charge to try and close the gap with 10 seconds to go. The fight is on for the third spot with 3 cars fighting it out onto the Yokomo back straight. 3, 2, 1. That is time. And Alex Brown gets it done right at the end by a margin of 0.4 of a second. Meanwhile, taking the win in A main leg number 1 and bringing it around, Nathan Tanti gets it done from third on the grid. And Scott Maher holds on nicely to grab second, as everyone else coming across to pick up a finish. From third on the grid, A main leg number 1 goes the way of Nathan Tanti. Scott Maher coming home in second from Alex Brown, just holding on for third. Greg Brooks and Mark Wallin all finishing within half a second of Alex Brown in the fight for third.
Nathan Tanti, nice job there taking the win in A1 for 12 scale. Tell us about that run.
Yeah, good. I mean, I've been away for a bit, doing some side quests, throwing some hands, and now I'm back. So, it's fun. I haven't felt kind of nervous for a race like this in a while, which is exciting. But, you know, in quali, car was a bit here or there for the tyres and the strategy I opted to run. But in the race, obviously, it's come good. So, excited for the next two. It's a tight field here. And to my family at home, hey, I'll see you soon. I love you guys, and enjoy.
Just want to talk about the start. There's a little bit of a hesitation from the car in front of you, and yeah, just talk us through what you saw.
Yeah, like I usually I'm always better in the race. Like for me, qualifying is a bit hit and miss, but until lately, really. But yeah, I think Greg had an issue on the start, just didn't move. So, I mean, I saw that, went around, and then Alex was a bit hesitant on the outside, so I took that and then didn't look back. So, I mean, yeah, the second and third final, like they're both very quick. I think I have a car that comes alive later in the race as opposed to the start. So survived kind of the initial rounds, try to get past Greg because he's going to be quick, and it's wide open. There's two finals left.
Yeah, great start. Good luck at the next one.
Cool, thank you.
F1 B main on deck next. 9 cars enter, only 3 cars will leave. 10 minutes in duration. Let's get all our 12th guys out to their marshal spots, please. And at the moment, we've only got 3 cars on the racetrack, 4 cars on the racetrack. So we do have a race on our hands here for the F1 B main. Think of it less of a B main because that name sounds so boring. This is a mid-pack scramble, a last chance shootout. 10 minutes to win your way into the 15-minute Formula One Grand Prix here at the PDNR Winter Champs. Still need check-ins from Ian Webber, Leon Phillips, Anthony Wasson, and Mark Norman coming in. Come on, guys. Chop, chop. Is there anyone else coming, or is that it? Anthony's out. What about Ian Webber and Leon Phillips?
So excited. I'm going to sort out everything.
Devouring it. We're about to go back for a second.
As a vegetarian, I got quite a few of the salads, which are phenomenal.
It's beer and meat. Seriously, can't get any better than that.
Starting grid. Brent Love will start on the pole. For your last chance shootout to make the Grand Prix, Anthony Bryant will start on position number 2. Ian Webber, due to start on position number 3, hasn't checked in, so he might leave that spot vacant. He's gone home. Well, position number 3 will then go to Leon Phillips. Anthony Wasson not making this race, so Tim Duggan will assume position number 4. Yeah, move him up. Move him up. All right, we are set. Dan finally got his sunglasses. Just like his transponder. All right, let's go. This is your F1. Last chance shootout to make the Grand Prix in less than 5. Little bit of a twitch off the start there. Ian Turner did the full donut off the starting grid, facing the wrong direction. And it's going to be lap 1 going in the books to Brent Love, getting away early. Tim Duggan slotting into second off the start here. Oh, Tim getting out of shape, heading to the infield. He fires it into the barrier and rejoins. He's in a fight side by side, fighting for second and third. Andrew Curlis now going through to second. Tim Duggan losing out. Here goes to P4. I think it's Anthony Bryant tucking in there into third now. While Brent Love in the new age McLaren livery leads the way here. Andrew Curlis in a second, then Anthony Bryant to third. From Leon Phillips on the outside looking in at the moment. In a race where only the top 3 will transfer, no one wants to be 4th. Currently, that's Phillips looking in here as Brent Love is just escaping from this field. Check out this battle for the remaining placings, though. We're focusing on the bubble at the moment on stream. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, all in this battle. Oh, jumping the curb to make the move. That's the short course line. And we didn't need to submit it to the FIA stewards because it kind of took care of itself, didn't it? So Anthony Bryant now picks up the 3 spot. Tim Duggan goes back to P4. Leon falls back to P5. Oh, Duggan gets caught up. Jumps the rope and rejoins this race. So it's a race in 2 for 2nd and 3rd. Both of them locked in to the Grand Prix starting grid at the moment. And they need not fight over those remaining positions because if they crash into each other, Tim Duggan and Leon Phillips are going to be right there with him. This is a 10-minute race for your Formula 1 last chance shootout. GTE, A-Main Leg 1 is up next. GTE, you guys are up next. And after that, we will have the Nitro Tourer A-Main. It's going to get noisy here for the Winter Champs. Watching this battle for 2nd and 3rd. Andrew Curlis and Anthony Bryant glued together at the moment. I love the old Renault livery for Bryant. Is it the Fischer-Keller era? Because it looks fantastic in the afternoon sun. I know anyone who ever did a livery lap would never say that it's a Giancarlo Fisichella car, because they'd always say it's an Alonso car, and I understand that. Bryant puts it up to 2nd. Now Curlis dropping down to P3. Poor Giancarlo Fisichella. Always lived in that shadow. Leon Phillips on the outside looking in to P4. Tim Duggan P5. This Brent Love is dominating this last chance shootout race right now. He's coming up to put a lap on Leon Phillips right now. Love took out the Concourse Award this morning. Ironically chosen by yours truly. But he went the extra mile with the presentation. And a beautiful looking car to start with as an F1 representation. 6 minutes and 15 seconds on the master clock here for your last chance race for F1 here at the PDNR Winter Champs. All right, we are across the halfway point here for your F1 last chance shootout race to make the Grand Prix. 3 cars will transfer into the A main of 15 minutes this afternoon. Brent Love. He's doing what McLaren can't right now and dominating this race by a margin of 18 seconds. He's almost got a pit stop in hand. The best performing McLaren Formula 1 car of the modern era, leading the way in the B main. It's still not even an A main race lead from McLaren. That's how low the bar is for those guys right now. Although recent form is encouraging. We've got to make sure Brisket Boys put the... oh, no, it'd be really late, won't it? I forgot we're on East Coast time. Because they would get them put qualifying on the TV, but it'll be like 11 p.m. No, I'll be in bed. Andrew Curlis right now holding on to that last transfer spot. Anthony Bryant through for second. The yellow car of Curlis. The last one, looking at a challenge to the A main event. Leon Phillips and Tim Duggan, 4th and 5th in this B main race. With 3 minutes and 35 left on the clock. I'm hearing reports from FIA Race Control that Tony Firth is going to bring out the safety truck, and they will have to form up behind for a last-minute dash. Well, 2 minutes and 50 left to go here for your F1 B main. This is turning out to be just as exciting as a regular F1 Grand Prix is of late. Wake me up when there's 5 laps to go. Now, Brent Love having the race of his life right now. 22.8, hot lap of the race. He's just thrown that down as well. So his car continues to get better. No tyre degradation for Brent. Anthony Bryant back there in second. 21.5 seconds the margin now. Could afford a pit stop at the moment. He's almost about to put Anthony a lap down here. Coming up behind him on the right-hand side of the circuit, out of the X-ray hairpin to the Yokomo back straight. Bryant doesn't want to be a lap down with 2 minutes to go. Oh, lets him go. Too kind. Andrew Curlis in a bit of a no man's land right now, driving down the Yokomo back straight. Continues to lead this out from Leon Phillips. Further behind in P4. Tim Duggan bowed out a few laps ago, so it's only going to be Leon at the moment who doesn't make it into the A main here. It's a harsh reality, isn't it? 9 cars in, 3 cars out, and they will join the back of the grid to make up your 10-car field for the 15-minute A main. 1 minute and 15 to go. Like the last 5 laps of the GP, you know who's going to win, but by how much? As we hit the 1 minute mark, Brent Love making his way down towards the X-ray hairpin. He's almost about to put another lap on Leon Phillips here. Brent about to start his 24th lap of the race underneath the Speedy RC timing bridge and making his way towards the KWA chicane. GTE, A main leg 1 is up next. GTE, you guys are up next. Followed by Nitro Tura for your 20-minute A main. 25 seconds left to go. Brent Love comes through for another lap. And he's just on the outside of making a 27-lap run here in a 10-minute sprint. As he comes out of the X-ray chicane, X-ray hairpin, he might just squeak through down the Yokomo back straight. He's going to sprint it across the line. Send it, Brent! And I think he got through. No, he didn't. He finishes up. Brent Love takes the win in your B main and transfers into the A main event as your winner here. He's going to slowly crawl it down towards pit road. Put your hands together. Your B main winner in F1. Brent Love takes the win. Anthony Bryant comes across the line in second. About a lap and 5 seconds further behind. And Andrew Curlis comes across the line in third to take position number 10 in your 15-minute Formula One Grand Prix later this afternoon. All right. Let's get that. Let's get all those cars away. And if we can get 1 or 2 volunteers to help out marshal the next race, GTE, A main leg 1 is up next. GTE, you guys are up next.
Brent Love, superb drive there, mate. Taking the top spot in the B final for F1. That bumps you up into the main show. Tell us how that feels.
Amazing. Almost felt like watching a real Formula One race and watching Max Verstappen just dominate everybody. Yeah, pretty cool.
What's your game plan for the 15-minute main final?
No game plan. I'm really happy with the way the car's running. So just put it back on the tyre warmers, get everything nice and prepped up, charge the battery again. Probably just check my pack and make sure I've got enough to run for 15 minutes.
All right, well, let's go get ready. Well done, and yeah, good luck in the final.
Thank you very much.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event.
Just waiting on 1 or 2 more check-ins from Ross Lalic, yep. Ross Lalic, Stephen Thorncraft. Just need a check-in from Stephen. Still looking for marshals from F1B main. Still looking for my marshals. This is GTE, A main leg number 1. Your top qualifier, Cameron Kendall, gets to start on the pole. Michael Turner will join him on the front row here. Anthony Wasson and Ross Lalic on row 2. Tim Roden and Stephen Cornell on row 3. Stephen Thorncraft will join Steve Valletta on row 4 with Clinton McKenzie and Ian Turner rounding out your top 10. Still looking for a marshal at 7 and a marshal at 8, please, guys. I think a marshal at 8 will do us just fine. We're set for your GTE A main leg number 1 here from the PDNR Winter Champs in less than 5. Underway. Looked like Tim Rodin almost missed the start there. Lalic moving up a spot and charging up into 3rd. But it's Cameron Kendall who's going to lead the way here for the opening lap. Michael Turner swapping bodies. He's gone to the orange and purple for the afternoon racing. He goes to 2nd here. Lalic to 3rd. Tim Rodin to the 4th spot already as they come up towards the X-ray hairpin. Kendall jumping the curb and making his way down the Yokomo back straight. The first of 3 A main races. Out and out sprint racing here in 5-minute A main events. Michael Turner now falling under pressure as Lalic gets underneath him. Tim Rodin has a crack as well. In that newly painted body shell, he loses a couple of spots now. He goes down to P4. Lalic in the McLaren colours goes to second. Tim Roden sideways through the double right-hander in the midfield. Now Lalic holding on a second, but nobody has an answer for Cameron Kendall. He's already breaking away by the length of the Yokomo back straight as the next cars come flying under the Speedy RC timing bridge for another lap here. Nitro Tourer, you guys are next. Nitro Tourer, you guys are up next. I believe Brayden Stanley is currently trying to organise the starting boxes for our Nitro A main. 130 down, 3:30 to go here. Kendall with a solid lead, but Ross Lalic is coming for him. Oh, we've had a couple more crashes. Tim Roden has crashed, and I think he crashed again after that. He's dropped back a couple of spots now. And Michael Turner will now go through for third once again. Lalic is trying to click off those hot laps, but Cameron Kendall responds. A 19.024 for Kendall. 2 minutes down and 3 to go here. Kendall making his way down the Yokomo back straight. We're looking at second place at the moment. Ross Lalic in the McLaren colours on the Ferrari body. Or not technically a licensed Ferrari body, but what it's meant to look like in 1.8 GT form. All pulled to be wider and shortened to be fitting a shorter wheelbase with bigger tyres and a big wing hanging off the back to create some downforce to make these big, heavy brutes of RC car racing handle somewhat like they should. With 2 minutes and 20 left on the clock, Cameron Kendall still large and in charge right now down the Yokomo back straight as Ian Turner going through the rallycross option along the grass on the back straight. Just watch out for the cameraman putting his, well and truly putting his life on the line. Need a Marshall on the back straight. Marshall on the back straight. As I say that, good old Colin decides, I might just hide behind the fence here. Yes, if you value your ankles, Cole, you'll probably stay behind that fence when these cars are out here. With 1 minute 45 left on the clock. So Nitro Tourer, you guys are up next. Nitro Touring car is up next. 1 minute 20 left on the clock here. Cameron Kendall, your number one qualifier, looking to take it to the A mains. With a solid run here in leg number one. Ross Lalic right behind him, ripping down the Yokomo back straight. Anthony Wasson has fought his way up again. He was third on the starting grid, got caught up in the opening laps, and now fights back to third. Steve Cornell from sixth on the grid. He's up to P4. Michael Turner getting caught up after he rolled on the back straight. He's dropped all the way down to P7. Tim Roden, who was inside the top four for a little while earlier. I think he was third a little earlier in the race. He's now back to P6. Clinton McKenzie to P8. Ian Turner to P9. Stephen Thorncraft down to P10. And we have 30 seconds left on the clock. 30 seconds to go here. Cameron Kendall leading out. 15 seconds to go. He's going to start his final lap of the race underneath the Speedy RC bridge. Making his way towards the KWR chicane. He's running with Tim Roden on track. But Tim all the way down in P6 at the moment. As Kendall makes his way out of the X-ray hairpin for the final time. Down the Yokomo back straight. That is time. Finish a lap. You're on. You will be done. A1 goes to Cameron Kendall. Your top qualifier takes the first A main of the day. Ross Lalic coming across the line in second. Anthony Wasson is going to bring it home with a hard charge in the back half of the race to finish P3. Steve Cornell to P4 and Steve Valletta rounding out your top five. The Steve Valletta, what a run there. He finished only one qualifier, started position number 8. Comes home P5 here. Just A main.
Cameron Kendall, congratulations, taking the win there. GTEA final number 1. Big smile on your face. Tell us how that feels.
Yeah, good. Finally, car's still feeling great, so hopefully I can transfer it into the next 2. Other than that, yeah, I'm happy with the car. So, yeah, thanks Jay and thanks Serpent, and yeah, thank you.
And so you're going to make any changes to the setup for A2?
That's probably it. I don't think I'll gain any by changing, so I'll probably just leave it and hope for the best.
Excellent. Well, nice way to start your finals campaign. Congratulations again, and we'll let you go celebrate.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, we are on next for Nitro Tour coming up. Do you have to do something with the track there, Tony? You have to do something with the track now, there? Oh, yeah. All right, this is your Nitro Tour, a main event coming up, 20 minutes in duration. We've got a marshal on track to pull the board out so we can get everyone in the right starting positions. And we are going 1 minute till race start, 1 minute till race start. So think about coming in, getting them fueled up and getting ready for your race start. I need all my marshals out on track, please. All my GTE guys, I need you out on track now to marshal. All right. Mechanics can watch my call. I'll give you the signal. We got 15 seconds. 15 seconds. All right, let's get them all across. All cars across to the starting area. Everyone across. It's a Le Mans start. It's a Le Mans start. Bring them over here to the line. All right, 10 seconds. Fuel them up. Cars up. Cars down. And we're underway with the Nitro Tourer A main. And down the main straight for the first time, Tate Firth, your number 1 qualifier, gets a lead out. Nathan Sanderson into the second spot. Scotty Elliott already losing out on third to Brayden Stanley. He only managed to finish, I think, 1 qualifier, did he? And he still threw down enough runs to find himself in the field and having a hunt. He's already up to third here. So Tate Firth has some work to do as your race leader. Oh, no, we've got a rollover. Sanderson puts it on the lid out of the chicane. So it's going to be Firth and Stanley leading the way. The Infinity teammates, 1 and 2 on the racetrack here. Tate holding on at the moment from the pole spot, but Stanley is charging hard already. An 18-1 hot lap of the race for Brayden Stanley. And Tate rolled the car. Stanley now goes through to the race lead. Despite a shocking qualifying effort, Brayden Stanley doing a great job now from deep in the field. Leading the way. Oh, Stanley gets caught up. Firth is going to come alongside. Tate Firth grabs the lead. Stanley fires it into his rear bumper. And good job from Tate Firth getting the elbows out to hold on to the top spot. I want to see these two going toe-to-toe. over the next 18.5 minutes. Lexi getting out of the way of the leaders there. Young Lexi Firth having a good run out here. She started out of position number 10, just doing her thing. Tate over again at the X-ray hairpin.
Oh, yeah, I thought 10. Don't mind me, I'm just...
With an approximate 5-minute fuel stop on board. They need a couple of stops to get them home to the finish here. To stop on fuel. Oh, another one over for Tate Firth. He's pushing too hard and continues to give away time. He had himself a tidy little margin, though. As he brings it across the line, still holds the lead.
Did Brayden Stanley had a aim or did he stop or something? He had a double lap, yeah. All right, I'm going to manually correct that lap. You guys are okay with that?
So as it stands, 3 minutes into your 20-minute A-main for Nitro Tour. Tate Firth continues to roll it over and give away time. Brayden Stanley holding the lead here. Oh, we got a massive one on a big crash down the smoking front straight. Stanley now out to an 11.5 second lead over Tate back there in second. As we follow Stanley, making his way down the smoking front straight. $12 seconds now. Back to Tate Firth. Another 2.7 seconds further back to Nathan Sanderson. And then Jake Edwards in the white and orange entry just going a lap down to Stanley. So young Brayden making a hard charge in this race already. 3:45 into this one. And Jake Edwards having a flame out rolling it into pit lane at 4 minutes. So he's already either pushing fuel or had a mechanical issue that brought him unstuck so early in the race here as we're 4 minutes in. Stanley coming in early for the fuel stop. So Stanley going a bit shorter on fuel here at the 4 minute mark. We'll have to potentially go the extra stop over Tate. 5, 10, 15, 20 brings him home for Tate Firth. 4, 8, 12, 16. For Brayden Stanley is the order of the day here. So Stanley with a fuel stop. He comes across the stripe. We did have a minor timing issue for Brayden a moment ago. He missed a lap, but we manually corrected. So we're going to keep an eye on your race leader here, Brayden Stanley. As Tate Firth yet to come in for fuel. Will be due to come in very soon, as he's been told he's about to come in. So Tate Firth making his way right up onto a bit of traffic as well, is about to come firing into the pit lane. The double green car. Car number 1, your top qualifier, Firth, in the pit lane. Gets a fuel up from his dad, Tony, on the gun. And rejoins the race. A masterful pit stop for Tate Firth here. His pit lap only giving away about 4.5 seconds. His pit lap was 0.8 of a second quicker than Brayden Stanley's. So the Firth team absolutely missile fast in the pit stops. But he still has 12.3 seconds to give up.
Brayden had another double lap. Yeah, okay. I manually corrected it again. Yep.
So Stanley leading this one out now by 12 seconds the margin. We're about a minute and a half away from seeing Brayden back in pit row. And it's all going to come to a head when we hit that final pit stop. Realistically, with the pit stop being only worth about 7 seconds, Tate Firth needs to stop making mistakes and stay within about that margin to Brayden if he wants a chance at winning this race. Currently the gap 12.3 seconds last time to cross the line hit between Brayden Stanley and Tate Firth. Now it's out to 14.5 seconds between the two of them. Stanley that time by a 17.9. Both of them has hot lapped identically at a 17.847. Your first and second cars on the racetrack have done identical hot laps in this final. 7 down and 13 to go. We had a car stopped on the back straight. That was Jake Edwards getting caught up there. So Edwards came to a stop a little while ago in the race too, and it stops again a few minutes later. I think he ran out of noise at about 4 minutes, and the car stops again at the 7-minute mark. As Tate Firth makes his way around the track, we follow with Brayden Stanley here, the all-green Infinity, making his way to the X-ray hairpin and onto the Yokomo back straight. Stanley across the line, that time by a 17.980. 14.4 seconds of margin back to Tate, holding on to second. Nathan Sanderson doing a nice job holding on to third right now from second on the starting grid. Sanderson finding himself right on top of Brendan George. They're not battling for time there. They're almost 2 laps apart between them as Brayden Stanley comes in for his next fuel stop, bang on the 8-minute mark. So Stanley nicely done in the pit row. We'll see what his pit lap is this time around as he comes underneath the Speedy RC timing bridge. 23.7. So Team Stanley have picked up the pace in the pit stop. The Tate Firth pit stop lap was a 23.5. And last time, the Stanley pit stop was in the 24s. So we'll see if Tate can do the same in a couple of minutes' time. He was due to stop in about 1 minute and 15 seconds here, running on 5-minute time, according to our sources on the inside. And that sees the gap between them self-corrected right now to 9 seconds. It'll blow out again when Tate Firth takes his next stop. For your Nitro Tour A main, for the PDNR Winter Champs, our broadcast partners bringing you the action thanks to Campbelltown Hobbies and Psychology Services New South Wales, to Brisket Boys and Mark 1 as well. Fantastic offerings from those guys, helping us make this event happen. And Karma, of course, bringing us the Karma driver stand. As we run it down 9.5 minutes into this one, we got problems here for Lexi Firth, just getting caught up on the wrong side of the Speedy RC timing bridge. As we approach the halfway point here, coming up on 10 minutes, Tate Firth is going to go another lap around here. He's going to push it. It's going to go out to about 10 minutes and 5. It's going to be his next stop here for Tate Firth. So he's building himself a little bit of a safety margin to make the pit stop and make it fit within the 20-minute race. Firth bringing it down. Oh, he gets it caught up on the pipe. Your second-place driver, Tate Firth, in the pit lane for a fill stop. Has to deal with a little bit of traffic on exit. Has he given away more time in the pit lap here? Because he's almost now about a quarter of a lap away from going a lap down to Brayden Stanley. 23.7 for Tate in the pit lane. The gap sits at 15.3 seconds for Brayden Stanley out front. So nicely done here from Brayden Stanley. Nathan Sanderson having a quiet race by himself. The 2-car making his way around. We follow young Tate holding down second in this Nitro Tour A main, down the Smoker main straight. Brayden Stanley coming up about 1 minute away from his next pit stop as Lexi Firth getting caught up a little bit, needing a marshal assistance. So we're about 45 seconds away from seeing Brayden Stanley, your race leader, come in for his third pit stop of this race. He'll need one more at the 16-minute mark. And this is when Tate has his opportunity to try and strike. He only needs one more stop to make 3 stops at the 15-minute mark of this race. And as it stands right now, Stanley needing 2 more to bring it home. As young Lexi brings it into pit lane, gets her fill up on fuel as well from the Firth family racing team. And Stanley comes across the line. He's still clicking off some pretty quick laps at the moment. Firth is hanging with him on overall time as now Stanley in the pit lane. Gets a fill up. He's got Jeffrey Mackie on the gun. Getting him done here for Brayden. And gets his fill up done very nicely. He comes out joining with Brendan George as they bring it around onto the Okomo back straight. And Stanley that time by 23.8 on the pit lap here. So it will be 2.5 minutes more before we see Tate Firth take to the pit lane as Tate comes across the line. They're out of sync just a little bit, but Tate now 10.4 seconds and a pit stop behind the race leader, Brayden Stanley. Sanderson back there to third, then Brendan George in P4. Scotty Elliott, I think he had issues and stripped a belt on the car, or it might have been Lexi, who's unfortunately showing us out of this race, parked up in the pit lane. So I think it might have been Lexi Firth, unfortunately. That leaves 3 cars retired from this race. There's been problems for Scotty Elliott and problems for James White as well. We both found a couple of very long laps in this race. And another mistake there from Tate Firth a moment ago. Sees the gap open back up. It's now out to 11.2 seconds with about 1.5 minutes left in this stint for Tate. Putting these Nitro touring cars to work here. Lexi's back out on the racetrack, so it obviously wasn't the problem that she had. I think it might have been Jake Edwards that might have stripped that belt, or Clinton McKenzie, both of those guys out of this race for some time now. As your race leader. Working around by himself at the moment. We're following along with Tate Firth out of the X-ray hairpin and onto the Okomo back straight. He makes his way around, that time by an 18.0. Lap on lap, he's circulating a little bit quicker than Brayden Stanley at this stage of the race. Tate due to come into the pits in about the next 3 or 4 laps here to take his 3rd and final stop of this 20-minute Nitro Tourer A main. As Brayden Stanley comes across. And Stanley continues on through. Tate not too far away here, back there in second from making his 3rd and final stop. Going on that 5-minute fuel stop, so he goes past one more time. We expect him to come into the pits on the next lap as Brayden Stanley puts down his best lap of the race, a 17.68 for Brayden. Your race leader throwing down here. He's put in this at work at the moment to try and cover off the time he's going to lose. And Tate Firth actually going one more lap even on fuel here. So he's got himself a nice healthy buffer into the closing stages of the race to keep that 5-minute time running nicely. And realistically run the car to 5.5 minutes without too much problem, or at least that's when you start to stretch it real thin here. Firth in the lane. So Firth now comes out right on Brendan George, and not far behind is Brayden Stanley to put a lap on him. But they've gone to match pit stops now. So both cars on 3 stops. Brayden Stanley not too far away from having to make his 4th stop to make the finish of the race here. As we come up to a little over 4 minutes to go. Short course, you guys are up next. Short course is up next as Brayden Stanley comes into the pit lane. And now a little bit slower through the pit lane that time by for Brayden Stanley. But now they're separated by a margin of about 10 seconds on the racetrack. With 3.5 minutes left to go, it's all just right now for Brayden Stanley. Has to maintain and keep it nice and clean. Oh, Lexi Firth, unfortunately, breaking the car off the... And young Lexi's going to be out of this race here. She drove well, keeping control of the car and staying. 3 minutes left to go for your Nitro Tour A main. For who? Oh, no, yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's still working. So 2 minutes 45 left in your Nitro Tour A main here. It's a blowout for Brayden Stanley. 12.5 seconds of margin. Back to Tate Firth, your number one qualifier. Holding down second right now. Nathan Sanderson has been holding on to third for quite some time. Brendan George back to P4. Scotty Elliott showing his P5 right now over Chris Newell and James White. Lexi Firth, unfortunately, just bowed out of this race after a big crash right at the timing loop. The Speedy RC timing tower copping a bit of a hit, but it lives to fight another day in your Nitro Tour A main. 2:05 left to go. Brayden Stanley across the line, lapping consistently in the low 18s at the moment. It's just the occasional mistake from Tate Firth. Every 5 or so laps, a little error brings him unstuck. And that gap continues to open up. It's now over 12 seconds, the gap between them, with 1 minute and 45 left here. We'll follow Brayden Stanley, rocking his Infinity vehicle. Driving a superb race here on home turf for the PDNR Winter Champs. His mate Tate took the top qualifying spot and led the field away for the opening lap while Brayden got to work in charging up to his mate. And after 20 minutes of racing, it's going to come down. There's 1 minute to go. 1 to go here in your Nitro Tour A main. Brayden Stanley could afford to stop twice and still hold on to the race lead here. Maybe even 3 times and be marginal. As he brings it out of the teardrop and around the X-ray hairpin to the Yokomo back straight. With a couple of laps left to go, he starts his 64th lap of the race with 30 seconds left on the clock here for Brayden Stanley. Gets a bit loose offline down the front straight for Smoker Marseille and almost throws the car into the barriers right at the very end of the race. As he starts now what will be his final lap with 15 seconds left on the clock. Stanley in control. As soon as he got to the front, he managed the pace and drove superbly here for the Nitro Tour A main with the final few seconds left to go. Tate Firth starts his final lap, and that is time. Brayden Stanley, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. He takes out the Nitro Tour A main after starting 5th on your grid this afternoon. And your top qualifier, Tate Firth, is going to bring it around to take 2nd behind him. Nathan Sanderson drove a clean race and brought it home to be on the podium here in 3rd. Brennan George home in P4. Chris Newland rounding out your top 5 with James White in 6. And only 6 drivers taking it to the finish here. And some victory donuts for Brayden Stanley to celebrate the win here from 5th on the grid for the PDNR Winter Champs. All right, so short course is up next if we can get the guys to put the jumps out. Short course. Phillip, you guys are up next.
Brayden, Stanley, congratulations taking the win in the Nitro Tour final here at the 2023 Winter Champs. Hey, you had to work hard today. Qualifying didn't go to plan. Just yeah, talk us through your day and that 20-minute final.
It was pretty good. We got back from Queensland about 3 days ago. I was pretty buggered and yeah, I didn't prepare the car at all. It was the new Infinity i15-2, and after a couple little issues throughout qualifying, I started 5th on the grid, so it was pretty ordinary, but sorted it out. Managed to get the car really good towards the end. It was really easy to drive, so yeah.
With a fuel stop in hand, you're doing 4-minute runs to Tate's 5. Were you worried at any point that the fuel strategy might make it a closer battle?
I was a little bit before the race, but once I saw Tate made a couple of mistakes, we had that gap, so there was no need to risk it. I'd rather run a safe run than run out of fuel on the back straight, have to get carted all the way around, so just play the game safe and do it properly.
And who would you like to thank?
Infinity, Creation Mall and SMJ, new Infinity i15-2, undefeated in the country so far. So Kabuto, SMJ, Mob Boss Designs, Energy Fuel, Matrix Tires, Samoa, J-Spec, oh not J-Spec, RC Maker, yeah. So, yeah.
I'm proud of you. You're rattling off your sponsors without looking at your body for a change.
I know. I didn't miss anyone because I love them all. Speedy as well. And Jeffrey Mackie for pitting for me. That pretty epic.
Yeah, Jeff did some great stops too. So yeah, well done. Congratulations. And yeah, we'll let you go celebrate.
Thank you.
That's why I asked you, because I'm like, because I was over there because I didn't know where he was. Sorry, mate.
Hey, Mr. Supercars, Colin. Yeah, want to have a skid in this one or what? Oh, I'll film this one, he says. All right, Matt's up then. All right, short course. Short course truck is up next. This time, Tony duties. Tony's going to give up the driving duties here, and Matt Seckold. Oh, no, hang on. Colin's been instructed that he has to drive. Good on you to Tate Firth with some stern words to Mr. Supercars. Add 3 to 7. This is 7 or 6. Okay. Not doing too bad. Only. All right, so joining us on your short course truck starting grid for this one is a man who's spent most of his life behind the camera. We're going to embarrass him a little bit here because I can. This man has put a lot of effort now behind the scenes at Supercars Media, and since moving from Perth to Sydney, has started joining the ranks of RC car racing. A few of you, if you race out at Sydney RC Club at Ride, might know him already. But he's jumping in. Is Colin Balshaw. He's jumping in behind the Firth truck. And he's going to have a skid. And he's the man behind the scenes who made the latest ad for Campbelltown Hobbies. And some of the great camera work that he's been posting to Sydney RC Club. So he's the man who's been wandering around here with the uber expensive camera, pointing that in various directions. And he was risking his life in the GTE A main by actually kneeling down on the grass on the back straight, putting his body on. But he's going to have a skid here. And have we told Colin that it's a gate start? Yeah, he's used to a gate start. So I'm expecting a whole shot here from Colin Balshaw. All right, let's get these trucks all lined up. Oh, yeah. Oh, we won't tell him. Okay. He'll figure it out. All right. All right, let's line them up here for short course. This is round number 5 for short course here at the PDNR Winter Champs. Can we get our touring car, Nitro Tourer, guys? Nitro Tourer. This is getting a little bit long in the tooth, please, guys. You all just race. You know what you do after your race is you go out and marshal. The fact that most of you are out there in the pits flapping your gums is not great. All right. Thanks to all our friends and people who are hanging out on the sidelines watching on. Give us a thumbs up if you love some short course trucks. I seen one. That's fantastic. That's enough for me. All right. We are set to go round 5 of short course truck in less than 5. Oh, my God. It never gets old. Oh, jeez. So Scott Marks, who took the win, I think the last 2 races here in short course truck, he was down in P5, but he just found his way through. Oh, Colin missed the bridge. That's all right. I'll give him a lap for that. There we go. And Colin now showing on your timing screens as your race leader because he had 1 lap in 0 seconds. So Colin's having a fantastic run. When should we tell him? So Colin may not have figured this out yet, but in a second we'll let him know. And what he's probably already realised is all these guys are cutting the track, guys. Well you're allowed to cut the chicane, Cole. So use the truck's off-road capabilities to your advantage and just cut the chicane right there at the edge of the board. There you go. There you go. Colin's on the job. Oh, no, he tipped it over. Oh, come on, Brayden. Oh, got to keep the Macca's cup upright. Can't spill the purple drink. And you can cut the full inside of the teardrop right here, Cole. Just go around the board. There you go. He's figured it out. Scott Marks leading the way here in your short course truck race. Round number 5, 1 to go at the end of this. I think Matt and I are going to flip a coin to decide who's going to race it. Stephen Thorncraft into second. Clinton McKenzie into third. Clinton McKenzie's got that thing figured out because he's got like uber hard plastic tires on it, so it actually slides instead of gripping and rolling over. Whereas the Firth truck just seems to be made of marshmallows and rolls itself over. If it's a Kyosho truck, how old is it? It was probably made before sway bars existed on RC cars. As Scott Marks continues to lead this way, I think he's pretty much wrapped up, or all but wrapped up the overall here in the short course truck standings as Colin turns it into a Tony Firth family turtle truck after the Speedy RC timing beam. The Turtle Firth truck. Stephen Thorncraft back to third here. Anthony Thomas into P4 from Ian Lewis in P5. Nicole Platts, then Colin Balshaw holding on to P7 in this race over Anthony Cummins and Rochelle Shields. Alex Marks, unfortunately, out of this race. I think he broke the truck again. Oh, Anthony Thomas caught up in the middle jump. Needs a marshal to assist. But it's Scott Marks. Having a solid run here. I still haven't seen someone go absolutely full send off the back straight jump. I'm waiting for that. Well, Colin's decided he's much faster if he goes around the jumps. Look at this. Bypasses the back straight jump. He's got it figured out here. But ran out of steering lock and drove it into the fence just near where I drove my touring car into the fence yesterday, actually. I think the short course truck fares a bit better here as he rips around here with 1 minute and 5 left on the clock. Scott Marks from Clinton McKenzie out front. Now Stephen Thorncraft shows an 11-second lap, apparently, to go to the race lead. So don't know where Stephen Thorncraft cut the track. I think he's crashed, and Scott Marks has gone past him anyway. Clinton McKenzie showing back there in third right now. We'll level that out with 30 seconds left on the clock. That's real short course racing. You cut the track blatantly to get the job done. 20 seconds left to go here for round 5 of short course. Dash TLAB, you guys are up next. Dash TLAB class is up next. And then we'll go back into the regular mains for 112.13.5. A main leg number 2 coming up soon. And that is time. Finish a lap, you're on, you will be done. Clinton McKenzie hits the line and gets the job done. The system still showing Stephen Thorncraft as your race leader. As Scott Marks has really lost out on the race lead here. So that cut lap, a masterstroke of pure genius from Stephen Thorncraft. And that's going to allow him to come across the line and take the win here in round 5. Stephen Thorncraft cuts half the track to take the win. Scott Marks across the line in second. Clinton McKenzie in third. Ian Lewis in P4. And Anthony Thomas rounding out your top 5 for round 5 of short course truck.
Stephen Thorncraft taking an unexpected win there in race 5, a short course truck. Yeah, just tell us, is that an accurate result?
Clearly not. There's probably an extra lap in there that probably should be deleted, but you get that. Short course was a short little accident over the back there, so I just went around and we got another lap.
Just give us your reflections on this class here at PDNR or the winter champs. You know, short course being orientated around fun and it's okay to crash, but yeah, just give us your thoughts on that class.
Yeah, no, good fun class and yeah, giggles and laughs and yeah.
Shortcuts?
Shortcuts, yes.
You want to give a shout out or any thanks to anyone who might be watching the stream, cheering you on?
Just everyone who's watching at home, mum and dad and whoever else, and yeah, anyone from Newcastle, from the club.
And you're pretty active on socials. You're always supporting people's posts and sharing. How many times have you shared our live stream today?
Oh, should be half a dozen at a minimum.
We appreciate the support, mate. Thanks for coming down and being part of this event, and good luck in the next one.
Thanks for having us.
All right, we will put the jumps away real quick. And we're into round 5 for Dash TLAB coming up next.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event.
The Dash TLAB, round number 5. Jake McKee, you know what has to be done, my friend. Yeah. Keep going. Yeah, back there will be good. Oh, hang on. Tony Firth is on the job somewhere. And that's where Jake's going to start the race. So Jake McKee going to start back there.
Let's get Mackie.
Now, I've been told there's another wild card being played here from Steve Hagensen giving up the radio to the one and only Simon Nicholson. So where does Simon like to start? He's going to start there, I reckon. He can start there. We're going to give Shane Norman the pole. And Phil Merrick will start from second. Brett Wilson can start from position 3. And John Lee, oh, that's where we're going to start him, is it? Yeah, okay. So Simo's going to start on the exit of the loop. Yeah, right in Pusey's hand. Alrighty. So Pusey's going to drop the car 5 seconds after the buzzer. And we're going to go racing. This is Dash TLAB. All the fun of push to pass for round number 5 in less than 5. Off and rolling. When should we put Simo down, you reckon? Yeah, I reckon about now. You're putting it back there as well. Yeah, chuck him on. Simo's going to go for it. And we're underway here, watching your leaders. Shane Norman from the pole spot trying to get away here. Phil Merrick in the second. Brett Wilson behind in third. I don't think they used their boost on the opening lap, so they still have 3 pushes to go on the third channel. Down the Yokomo back straight. Norman leading the way here from Merrick and Brett Wilson. Jake McKee has already closed the gap to the back of these guys. Oh, Norman jumps the curbing and fires it into the fence. And Simo clicks his first flying lap off. He's putting down, at the moment, 2 seconds quicker than the leaders. As McKee and Norman stuck into each other on the Yokomo back straight. That lets Phil Merrick lead this one away. Brett Wilson now into the second spot. And Simo, I think, used the first of his 3 boost activations a moment ago. Put down a 20.5 early hot lap of the race here as he brings it onto the Yokomo back straight. That's another click of the boost there. A 20.7 that time by for Simo. Is now closing up to the first of the cars he has to try and race against. Although I think Pusey might have penalised him a little bit far off the start there, because I don't know whether he's going to find his way to the front. With 3 minutes and 10 to go. Last time by 22-1 for Phil Merrick. 21-3 for Simo. He's 7.2 seconds off the race lead. So theoretically possible. Problems for Shane Norman, who pulls in to pit row. We're getting some predictions from the background that we think Simo might be on here for a run to the top. Well, Phil Merrick will be starting to feel a bit nervous here. 5.7 seconds is the margin from front to back. A 20.7 for Simo. That time by 21.5. Has Simo used all 3 of his boosts now? 1 left he has. Or none left. Well, Steve said none, so I think Simo's blown his allocation before 2 minutes to go here. As Phil Merrick burned through one of them. He went to a 21.8 as your race leader. 21.9 for Brett Wilson. He used one a little while ago. Jake McKee, 21.4. So on clean running laps here, Simo is still proving to be a bit quicker than your race leaders and slowly catching him. 1 minute 40 left to go. It's Merrick out front from Wilson and McKee. And Simo that time by 21.8. That's a normal lap for Simo. The other guys are lapping half a second to a second, a lap slower, depending on how the lap goes for them. Onto the Yokomo back straight. He can see them. He can see him just a little bit further up the road now, and he's going to be in contention for second and third. A couple of good moves and some solid racing going on here between Brett Wilson and Jake McKee. And Simo now closing the gap, slowly but surely, closing up to these guys. I don't think he's going to be in the hunt. And Brett Wilson, 6 and out for Brett. Didn't even have to challenge for Simo. He handed it to him as Jake McKee throws down a 21.0 boost lap. I think McKee's used his allocation now. And he's a sitting duck for Simo, who's trying to close down the gap. 35 seconds to go. Phil Merrick, your leader. McKee trying to hunt him down. Now, I wonder if Phil has any more boosts left. I think he might have used them all. After 12 laps of racing, Simo's getting awfully close to threatening these guys here. This will be fun here for TLAB. With 10 seconds left to go, they're not going to make it around any more laps here. And it's going to get close, but no cigar. Phil Merrick is going to get the job done, bringing it down the Yokomo back straight and racing it to the line over Jake McKee home in second. And if Pusey had to put him down 2 seconds earlier, it would have been a different story. Simon Nicholson coming across the line in third. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. How good is Dash TLAB racing?
It was almost just right, almost.
Up next is going to be 112 13.5. 112 13.5. You guys are up next for A main leg 2.
Simon Nicholson just couldn't get the job done there. A bit of a handicap start for you as a cameo drive in one of the TLAB cars. Just give us your thoughts on that class and yeah, that race that you just fell short on.
It's awesome fun, you know, like it's up to you if you want to use the boost start and use it for passes or whatever. It all comes down to strategy, doesn't it, when you want to use it.
What was your strategy?
I used them all up near the start, really. I just wanted to close the gap quickly, and I was hoping that the other guys were going to make some more mistakes or whatever. And then I was confident that I could get past without the boost. So, yeah, I went with them all early.
And who's up for grabs to do the next cameo drive? Is there another unknown driver coming in for a play?
I'm not sure. Yeah, whoever wants to grab it, really.
I got Chris Mitchell in my ear saying he'll have a steer.
Yeah, go for it. You know, it's good fun.
That means you got to jump on the mic though, Simon.
Maybe. We'll see.
Well done, mate. Thanks for supporting that class. It's been a really interesting class to see. Everyone's getting on board with it. So yeah, we look forward to see what happens in the future.
Yeah, it'll be good. Hopefully it takes off a bit more, and you know, a full group of them, 10 out there would be awesome to see. Just boosts everywhere and mayhem.
Excellent. Well, yeah, thanks for the chat and good luck tomorrow in modified.
Cheers, thank you.
We are back on deck with 112 13.5. A main leg. Ready to rock and roll. That cut out again. Can I get all my TLAB guys out to marshals, please? And 1 or 2 extra marshals. All my TLAB guys and 1 or 2 extra volunteer marshals, please. 112 13.5. A main went the way of last year's New South Wales champion, Nathan Tanti, getting the job done in the first leg. Here he has the opportunity to try and lock up the win here for the PDNR Winter Champs. Your top qualifier, Greg Brooks, after a shocker to his start earlier, he's looking to see if he can deny that opportunity. Scott Maher and Alex Brown, 2 other cars inside the top 2 rows of the starting grid, looking to make their mark on the A-mains. With David Reston and Dan Maher, P5 and 6 don't go. It's not going to do that. Christian Searle starting out of P7. From Mark Wallin, Leon Phillips, Scott Hill, Ray Zarb driving from the Campbelltown Hobbies Broadcast Centre with Daryl Thorncraft and James Turner lining up at the back of the bus. All right, how are we looking for marshals? Now, Colin. No, you're good there, but just be aware, the pole sitter stalled last time, and that's where his car landed. All right, looks like we are good to go for A-main leg number 2 of 12 scale 13.5, lesson 5. Here we go. Oh, a bit of a slow start again from Greg Brooks. Struggle, and he gets caught up on the exit of the X-ray hairpin. He goes back a couple of spots. He goes down to position number 3. Alex Brown going to get his nose in front for this one. Nathan Tanti going to second. So Tanti now with a bit of pressure to try and chase down your race leader here to lock up the overall win here for the PDNR Winter Champs in 12th, 13.5. Greg Brooks, your top qualifier from the pole. Faulted a little bit. He's back there to third. Mark Wallin at a P4. And Dan Marr out of position number 6, right with them in the hunt here. Dan's car was uber fast in A-main leg number 1. We'll see what he can do here. He closes right up onto them as they come down the Yokomo back straight. Watching this battle for the remaining placings while it's Alex Brown clearing out front. And at the moment, Brown is uber fast in the beginning of the race. We saw this from qualifying. He could throw down crazy laps in the opening minute or two, but then slowly started to fall back through the later stages of the 8-minute qualifiers. We saw it also in A-main leg 1. He was close and challenging with Tanti in the early stages, but fell back in the closing end of the race. Right now, Tanti is just hoping that history repeats itself for him. As it looks like a mistake there from Greg Brooks a little while ago. Saw him falling further behind. He's now down behind Dan Marr. Marr up to P4 from 6 on the grid. Another great run for Dan. He was 6 in race 1. Now up to P4 here in A-main leg number 2. An uber-tight battle starting to form for second here. A couple of mistakes from Tanti. And he loses out. He goes down to P3 now. Oh, mistake on the back straight. Is that Mark Wallin in the grass after all of that? He just hands it back to Tanti. No, he is right on there with him. So there was someone else in there. My mistake. Wallin right there in the hunt. 1/10 of a second between them at the line. Dan Marr not much further behind as well here as they come down the Yokomo back straight. 2.8 seconds is the margin here. But Alex Brown is in one of those white cars out front, just making his way through a bit of traffic down the Smoker main straight. But this battle for second and third. Tanti, then Wallin. And then fourth there of Dan Marr getting involved in that argument. P5, Greg Brooks, your top qualifier. Sitting there at the moment down the Yokomo backstretch. Last time by Alex Brown at 20.05. Nathan Tanti at 19.7. Brought the gap down a little bit further. 5 minutes to go here. We've still got a long way to go in A-main leg number 2 for 1:12, 13.5. Your Formula 1 A-main is up next. Formula 1 A-main. Your 15-minute Grand Prix coming up next, guys. Mark Wallin that time by. He put down his personal best of the race here for Mark. He's trying to close the gap to the back of Tanti, who's trying to close up this huge margin to Alex Brown out front. Oh, a couple getting caught up right in front of second and third. They just get through out of the way. So Brown with 2 seconds in hand. That time by 19.7. Tanti on a 19.7. They're lapping the same at the moment. And Tanti trying not to think about having to go defensive here because Wallin is right on him. 1.5 seconds a gap now. Brown had a slow lap at 20.6. Gives him a bit of time. Mark Wallin could be the pickpocket here from third right now. If they close the gap to Alex Brown, Wallin has a chance of winning this A2 race and forcing it to a third round decider. He keeps looking tighter at the right-hander after the Speedy RC timing bridge. Little lick of the curb there for Tanti. Wallin hot on his heels as they head up into the teardrop. Coming up on a bit of traffic here out of the X-ray hairpin. Another lick of the curb there for Tanti. Down the Yokomo backstretch. Nathan's driving a tight one here. Another lick of the curb at the right-hander. Wallin looking to the inside, just trying to position his car nicely. And this keeps the margin out front to 1.8 seconds for Alex Brown. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there for Tanti. Wallin had a big look at the inside at the teardrop. He falls back in behind him again. 3 minutes and 5 to go here. Alex Brown thinking about the racing going on behind him. He is still trying to lock down some hot laps at the moment. 2 seconds now the margin. He's pulled a bit of time back out on these two as they continue to fight. And Tanti just tightens up the lines a little too far. Wallin all over the back of him right now. Is knocking on the door like a trick-or-treater with a sugar rush, trying to have a crack as they come down the smoking front stretch. Wallin wants this P2 spot real bad as they come down the Yokomo backstretch once again. 2.1 seconds the margin now. Bit of lap traffic now separating your leaders. Alex Brown getting past Nathan Tanti and Mark Wallin going to arrive on the scene any moment now. Great job to the lap traffic, letting the leaders go on through. 1.7 seconds was the gap last time by. Brown across, Tanti across. It goes to 1.5 and 0.117 from Tanti back to Wallin. There is nothing in it here. Tanti is just driving it from curb to curb, as if to send a message telling Mark, please don't pass me. I'm doing something here. But a mistake from Alex Brown. And it's on for young and old now. Brown is under a huge amount of pressure. Oh, Tanti licks the curb at the chicane. Almost gives up the spot to Mark Wallin, who's driving the long way around. And Wallin gets it done for second. A fantastic move. And now Mark Wallin in the box seat. 1 minute 25 left to go. Nathan Tanti just has to accept he's got tickets to the show right now to watch this battle for the race lead. Alex Brown holding on to the lead here to try and keep the hopes alive of taking this through to the third and final A-main decider. Mark Wallin wants to tip his name into the hat here. And all Nathan can do is just watch right now and try to get onto this battle and see if he can get lucky at the end. 1 minute to go. Wallin is driving like a man possessed right now. He's closed right up onto the back of Brown. Down the Yokomo backstretch, 45 seconds to go across the line. And Wallin is now within 1.5 tenths of a second, driving the race of his life here in 12th 13.5. A-main leg 2 for the PDNR Winter Champs. Up towards the teardrop. Down through the X-ray hairpin. Wallin much tighter on the apex of the hairpin. Gets a great amount of speed coming onto the Yokomo backstretch. Brown a little bit wide at the teardrop here after the loop. But he's covering off the inside line and doesn't want to put Mark in a position to be tempted to have a look here. But here we go. Little lick at the curb. He's trying to drive too defensive. Mark checks up and stays in behind him. There's 10 seconds to go. Down the Yokomo backstretch. Side by side. Oh, no. Brown's in the grass. Oh, Brown tried to be conservative and put it in the grass. And that is time. Finish a lap here on You Will Be Done. Keep going, Alex. You're still in it. But how about it for Mark Wallin? What a drive he has driven to the Yokomo backstraight for the final time. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. 12 scale racing at its finest. Mark Wallin takes A-main leg number 2. Nathan Tanti home in second. And a brilliant drive, but ultimately not to be. Alex Brown across the line in third. Greg Brooks, your top qualifier to P4. And Dan Marr rounding out your top 5. What a race. And it goes down to A3 later this afternoon.
Mark Wallin, what an absolutely thrilling race there. Can you sum it up for us?
Oh, let's see. I caught up to Nathan and I sat on him for however long I sat on him. And
half an hour?
Half an hour, it felt like it, yeah. And then, yeah, I just found a gap through and got into second and was surprised I could pull a gap on him as quick as I could. I knew Alex would slow down a little bit towards the end of the race. I didn't expect him to go bush for me though, so yeah, absolutely stoked with that result.
Did you make a drastic change or something? Where did that performance come from?
Just in there. No changes to the car at all, just driving it.
Any shout-outs or thanks you want to give to people watching the stream?
Absolutely. My wife at home, Warren at Essential RC for the car, Christian and Alex for being the best guys in the pits to hang out with. Yeah.
And
just PDNR for running the event.
Yeah, just touch on that. You've had a bit of a road trip up with some mates from Canberra.
Yeah, we saw this was coming up, so we worked out that we could pack everything into one car, and we decided to do a road trip maybe 2 months ago. So booked accommodation and so forth. Came up yesterday, did some practice, and we'll head home after tours tomorrow night. So, yeah.
Is that one of the good things you like about RC, that mateship and friendship that you build?
Absolutely, yeah. I've been mates with Christians since year 7, so I don't want to tell you how long ago that was. And I've known Alex for a similar sort of time. He used to race off-road in Canberra, so yeah.
Excellent. Well, we'll let you go celebrate. Congratulations again, and yeah, thanks for the chat.
No worries, man. Thank you.
All right, it is time. Let's get our 12th guys out to their marshal positions. All the 12th guys, let's get out to your marshal spots. Formula One, we had your 3 drivers that transferred out of the last chance race. Brent Love, Anthony Bryant, and Andrew Curlis joining the A-Main starting grid for the 15-minute Formula One Grand Prix. This is a one-shot, 15 minutes only race distance. And your top qualifier will be starting from the pole this afternoon is going to be Jeffrey Mackie. Starting out of position number 2 on the front row, Rick Semo. Greg Brooks will join Cameron Kendall on the second row of the grid for 3rd and 4th respectively. David Reston will join Brendan George on row 3 of the starting grid. Ross Lalic and Brent Love will share row 4. And Anthony Bryant will share the 5th and final row of the starting grid alongside Andrew Curlis out of position number 10. I don't have any check-in for Rick Semo or Andrew Curlis at this point. Just waiting on those guys to get out here.
So excited. I'm sort of everything.
Debarring it, we're about to go back for a second.
As a vegetarian, I got quite a few of the salads, which are phenomenal.
It's beer and meat. Seriously, can't get any better than that.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event.
All right, we are set to jet here. Your 15-minute Formula One Grand Prix from the PDNR Winter Champs on your beautiful Saturday afternoon. All our cars are set to go. We've got one car coming. Oh, hang on. Andrew Curlis decides to grace us with his presence. Just let him do his warm-up. Let him go out and do a warm-up. I know how much they suck when they don't get a warm-up in them, so...
You're so nice, Mr. Mitchell. Yeah. Everyone do donuts. Come on, Curly, podium.
All right, Andrew Curlis is going to join the back of the grid here. Alrighty, we are set to go for the second attempt here for the 15-minute Formula One Grand Prix in less than 5. What's the line? Lights out and away we go. Jeffrey Mackie from the pole spot going to lead the field onto Yokomo back straight for the first time. Rick Semo going with him here. And Semo's fallen way down to P6 on the opening lap. Caught the grass and fell back through the field. It's Greg Brooks Pushing up into second here, Cameron Kendall. Oh, we got a problem here. Mackie gets caught up. Greg Brooks tried to find a way around him. He ran off the road at the X-ray hairpin as they come down underneath the Speedy RC timing bridge. David Reston now up into second. Cameron Kendall back to P3 here. Greg Brooks and Brendan George, they're all getting in a fight about it. And banging wheels down the Smoking front straight. They're swapping positions like crazy as they come out of the X-ray hairpin. Don't know who's going to end up where at this rate. But Jeffrey Mackie with the mistake as well. That sees David Reston in the Mercedes Petronas livery move up into the race lead here. Mackie back to second. And Camo Kendall back into P3. Rick Seymour to P4. Ross Lalic up to P5 now. Greg Brooks into P6. Brendan George, Brent Love, Anthony Bryant, and Andrew Curlis making up the rest of the field here. So out front from position number 5 on your starting grid, Dave Reston. Trying to do it the easy way and have a margin that can be untouched by the rest of the field. He stretches the legs onto the Yokomo back straight. Continues to lead things out here. GTE is up next. GTE is up next. After GTE will be the 1/8 GTA main. That'll be after GTE. So early days yet in this long 15-minute final, but David Reston continues to charge out front. Last time by hot lap of the race, 21.76. Cameron Kendall to a 21.81. Rick Seymour back to third now with a 22.3, so he's finding a bit of pace now he's got going here. Ross Lalic now coming through to third here. Rick Seymour losing a bit of time. Drops down the order. Jeffrey Mackie down to P5 from the pole in this race.
Four minutes down, 11 to go. We've got David Reston in the lead with the hot lap of the race, 21.7. Cameron Kendall in second, 3.8 seconds back. Closest battle would be between Cameron and Ross. Ross 0.4 seconds behind. Oh, big hit for Ross at the bridge. That'll hurt. What's the saying? That'll leave a mark. Once again, we give a massive shout out, massive thanks to everyone for their support of PDNR and the 2023 Winter Champs. Would have been possible without the generous support from our sponsors and partners. So a big thanks to Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire.
Closest battle on track between Rick Simo and Jeffrey Mackie. Coming down the back straight. 0.2 split last time. Oh, a bit of the curb there for Rick. Jeffrey Mackie, our top qualifier. Still got plenty of time to make a recovery drive. Oh, flipped and rolled. Oh, back straight, back straight, back straight. Ouch. If that survives that, that's as strong as a GT. As we approach the halfway mark of this 15-minute F1 final, still David Reston out in front, Ross Lalic in 2, Greg Brooks 3. Jeffrey worked his way back to 4, Brendan George now up to 5 after Rick's little excursion. Brent Love in 7, Cameron Kendall 8, Anthony Bryant 9, and Andrew Curlis 10. Oh, Cameron's off the stand. Broke. Oh, another big hit. Oh, that didn't hit the camera, did it? Hope you got the shot. Gotta get the shot, right? Ouch. Ah, dead car just after the bridge. Marshall's on the way. Caution after the bridge. Caution after the bridge. Ah, trouble for Greg Brooks. Everyone's spread out now. No close battles to report. David Reston still leading. Let's pick up our leader. Under the bridge, the silver and black car. Heading around into the KWR chicane. Down the Smoke'em straight away. Through the X-ray hairpin and onto the Yokomo straight. Got a 3.2 second lead over the F1 expert that is Ross Lalic. And if you're enjoying your time today, make sure you keep an eye on socials for Ross's post-race report. They're always well and truly worth a read. Lots of good, interesting data and analysis. Ross Lalic putting out a charge. New personal best lap there, 21.7. Gap down to 2.9. We're almost at the 10-minute mark. Some of these drivers may not be used to it, but the endurance style race, a lot of EP racing, 5 or 6 minute duration. So throw a 15-minute race into the mix. That does bring the Nitro drivers into the battle. David Reston responds, 21.8 to Ross's 21.8. Margin holding steady at front, 2.5 the gap. Greg Brooks is back out there. Car doesn't look to be 100%. Oh, slap of the timber. Oh, is this near the bridge? Who's got trouble there? So the battle just closed a little bit. 2.4 the gap. 2.5 minutes to go, drivers. 2.5 to go.
I could smell burning rubber. Oh no, the motor's cooked too. Is it? Oh no. Motherfucker. Bugger.
2 minutes remaining. David Reston now 1.6. The margin's coming down. Ross isn't far away from being in DRS. That'll close the gap even more. Good news for Ross. He's got his teammate, Jeffrey Mackie, in his sister car as his rear gunner. So he's going to have protection from Rick Seymour should that battle close up towards the end. Maybe a bit of team orders there from Ross, letting Jeffrey know you need to just stuff up the start. I need to gain a few positions. Thank you very much. 1.5 to go. 90 seconds. Our race leader under the bridge. Second in the red Ferrari. Gap back out to 2. Great lap from David. 21.6. Good response. Oh, one of the cars wants to have a rest on the marshalling stool. Rick Sebo back out there, doing a bit more durability testing. Not strong enough, Rick. Got some serious anti-squat going on that car. Gap out front, holding steady at 2 seconds. David with a 21.9 last lap to Ross's 21.6. Thank you, Rick. That's our leader. Gap out to 2.4. Another good lap. New PB for David Reston. 21.555. He's pulling away. He saved a bit of speed in his pocket. Lewis Hamilton style. Never in doubt. You got to make it through for one more. That is time, and you are done. David Reston takes the win. Ross Lalic's going to bring it home in second. Jeffrey Mackie will take third.
Your left hand's not going to be much.
I'm usually really crap as I'm
David Reston from 5th on the grid in the 15-minute Formula One A main. You take the win, mate. That was a dominating performance once you got out front. How do you feel?
It was tough. I'll tell you that much. 15 minutes becomes a long time, let me tell you that. A few pins and needles in the feet, a couple of mistakes. Yeah, but the car's been good this afternoon. A lot faster than this morning. I was nowhere up the front, so turned it on and got the win.
You say turn it on like it was that easy. What did you do to unlock the pace in that thing to make it go that quick? Because from 5th, man, that's a long way.
Yeah, all tyres. I changed the tyres, changed a bit of the setup, tightened the diff, tyres, and just pushed. It was still loose. It's still hard to drive. It wasn't super stable, but loose is fast.
How good is it to have a 15-minute Formula One main? Do you reckon that should be a mandatory thing for all the F1 racing? Because it's something different.
I like it. I just did the 12 scale before that, so it was good 23-minute run for me. But no, the 15 minutes is good. You do have time to claw something back, so yeah, it's good fun.
Well, congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the event.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
We got a dead car in the middle, dead car. Just watch it. I think it's off the racing line now. This is GTE A final number 2. No transponder check yet from John Lipus or Brendan Wade. Are we waiting on those two? All right, drivers, let's screw them up this time round. Your starting order. This is the A2 final GTE. Starting from position 1, your top qualifier, Cameron Kendall. Starting from position 2, out of retirement. He hasn't raced competitively for about 5 years. Give it up for Michael Turner. Starting from position 3, Anthony Wasson. 4, Ross Lalic going back-to-back from F1 to GTE. Let's see how he adjusts to that. P5 will be Tim Rodden. 6, Steve Cornell. 7, Steve Thorncraft. 8, our club president, Steve Valletta. Position 9, the man that races in every single class, Clint McKenzie. And rounding out your 10-car field, Ian Turner. All right, a couple of marshals out there. Thank you very much for getting into position quickly. All right, everybody ready? Drivers, have fun. Watch your cars. You'll race to victory in less than 5. Oh, big punch in the back of the pack. Cameron gets away cleanly, side by side through the X-ray hairpin. Too wide onto the sweeper. This is going to end badly, I got a feeling. Ross getting the power down, loops it around. Oh, a little bit of a rub there down the straight. Oh, front straight, got a car upside down. Oh, and I didn't realize we were missing. So, Cameron taken off, running away with this one. Battle on for second, though. Michael, Anthony, and Tim. Oh, big slide and a save from Anthony Wasson. Tim Rodden looking for a way past. Oh, nice move up the inside there from Tim. Moves up to second. Michael just maybe waiting, biding his time, using that year's worth of experience. Caution ahead, Cam. Caution, Cam. All right. Oh, got someone stuck on the KWR chicane timbers. All right, track is clear. Good job, marshals. Big mover so far. Steve Valletta from the 8 up to the 4. High lap of the race, though. 19.5 belongs to Tim Rodden. Tim in the pink and white coming through the sweeper under the speedy timing loop. He's got pressure from Anthony Wasson in the all-green machine.
Michael Turner had a moment. He's dropped down the order. Race leader under the bridge. Comfortably out in front. Tim Rodden in 2. Anthony Wasson 3. Steve Valletta up to 4. Closing the gap. New PB lap time for Steve. That line through. 20.0. Anthony Wasson still all over the rear wing of Tim Rodden. The battle for second at the X-ray hairpin. That's the closest battle on track at the moment under the speedy loop. Traffic doing a good job keeping it clear for our battle. Oh, another big lose there for Anthony. Saves the drift style. Cameron, though, cruise mode out in front, sets a new PB lap, 19.3. Only a couple of hundredths off the fastest lap of the race. So Cameron Kendall, he's set the cruise control. He's on his way to victory. He might even call in for a cup of tea and a biscuit. We've got 90 seconds to go. Inside the final minute. Cameron working his way patiently through traffic. Oh, a little mistake there from Tim Rodden, and Anthony Wasson sneaks up into P2 with 40 seconds left to run. Next up will be the Nitro GT main final. We need some volunteers to help marshal for that one. But in the final 30 seconds, oh, getting through traffic. Pucker moment there for Anthony Wasson. Tim trying to get through, thank you. Just watch it after the bridge. Driver's got a marshal on track after the bridge. Caution after the bridge, Cam. Somewhere is a marshal calling something? No. That is time. A race to the bridge. Finish the lap you're on. Oh, Steve upside down. Finishing in style. Doesn't help him move up a spot. Kendall, Cameron Kendall comes through, taking the win there. 16 laps in 5:10. Anthony Wasson going to hold on, take second from a very close battle with Tim Rodden finishing third. Oh, we need the Nitro Tourer drivers to help do another marshalling stint, please. Nitro Tourer drivers, if you could help marshal this one. We don't want to make GTE marshal 2 long races. So we'll get Nitro Tourer and some volunteers to help marshal for this next race, which is a 20-minute Nitro GTA final.
Cameron Kendall from the pole, taking out A1. You locked it down, taking the win in A2 for GTE. Congratulations, mate. How do you feel?
Thank you. Oh, it's awesome. Finally, shame Rick not running, but yeah, it was still a push. So car felt good all day. Just what I ran on Tuesday nights, pretty much. Just bolted some new ones on and hope for the best, and obviously worked. So thanks to all the competitors for coming out and having a good run, and yeah.
So the first job's out of the way. Now you've got the Nitro GT, mate. What can you expect for that one? It's, what is it, 20 minutes in duration? You've got a bit of work ahead of you.
Yeah, a bit of work now, especially after that. So, but yeah, it'll be all right. So, yeah.
Congratulations again. We'll let you catch your breath, and good luck for the GT, mate.
Awesome. Thank you.
We need some Nitro Tour drivers, please, to help marshal for this one, plus some volunteers. GTE, you're welcome to do it again, but you've already done a long race, so I feel bad making you do it again. So Nitro Tourer and some volunteers to marshal. This is a 20-minute race, please. We need some marshals to volunteer. Who can help me marshal? There's always talk about good karma if you help out with the volunteer marshal duty. Yeah, karma like the driver stand sponsor. Spelled differently. Yeah, my brain's fried, dude. Don't pick on me. Brain is fried. I'm out. Mic drop. Bye. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
To your regularly scheduled programming. We still need some drivers from Nitro Tourer. Can I get the Nitro Tourer guys to help out? Help fill in a few of the gaps as well. I understand that a lot of people have to pit, but we do need to fill these marshal spots, guys. So if we can get some help to fill all the marshal spots. It's only a 20-minute race. It'll be nice and cruisy. Just 20 minutes nice and cruisy. We are going to do a Le Mans start, so we'll get a marshal to pull the pin and take the board out when we go to do the start. So for all the mechanics, it will be a Le Mans style start. And you'll go along the back wall. The marshal is taking the board out now, so don't shortcut it during the warm-up. And I still need one or two more marshals. One or two more marshals in the middle, please. All right, Rick Semo starting out of 1. Cameron Kendall from 2. Tim Duggan from 3. Anthony Wasson out of 4. Ross Malice starting out of P5. Lockie Pearson from 6. Ross Lalic from 7. Clinton McKenzie starting out of position number 8 from Steve Valletta in 9. That's your field right there for your GTA main. We got our one more marshal out there. Thank you. Track is open. Track is open.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event.
Just hold the cars. All right, let's get all the cars to the starting area. Cars to the starting grid. All right, this is your 1/8 GTA main. Ready to go for the PDNR Nitro Champs. 10 seconds, fuel them up. Cars up, cars up. Cars down, cars down. Off and underway here for the 1/8 GT main. Oh, we got a spinner at the teardrop going to the back of the bus. And Steve Valletta got caught up on the boards as well. Rick Seymour, your #1 qualifier, getting away from the pole spot in fine form here. He's going to lead things out for this opening lap. Cameron Kendall running 3 classes today, straight off the back of wrapping up the GTEA main. He goes to second here, Lockie Pearson from 6th on the grid, already challenging with Cameron here. Pearson's going to be the wild card. After being an early top qualifier, he got broken in the 3rd round where he had the opportunity to try and challenge the overall during qualifying. Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah, on the inside of the back straight. It should be fine there unless. So Lockie Pearson still trying everything he can to try and pass Cameron Kendall right now. He's up to 3rd here on this racetrack, trying to pour on the pressure as they head to the teardrop, down towards the X-ray hairpin. Watch out on the main straight, watch out on the main straight. We had a car on the main straight, unfortunately, getting caught up there. Tim Duggan going to the back of the bus as a result of that. Oh, someone hit the banner. Only just after we talked about it. So out front, early days yet, is Rick Seymour. The marshal's going to fix the board on the back straight. Caution on the back straight and the sweeper. All clear. There's another bit of banner on the next board closest to you guys from the one that's off. There's another thing hanging off the edge there. I can see it. Yeah, track's falling apart, mate. What's the fucking pit stops on these guys? Like 6 minutes, 7 minutes? They'll do 7. It'll be just 7, 14 stops. Yeah, there's no point pushing for 7. Yeah, cool. So Lockie Pearson doing a great job. He's now broken away into second. But Rick Seymour's got the ultimate pace right now. He's on the 19.6s in this early stage of the race, and Seymour breaking away by a healthy margin. Lockie Pearson making his way underneath the Speedy RC bridge. Ross Lalic now up into 3rd. He's put Cameron Kendall down a spot. Your GTE winner from the PDNR Winter Champs now dropping off the podium here in the Nitro main. Russ Malice going to be next in line to try and charge at him and challenge for P4. Malice looking for a way around down towards the Speedy RC timing bridge and up into the midfield of the circuit. You're watching this battle at the moment for 4th and 5th on the track here. Cameron Kendall holding on to P4. A couple of little mistakes from Russ Malice, trying to put the pressure on him. Down the Yokomo back straight. This battle for 4th and 5th on the racetrack we're watching as they come into the KWR chicane. Kendall holding on from 4th. Russ Malice trying to close up the gap. Ross Lalic has found himself comfortably in the third, and Lockie Pearson with a fair-off margin in the second. There's a big crash at the end of the main straight through the sweeper. And that involved both Cameron Kendall and Russ Malice here. So both of those guys finding a bit of trouble. Steve Valletta now into the fight. And Valletta gets a move done on Russ Malice to move up a spot. Meanwhile, Ross Lalic is closing the gap to the back of Lockie Pearson. So the fight is on for second and third. Oh, Ross has tagged him and he's going to wait. Good job there from Ross Lalic. Tagged the back of Lockie Pearson and waited for him to get going again. So that fight was in, but Lockie has a body tuck on the left rear quarter of the car. Now GTE aren't quite as affected, but Lockie's a stubborn boy. He's going to keep driving with that one. And maybe Ross Lalic might dislodge it here and put the body back to normal. This brings Cam Kendall back into the fight for the top three now. He's right on the back of these guys. We're 5 minutes in. Lockie Pearson still driving through the body tuck right now. Like I said, they don't affect the GTs just as bad as they do a touring car, as Cameron Kendall dislodges the board at the chicane. And Lockie Pearson continues to try and hold on to that spot and try and drive through the body tuck. Ross Lalic drives into it and half dislodged it. It didn't fully fix it. It looks like it's pretty much good to go now, but Lockie Pearson's body tuck woes are far from over. He'll be hoping that next couple of minutes passes before he gets to the pit stop. And Mal Pearson can get on the gun and try and unhook the body from the left rear of the car and try and fix it for Lockie. Looks like it's a lot more drivable right now. That's one good thing to go with him. As we're 6 minutes down, 14 to go here. 6 down, 14 to go. Rick Seymour. We haven't talked about him for a little while, but we're getting ready for the first round of pit stops coming up very soon here. The first of what should be a 2-stop race for this 20-minute GTA main. How's the form on Steve Valletta right now? The president of PDNR now fights his way up onto the podium. Valletta is into third. As Rick Seymour leads the way here. Rick coming on down towards the chicane. We're watching the battle for second and third between Lockie Pearson and Steve Valletta. As Lockie Pearson brings it down under the Speedy RC bridge. He seems to have regained a bit of composure from the youngster as he makes his way through the KWR chicane. And he's going to bring it down. He's going to fire it into pit lane. So Pearson now into the pit. So is Valletta. So is Lalic. And so is Anthony Wasson. And your race leader, Rick Seymour, comes into pit lane. Michael Turner on the fuel for him and gets Seymour jetting out of pit lane. He comes up behind and puts a lap on Anthony Wasson. So all of your top five all pitted at the same time. But Rick Seymour has a huge margin over the rest of the field right now. As we follow along, Lockie Pearson, the youngster from Queensland, holding down second at the moment. It doesn't even look like Mal fully fixed the rear of the body, but the car is driving okay. And Lockie Pearson dropping down to fourth as Valletta actually moves up into second. So Steve having a solid run here for the president of PDNR. He's right in front of Ross Lalic and Lockie Pearson. The battle for second, third, and fourth is on like Donkey Kong here. Moving up towards the infield of the racetrack into the KWR chicane. Valletta from Lalic and Lockie Pearson. As Anthony Wasson getting flamed out, has to get refired up in the pit lane. You see that on screen as he gets rejoined into this race. So here's our 20-minute A main for GT. Goes from bad to worse as we got a move for second. Steve Valletta goes up to P2. All caution down at the hairpin. Caution at the hairpin. All clear. Check this out. Steve Valletta with Lockie Pearson locking horns in a solid battle for second and third. They're about to be lapped by the race leader Rick Seymour is coming up to put a lap on the whole field. That's the margin he has right now. He is on another planet in this Nitro GTA main. Lockie lets him go through. Nice and respectful from the youngster. As Steve Valletta holding on to second, almost cleans up Rick Seymour, your race leader. Oh, Seymour fires off the barrier. Lockie takes advantage of it, and Ross Lalic gets in there as well, as does Cameron Kendall. Oh my goodness. Kendall getting involved in that battle too. This is a fantastic fight. 4 drivers fighting over second, third, fourth, and fifth in your Nitro GTA main, and we're yet to even hit the halfway point. 10 minutes and 25 to go on the master clock here at PDNR for the Winter Champs. Anthony Wasson finding more trouble, and he gets parked up on the exit of pit row. Another flame out here for Wasson. So Rick Seymour has control of this race well and truly. He's got a mortgage on this thing, but it looks like Cameron Kendall has started coming back to life. Not sure what he changed in the car or if he changed something in the setup, but from a car that looked absolutely diabolical earlier on in the race, he is now in the hunt to challenge for the podium places. Fresh off the back as he looks for an inside move, he gets it done on Lalic. So Ross Lalic now goes down to third. Next in line is Lockie Pearson. And Cameron Kendall means business. He closes right up onto him, tags him. He tagged him on there. And Cameron, you're going to have to wait for that, mate. I'm sorry, you're going to have to wait. It's a huge wait, I know. So Cameron's going to do the right thing and wait for him, and he knows why. And that releases the other two out into the battle. So the battle for second and third. Ross Lalic and now Steve Valletta into second and third. With 8 minutes and 50 left to go. Cameron Kendall comes into pit lane, so he gets his second stop of the race. He pits kind of out of sequence here. And finds himself in a very odd position here. 8 minutes and 30 left to go. And at the same time, that allowed Lockie Pearson to go back past him as he was slowing up to let him go by. So Kendall finds himself out of contention now. And Lockie Pearson back P4 with a lot of work to do. Mate, I'm not even watching it. So 12 minutes in here, 8 minutes to go. I wonder whether Cameron Kendall has enough to go all the way on fuel. Watch out at the hairpin, caution at the hairpin. The board is caught up on the racetrack. Thank you to those who have got out there and fixed it quick smart. Still caution at the hairpin, guys. Tony Firth even on the JOB there while holding the roaming camera setup. Helping these guys get it sorted out as the battle is still on for second and third. Ross Lalic and Steve Valletta fighting it out with 7 minutes 25 left to go. Second round of pit stops are coming up soon here. And Rick Seymour getting the call to come in for fuel now. So your race leader making his way down the Yokomo back straight. He's got a whole lap on the entire field right here in your A main. And Rick Seymour coming out of the KWR chicane. Gets a bit of a swap on the exit. Now comes into pit lane. So your race leader coming in for fuel here. Gets the fill up from Michael Turner and gets sent back out on the racetrack. He gives back the lap to the second and third place cars. And he'll get that back in a moment when they come into pit here. Ross Lalic back into second. Steve Valletta to third. Lockie Pearson now right with these guys. Back there in P4. Steve Valletta now, the president of PDNR, comes in for fuel. Great stop on the fuel guns. And that gets him out onto the racetrack. With the second round of pit stops well and truly among us here. That puts Lalic into second. Lockie Pearson into third as now Ross Lalic in for fuel. So is Pearson. Here we go. Going to have all the action in pit lane. Lalic comes in, gets a fuel. And Lockie Pearson getting back out on the racetrack. Lockie drives it into the barrier on the exit of pit row. He gave away time to Lalic there, but importantly, he comes out in front of Steve Valletta. So Lockie now goes back onto the podium placings here with 5 minutes and 45 to go. Rick Semo leads away. Ross Lalic into second. Lockie Pearson to third here. Steve Valletta to P4. From Cameron Kendall, P5. And Russ Malice further behind in P6. 5:35 to go. Everyone here should be fueled to finish. Rick Semo might be in need of a quick splash, but he has a lap advantage over the rest of the field right now. Cameron Kendall, I think he needs to have a splash to get to the finish, but he's not a threat for anyone else on track. He currently sits P5 as Ross Lalic and Lockie Pearson got stuck into each other on the exit of the X-ray hairpin. Lockie does the nice thing and waits for Ross. So that puts Ross back into second as they come out of the KWR chicane down the Smoker Main Straight. Ross with a lot more turn in on his side. Pearson with a lot more exit corner drive and rotation with his car. With 4 minutes and 45 left on the clock. Lockie Pearson trying to find second place. No one's going to catch Rick Semo at this point. He is absolutely checked out from this race. With 4 minutes and 30 left to go. This battle is going to go on all the way. Lockie Pearson jumped it over the boards, trying to fight to the inside of Ross Lalic. Ross wasn't having any of it and just parked it on the apex of the corner, holding him up here and keeping him back there in third. Steve Valletta has had issues. I think he had a flame out. He's dropped back to P5 now. That does put Cameron Kendall back up into P4, but he's not a threat to these guys. So Kendall a solid 6 seconds off the back of Lalic and Pearson. If they get stuck into each other and crash into each other, that will bring Kendall back into a podium fight here after he had to wait from an earlier tangle with Lockie Pearson on the racetrack. And Lockie and Ross Lalic get in each other. Now Lockie's got another body tuck, and it's a lot harder. They're getting together down the main straightaway. Now it's the opposite side here for Lockie Pearson, the right-hand side of the vehicle. He'd be better served if he were to stop it and repair it, but I don't think he's going to do that. It's going to try and drive through the pain. It looks like it's actually corrected itself, so he's all good now. It must have let itself go while he was going through the KWR chicane, and that puts Lockie back in the hunt, but now he has some work to do if he wants to catch up to the back of Ross Lalic. Meanwhile, that has allowed Cameron Kendall to close the gap again. Steve Valletta right behind him, but they are 41 seconds apart in time as Kendall needed that extra stop. So Cam Kendall now comes into pit lane. So he did need to get the extra stop to keep going in this race. Two minutes and 30 left on the clock here. Rick Semo still leading it out. Ross Lalic to second. Lockie Pearson to third. From Cameron Kendall and Steve Valletta. Ross Malice still circulating in P6, but I think that crash broke something in the car because he is just tiptoeing around at the moment. Lapping into 22 is a fair way off the pace of your race leaders and the pace that he was doing earlier. With 1 minute and 50 to go. 1:50 to go. Lachlan Pearson doing everything he can right now to close the gap to the back of Ross Lalic in a race of what could have been. I don't think he had the pace to match Rick Semo, but he'll always be wondering here. Oh, look at this to the inside. Pearson. That is textbook slingshot to the apex of the next corner. And Ross Lalic responds by driving through the grass on the back straight, thanks to Yokomo. with 1 minute and 10 to go. 1:10 left here in this race for your 1/8 GT A main. Into the KWR chicane comes your race leader, Rick Seymonsbergen. Rick Semo, we call him. Stretching this one out in a dominant performance. He has a 28.5-second lead over the rest of the field right now, with 45 seconds left on the clock. Pretty soon he'll actually be able to stop, and he'll still be able to win. He is going to go for a splash here. I thought he might have been, because he pitted for his second stop a little bit earlier. Quick fill up from Michael Turner, and he rejoins nicely. Oh, he finds the exit rope on the barrier, and now he joins Lockie Pearson on the racetrack. This is first and second together. However, there is a lap between them. So Rick Semo leads the way. Lockie Pearson would have to unlap himself and do a whole extra lap to close up the gap. With 15 seconds to go, it ain't going to happen today here for Lockie Pearson. Further behind, Ross Lalic into third. Caution in the middle, guys. Caution in the middle. Oh, Steve Valletta with a car flamed out and coming to a stop as the leaders come through. Run it, run it, run it. And that is going to be the end of Steve's race as time has finished. And already finished is Rick Semo. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Rick Semo takes the win for your 1/8 Nitro GT A main. Lachlan Pearson coming home in second. Ross Lalic across the line in third. Cameron Kendall in four. And Russ Malice rounding out your top five. Rick Semo, ladies and gentlemen, finishes as a turtle, taking the win in your 1/8 Nitro GT A main. Short course truck is up next, ladies and gentlemen. Short course is up next.
You're coming 2 laps early in the middle one. Red deal.
Rick Semo, massive congratulations, taking the win in GT in the 20-minute final here at the 2023 Winter Champs. Yeah, sum that up for us.
Wow, that was a good, clean run, straight from start to finish. The good old SRX Serpent, he's was just on fire, you know, the whole time. A big shout out to Tim, because like this is his motor, and didn't skip a beat. It was powerful, it was great, you know, and it was a really good field. Everyone was very courteous, gave plenty of room for when we needed to pass. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was great, and so happy to bank it.
Give us a score out of 10 for the pit duties. You've got Michael Turner helping you out now, the campaign starting towards the GT Worlds in October. Yeah, what would you give Michael's score?
I'd give that a solid 9 out of 10. They were good, clean. He's just very calm. So it's exactly what I need. So yeah, it's good.
And I saw you're actually physically shaking really bad in the last 30 seconds. Why were you so nervous? You had a lap up?
No, look, the whole day I've been nervous. I don't know why, and I just couldn't calm down. But I just sort of, it was probably good to run the F1 because that you need to be very smooth. And I was able to sort of put the car, put it on point around the track. So it was really good. I loved it. It's good.
Any thank yous or shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, look, thanks to PDNR and all of our sponsors. Like, it's just been such a great day. My sponsor, I want to thank my family and my wife. Walter Hobbies, you know, Samwar Serpent especially, and PDNR, you know, because, woo, let's go.
Congratulations, mate. Go celebrate, and yeah, good luck in the Worlds.
No worries. Thank you very much, Tony. All the best.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennards Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event.
All right, time for a bit more fun, short course style. Race number 6, the final race for this class. And you may notice that the voice you're hearing is different to what you've been hearing all day. That's because Chris Mitchell is on the driver's stand. He's stolen my truck. He saw how much fun that we had. And he said, I want a bit of that action. So let's grid him up. Gate style. I need some marshals, please. Can we get GT drivers out real quick? Real quick, please. All right, quickly, marshals, please. A couple of marshals in the center. Get ready to catch a short course truck. Bonus points if you catch it one-handed. All right, drivers, watch your cars. Marshals, look alive. We go racing in less than 5. All sorts of carnage. Oh, Chris Mitchell, the Karma, the driver's stand sponsor, has put him back in his place. He took a bit of a head start and put it in a turtle position. Oh, Clint McKenzie bowling out front. Oh, well, that'll leave a mark. Go one upside down. Careful, Tim. Careful. Easy, easy, easy. Easy, guys. Just take it easy, marshalling. Caution in the centre chicane area. Nice work, Mia. Don't know where to look. There's too much action everywhere. One thing we're looking forward to here. Chris Mitchell and the yellow truck. Trying to keep it on all 4 wheels. It's got a real tendency to tip over. You just look at it the wrong way and it flips. Like that. Nice save up on 2 wheels. No respect being given to our guest from the WA. Oh, caution bridge. Pile up at the bridge. Scott Marks to the top of the timesheets. Clint McKenzie 2. Ian Lewis 3. That's going to be the battle. Oh, Kurt, caution back straight. Turtle back straight. Right there. Turtle front. Oh, no, back on its wheels. Spectacular barrel roll there. Side by side over the Toyo tyres jumps.
Pick up our leaders. Oh. So under the bridge goes Clinton. Scott, 0.4 the margin between our top two. Through the K2R chicane. Marshall near the bridge. That's Ian upside down from third. Oh, caution in, caution in. Scott Marks upside down. So Clinton getting lucky, running away with this one. We're halfway through, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Oh, someone in the fence into the Herds Racing banner. Need to marshal to the back straight on the Herds Racing banner. Thanks, Cam. These marshals getting a workout. Oh, Chris has pushed it too hard. He's thermal, that poor little Kyosho. Bow. Caution on the jump in the middle. Got one stuck. Chris Mitchell can claim to have the reverse hot lap. One thing we're going to look forward to here is going to be some big air come the end of this race. We're going to have all eyes on Clint McKenzie. He loves going big in the last race of the day. First bit of taking big air. I think that was Rochelle. She's ended up in Turtle. Back on all four wheels. Just stay there, Rick. Get ready to catch one. Ian carefully over. Bounces it off the nose. Oh, 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Our leader, race leader, Clinton McKenzie. He's coming round the sweeper under the Speedy RC timing bridge. Bit of traffic to contend with. Gets through clean. He's still a battle there with Scott Marks, only 1.6 behind. That's closed right up now. We've got the white truck and the orange truck and the X-ray hairpin. Oh, a bit of traffic in the way. Oh, mistake from Clinton. Need a marshal near the bridge. That's our leader upside down. Was our leader upside down? He's yeah, we might let that one play on now. Caution to the hairpin. All right, so Scott Marks is going to move to the front with 3 seconds to go. It's going to be a mad rush to the bridge, and then you can do a celebration lap with some big air style, side by side. Oh, Clinton coming through. And Rochelle finishes upside down. Scott Marks takes the win there. Clint McKenzie comes home in second. Ian's going to come third. All eyes to the jump at the back now. We're going to get some big air treatment. Yeah! Didn't stick the landing. Chris is going flat chat. Yeah! All right, where's Clint McKenzie? Or is he swapping to the fun truck? Scott Marks, nice style there. Good jump. Here's Clinton with a backflip. Oh, back slam. Rochelle wants a bit of this action. Oh, yeah. Wow. Jump from one lane to the other. Stuck the landing. All right, is that everybody through the back? We done. All cars to the pit lane. No, Scott wants a bit more fun. Oh, front flip. Oh, nice one from Clinton and marshaled the truck. All right, that's short course truck done. Coming up next, 2 races to go. We got 3 races to go. We've got TLAB, 12 scale, and then another GTE. Roger that.
You haven't got the corn dog doing yours, have you? You fecking nutcase. Have you seen how he's been driving?
All right, on track next with TLAB. Dash TLAB for the 6th and final round.
You've got car for tomorrow? You bought with your car for tomorrow.
G'day, I'm Stacey. My love language is receiving gifts. Like a tow bar, snorkel, and a camping canopy. Let's explore our wild side, you big hairy bear.
Love drives everything at Karma. All cars are hand-selected by experts, backed with 7-day returns, and delivered to your door.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event.
We go to P4. Shane Norman will go to P3. Oh, and Cornell's driving Brett's car. So now Simon's going to decide when Cornell gets put down, like Pusey did the last round. All right, just need one marshal in the middle. We got one going there. The 6th and final round of Dash TLAB class. Getting ready to rock and roll in less than 5. Off and running, here we go. Josh Thomas in, driving Stephen Hagginson's car. He's going to lead things away for the first time. Shane Norman going to set chase. Oh no, it's Jake McKee actually. Did Norman and Merrick get together? All down the back straight. Norman spins it. Corn Dog finally got put down. I think Simo was a bit nice to him. Oh my God. The Corn Dog, did he pull the boost button then? He went for it and just about ran straight into the boards after the Speedy RC bridge. Josh Thomas and Jake McKee already fighting over 1st and 2nd here. And we got problems for Shane Norman. He's parked up in pit lane. Phil Merrick wobbling his way around the circuit as well as Cornell trying to take his way through him. There's a bit of a brutal move there from Corn Dog. There's your leaders, Josh Thomas and Jake McKee fighting it out up front of the field here. Thomas still has the lead at the moment as they bring it on to the smoke and front straight. McKee cutting the wider line to smooth things out. Down the back stretch for Yokomo. Josh Thomas holding on very nicely at the moment. All on the inside of the curbing. Didn't turn the car over. It did a good job. McKee in hot pursuit as Cornell continues to try and close the margin here. And Cornell last time by a 22.4. The leaders are doing 23.4s and is 6 seconds off the back. So Cornell doing what he can to try and close the margin as Jake McKee goes through for the race lead. Got the push to pass button activated and got the job done here. Now it's Josh Thomas's turn to have a look. Walk goes door to door with him at the X-ray hairpin onto the Yokomo back straight. McKee pulls the trigger once again and opens up the gap. Stephen Cornell asking for a pit stop to power cycle the car to get the boost back engaged. Go on, Simo, humour him. Give him a chance. Give him a quick switch off and on. Get him sent around. Oh no, Jake McKee and Josh Thomas. Now Cornell doesn't need the boost again because these two have taken each other out. And Steve Cornell in the fight. This is what we needed in TLAB all along. Just bring modified drivers on a rotating roster to come and play. As they hit the Yokomo back straight. Thomas, McKee, and Steve Cornell. Now trying to close the gap here. Cornell doesn't have any more push to punt left in the tank. So he's got to do it the honest way. Or mostly honest way, at least. Oh, as Jake McKee jumps to the curbing at the X-ray hairpin. The draw right onto the rear bumper of Josh Thomas. 1 minute 30 left on the clock here. Phil Merrick further behind in P4. Having a good time here with the TLAB. Control motor, control speed control, and a third channel time limit activated boost function. And I think all your top three have exhausted their boosting options here. Whoa, Jake McKee gets a wheel stand on, heading into the infield. And Cornell has to check up a little bit behind, and that releases Josh Thomas out front. Inside the final minute here, 55 seconds to go in the 6th and final round of Dash TLAB class. McKee trying to close the gap to the lead. He might have had an extra boost in his pocket. He doesn't anymore. Going to have to try and close the gap to Josh Thomas, who's doing a great job keeping the lead out front. Out from underneath the speedy RC bridge, down towards the KWR chicane. Or Cornell looking for a move. He had a little peek, brought Jake unstuck a little bit, has another little peek at the end of the Smoke'em Straight. But tucks in behind, doesn't want to take out Jake. They hit the Yokomo back straight. 10 seconds to go. This will be the start of the final lap of the race here for Dash TLAB class. And that is time. Finish the lap, you're on, racing to the line. Getting the Rent-A-Wreck ride here for the 6th and final round and holding on to get the job done. How about it for Josh Thomas across the line, taking the win. Jake McKee home in second, and Stephen Cornell rolls it across the line to take third here. We are going to do a quick blow of the track before 12th scale. So Brayden Stanley is going to blow himself into the weeds with the leaf blower. So this will be just a couple of moments wait here before we get ready. All that 12 scale, guys, if you guys can be ready to drop your cars in the pit lane. 12 scale, if you guys can get ready to go. We're going for 12 scale A main leg 3 coming up next. Yeah.
So excited and actually everything.
Devouring it, we're about to go back for second.
As a vegetarian, I got quite a few of the salads, which are phenomenal.
It's beer and meat. Seriously, can't get any better than that.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennard's Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event.
We'll be doing trophy presentations once all the racing's been completed, before we can all retire for the evening down to Brisket Boys for a nice bit of food and some fun. All right, everybody's checked in. Let's get cars to the starting grid. Second last. This weekend for the PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Psychology Services New South Wales, Brisket Boys, and Mark 1 for our premier broadcasting partners. Special thanks to Karma, proud supporters of our driver stand, plus Penrith City Council and Kennard's Hire. Good all our track sponsors as well. Special thanks to Speedy RC for the timing loop and bridge. Plague Bearings, bringing us Plague Bearings race control where I've been hanging out all day. J-Spec stickers for the sticker station. Smoke 'em for the pit straight. Yokomo for the back straight. X-Ray for the hairpin. And KWR Engineering bringing us the chicane. Without all of their support and sponsorship, events like this for the Winter Champs would not be possible. As I'm looking for some more marshals real quick. I need about 3 more marshals to help out, guys. This one is wide open for the overall top spot here in 112th. Still looking for a couple of marshals before I'm going to send us racing. Currently, the overall top spot is shared by Nathan Tanti and Mark Wallin with a win apiece. Wallin with the tie-break advantage on time. So we need a marshal at number 6 as well, please, on the back straight, if I can get one more marshal to fill in. Brett, thank you, mate. He's skipping even. Did you boys want to grab that Yokomo sign that had come off the back, or are you happy with it there? All right, just real quick, Tony Firth's going to run out and remove a dislocated sign. There we go. A 12th would get caught on that. All right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last of the classes that is wide open for the win. 112 scale, 13.5. 8-3 main in less than 5. Off and rolling, Greg Brooks, your top qualifier, finally gets a good start in the 12th mains. He's going to lead the field around for lap number 1. Alex Brown going back to 2nd. Scott Marta 3rd. Mark Wallin from 8th, already up to P4. Nathan Tanti getting caught up. He's fallen way down the order. He's gone to the back of the bus almost. And be practically out of contention. He's had a 1 and a 2, so he'd still be in the hunt for the podium here. But he's got a lot of work to do. It would be nothing short of a miracle to bring Nathan Tanti back into the hunt here in A main leg. It is an 8-minute race, and stranger things have happened in the world of RC car racing. Mark Wallin up to 3rd. This man put on one of the best races I have ever seen in 12-scale doorstop racing, and he is now up to 3rd again here in A3. And is right within the hunt here. Greg Brooks, your top qualifier, leads the way. Oh, mistake from Brown puts Wallin up to 2nd. Mark Wallin in the box seat now. A 1 and a 2, even as it stands right now, would put him tied for the overall win with Nathan Tanti. Mark Wallin would win on the tie break back to time. That is how it stands right now. So Wallin doesn't even need to win A3 to take out the overall if he stays where he is in second right now. Greg Brooks wants to consolidate a bad couple of mains and make up for that by getting on the podium by taking the A3 win. From being your top qualifier, nothing hurts more than watching your name not in the top few cars after Triple A mains. A little check up there at the teardrop for Brooks. Out of the X-ray hairpin onto the Yokomo back straight. Wallin right in hot pursuit now. It would seem as if Wallin probably has things a little bit easier at this stage of the race to do what he needs to do to claim the win here in 1:12.13.5 onto the smoke and main straight. Alex Brown further behind in P3. Scott Maher in P4 from Christian Searle. P5, then Tanti, Maher, Hill, Reston, Thorncraft, Phillips, Turner, and Ray Zarb. Your full 13 car running order. Watch out, pink car. You got the leaders coming up behind you. Pink car, you got the leaders coming up behind you. And to the orange car too. That's Dan Maher, I believe. No, it's not Dan Maher. It's another orangish car. Thank you. Ooh, that got a bit lucky there. Getting caught up. Leaders coming through. Thank you to the white car. Oh, mistake there from Brooks. And Mark Wallin seizes the opportunity. So Wallin all the way up from the ACT to race with us this weekend. A regular traveling up and down the East Coast to race whenever he can. Loves his 12-scale racing. Leads the way here in A3. Your top qualifier, Greg Brooks, back to second. Now, this actually won't change the top three running order. Scott Maher, in essence, needs to be in front of Greg Brooks to challenge him here and to challenge the podium. Right now, Greg, if he stays where he is, would stay on the podium. But it changes now as Brown goes through for third. And Brooks would drop to fifth overall as they stand. So a couple of laps and it can all change very quickly as we approach the halfway point very soon. Go. 4:30 to go here. Mark Wallin continues to lead this one out. Alex Brown up to second now. Greg Brooks trying to close the gap and see what he can get done. But at the moment, Nathan Tanti back there in P5 as well, just thinking of what could have been if he had had a better start and would have gotten away clean. But he's starting to close the gap as well. Realistically, Tanti would need to get to the front and win, or he would need Mark Wallin to have trouble to change the way the standings look at the moment. 4 minutes down, 4 minutes to go. In A3 of 1:12.13.5. Wallin from Alex Brown underneath the Speedy RC timing loop. Mark is driving an incredible race from 8th on the grid. He almost won A main leg 2. Well, almost lost it actually. He ended up winning it at the line. He's driven it all the way from 8th again here for the third main. And by some fortune of nature, he is flying through the field here, making up for a slightly poor qualifying. As Nathan Tanti is driving his way back into the race. He's closed up within half a tenth of a second on the back of Scott Maher. He knows the way these kinds of shows will go. Oh, Dan Maher. Caution after the loop. Clear. Getting caught up on the leader there, one of the orange cars. It wasn't Dan Maher, it was somebody else. Getting caught up on the race leader, Mark Wallin, who was trying to put a lap on him. Now, I've got a white car that's caught up here, and I'm looking for where Alex Brown is. I think it's not Alex. Caught up as they come down the Yokomo back straight. Brown across the line. He's 1.8 seconds off the back of Mark Wallin and lapping almost identical lap speed at the moment. Greg Brooks to third. Nathan Tanti to P4 now. Been a very solid comeback drive for Nathan, but it's not going to be enough to change the order with Mark Wallin out front. It's all but signed, sealed, and delivered right now. 2 minutes and 15 left to go. Following Mark Wallin around the teardrop, down towards the X-ray hairpin, gets on the power and opens up the taps, trying to open the steering as early as possible to get the car to pick up speed and maintain circulation speed here. Just trying to be as smooth as possible with these cars. Trying not to bog the motor down. Just let it run nice and free. Try not to pinch off the corners too much and tip the car up on the foam tyres as he circulates another lap. Down the Yokomo back straight. 1 minute 45 to go. Coming up on the back up, a little bit of traffic here. The pink car, the leader, is coming up behind you. As Wallin continues to lead this race, we descend under the night lights here at PDNR for the Winter Champs. One race to go after this. GTE A-Main leg number 3 is up next. GTE A-Main leg 3 on deck next for the last race of the day. Greg Brooks now getting in touch with Alex Brown once again. If Brooks were to go to the 2 spot, it would change the way the order looks. And would put them tied on 6 points each. Brooks would win out on the tie-break if he can get the job done. He's only slightly behind by a couple of tenths of a second as they come down the back straight here. Alex Brown starting, or looking like he's fading as they come into the KWR chicane. Watch the white car. Brooks, your top qualifier. The yellow, orange, and blue right behind him. Watch out for the leaders, guys. Thank you. Pink and blue cars doing a great job letting the leaders through. And for Greg Brooks, this is the moment to shine. A chance at the podium is riding on this right now. 20 seconds to go. The race is on for second here. Brown fading again. Just trying to drive it smooth and keep the door closed. Not allow Greg Brooks to make his way through. Meanwhile, Mark Wallin continues to skip away out front. Oh, Brown touches the curbing and turns it. Greg Brooks goes through, and that is time. Finish a lap you're on, you will be done. Greg Brooks gets across the line and punches. Greg Brooks gets on the podium. Alex Brown home in third in this race, and Mark Wallin bringing it around. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. From 8th on the grid, he takes the win overall in 12 scale 13.5 in 2 A-Main leg wins. An incredible drive for Mark Wallin to take out the overall here at the PDNR Winter Champs.
Mark Wallin, what a fight back. Once again, for 8th on the grid to the top spot. Seal the deal for 12 scale. Congratulations. Tell us about that win.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I did not expect the opportunities to present themselves, but they opened up, so I took them and got the win. So, yeah, been signing autographs in the head for about most of that race, so I'm pretty happy.
The fans are waiting just behind me here. So, yeah, who would you like to thank?
Let's see, Essential RC for the 73 RC Costco. That's Warren Buttress in Canberra. PDNR for hosting the event. My wife for tolerating my hobby. My friends for coming racing, as I said before. And yeah, I think I'm there. Can't think of too many others. They know who they are. Thank you.
Time for a brisket burger and a beer, I think. So congratulations and go celebrate.
Definitely, man. Thank you. See you later.
It has been a very, very long day, but we finally arrive at the final race of the day. Just keeping in mind, we've got 30-something races to run tomorrow. Or 40-something races to run tomorrow. GTE A-Main leg number 3 on deck. Now, the overall has been decided, but the podium still up for grabs. A third and a second so far for Anthony Wasson. A second and a fourth for Ross Lalic. A 6 and a 3 for Tim Rodden keeps him in the hunt. Steve Cornell with a 4 and a 5. Mathematically still possible, especially as it looks like Cameron Kendall not on the racetrack. So the lucky dog win is up for grabs here. Steve Valletta will start out of position number 6 with a 5 and a 7. Realistically, out of a shot at the podium. We'll see what we can do. Let's get all cars to the starting grid. All cars to the starting grid. I'm seeing a lot of slip sliding around on the track here, so this is going to be interesting to see who's got some nice cold track tires fitted to their GT and who can manage with a lack of traction on these cold track conditions here for the final A main event. So the number 1 spot will remain vacant. Michael Turner starting out of position number 2 will be the effective pole sitter. The A-mains haven't gone his way so far. Can he upset the apple cart here in the 3rd and final leg? Get the last of the marshal positions filled. All right. Waiting for the final call. We're good to go. All right, GT3 A-main in less than 5. Wow, that went quick. Underway here with the 3rd and final A-main leg for GTE. Cameron Kendall deciding not to contest this race as someone's taken out one of the cameras on the opening lap here. It's Michael Turner from 2nd on the starting grid, looking to make his mark and pushing up into the top 5 on overall standings. Right behind him, Anthony Wasson. Going with him, Steve Cornell trying to go with him too. Corndog going side by side down the back stretch. Thanks to Team Yokomo, Cornell slots into 2nd. Now this puts him in a chance of a podium. A win here would really upset the overall standings for the top 3. Turner leads away. Cornell trying to stay with him, runs wide at the sweeper, almost gets cleaned up. Tries to move back over to cover off the line. Down the Yokomo backstretch. 1 minute almost completed here. And 4 to go. Tim Rodden now. He's closing up to this battle as well, as is Ross Lalic. We might have a 5-car fight for the top spot here. Oh, Wasson going door to door with Cornell. What happened? Oh, really? Oh, there we go. Oh, Wasson forcing the issue with the left-hander. Got the elbows out. They're all taking some liberties with track limits here. The cars are designed to go around the curbing as your leader, Michael Turner, continues to just hang on by the skin on the edge of his teeth right now to the top spot here in A3. Anthony Wasson holding on to 2nd. If he could manage to claim the win, it would change absolutely nothing. As he sits in 2nd, it doesn't matter where he finishes in the top 3. He has a 3 and a 2 to hold on to the podium. What it does change is it knocks Steve Cornell off the podium entirely. Oh, a problem there for Turner. And down the line, that lets Wasson go through to the race lead. Turner now back a spot. And it elevates Steve Cornell to 4th. Nobody wants to be 4th. Cornell goes up to 2nd now. That will change things. A 4 and a 2, 6 points would put him tied with Ross Lalic. Ross Lalic in 3. It would come down to the tiebreak of time from their quickest runs. And it would change still absolutely nothing as Lalic has a quicker run time in his 2nd place finish from A-Main Leg 1. It was a 16-lap 5:13 run. Cornell only looking at a 15-lapper at the moment. So it would keep Lalic on the podium. He really needs to get the win now to Steve Cornell as Turner gets a bit of a helping hand to get out of the way there from Ross Lalic. Meanwhile, Anthony Wasson just clearing out front. It might not change anything, but it looks cool on the resume to say you won an A-Main to secure 2nd overall on the podium. As Cornell lets Lalic go up the inside, so that changes things again. and puts the nail in the coffin for Steve Cornell's podium chances here with the GTE A mains. 1 minute 15 left to go. Down the Yokomo back straight comes second place, Ross Lalic. Looking at 2 seconds to his name to secure third overall. How would that? It'd be a 4-point podium from your Triple A mains. Inside the final minute, and what was shaping up to be a pretty frantic race for the podium has settled into a bit of a fizzer. Anthony Wasson way out front, holding on to the race lead here in A main leg 3, cancelling out his earlier run from the first A main of third to carry a 2 and a 1 to make it second overall. Ross Lalic up onto the podium to go 4 points to make it third on the podium this afternoon. Steve Cornell currently third, would miss out on a podium run. He would go to P4 overall as they stand so far. 15 seconds to go. Picking up with your race leader down the Smoking front straight as Michael Turner finds some trouble getting caught up with another car. 5 seconds to go for Anthony Wasson. Onto the Yokomo back straight. He's not going to make it to the line in time, and across the line, punches his ticket to the winner's circle here in A main leg number 3. He goes to the win here and secures the podium for second overall. And Ross Lalic across the line in second, secures his overall position for third here in GTE. Steve Cornell third here in A main leg 3. Not enough to put him on the podium this afternoon. From Steve Valletta from 8th on the grid to 4th here in A main leg 3. Tim Rodden to P5 over Michael Turner, Clinton McKenzie, Stephen Thorncraft and Ian Turner, your finishing drivers.
Just sliding.
Anthony Wasson, congratulations, taking the win there at A3 for GTE. Tell us about that.
Yeah, not bad. The car was really, really great. I was very happy with it, for sure.
Do you think running under lights a bit more what you're used to compared to Tuesday night championships? Did that give you any help?
Yeah, I felt like I probably had a lot more grip compared to a lot of other cars out there. So, yeah, once I cleared a couple of cars, got through some battles, I thought, yeah, that was pretty much it. See you later. So
I saw a pretty frantic celebration lap too. You were trying to light them up, Shane Van Gisbergen style.
Yeah, trying to. Just maybe, I think the rear was a bit too gripped up to do any burnouts, but just put in one of the barriers, which I probably need to go fix up. But anyway, that was good.
Any other thanks or shout-outs?
Yeah, thanks to Alyssa for helping out in the pit, the Thomas family for marshalling, as well as like Rick, Ross, all the other Serpent guys, Tim, that have helped out through my RC career so far. Thank you.
Congratulations again. We'll let you go celebrate.
Cheers. Thanks.
So excited and actually everything.
Devouring it, we're about to go back for second.
As a vegetarian, I got quite a few of the salads, which are phenomenal.
It's beer and meat. Seriously, can't get any better than that.
G'day, I'm Stacey. My love language is receiving gifts. Like a tow bar, snorkel, and a camping canopy. Let's explore our wild side, you big hairy bear.
Love drives everything at Karma. All cars are hand-selected by experts, backed with 7-day returns, and delivered to your door.
This broadcast of the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs is proudly brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies, Brisket Boys, Mark 1, Karma, Penrith City Council, and Kennards Hire. And a special thanks also to Psychology Services New South Wales for their support in getting me here for this event.
All right, we are going to do trophy presentations in 2 minutes. Trophy presentations in 2 minutes. So shake a leg, get a move on. And if you know you've made the podium, bring your car. It always looks weird when there's like 2 people holding their cars and 1 person not. So let's not do that. Let's make it look cool. And let's do trophy presentations in 2 minutes.
2. Hello. Okay, we're ready to go for the presentation. If you'd like to make your way up, some are there. We'll follow them in and follow the drivers in. Ready to go.
Hello, welcome to the presentation.
Welcome to the presentation. 2023 PDNR winning champs. It's been a magnificent day. First of all, I want to give a massive shout out. Big thank you to Chris Mitchell for all his efforts on the microphone. We get a round of applause for Chris. Massive thanks also to all the committee members, helpers, and racers, even the ones that aren't members. A lot of people chip in behind the scenes to make today happen. So a massive big thank you to everyone involved, especially all my family, my beautiful wife. She backs up this club a lot. So a massive thank you to Dee. Where's Dee? Now I'm even more trouble. Massive thanks to all the sponsors. As you can see, all the banners, and we've been doing all the shout-outs throughout the stream. We've really upped the ante when it comes to sponsorship, and we really want to give them a return on their investment. So make sure if you're dealing with any of our sponsors, let them know you raced at PDNR and thank them for their support. Even if you're not, being a customer at that time, just to let them know that their exposure and their support is going noticed. And massive thanks to everyone for coming. Blown away by the supporters, I've said a number of times. All right, we'll kick it off with Nitro Tourer. So we've got someone ready to grab the trophies. Rick and Steve, do you want to come and grab the trophies and shake hands? We've got Steve Valletta, our president, Rick Semo, our vice president. They'll hand out the awards and I'll call the names. On the podium for Nitro Tourer, third place, Nathan Sanderson. Second place in Nitro Tourer, NTQ, Tate Firth. And he had a bit of a struggle through qualifying, starting from 5th on the grid, fought his way back to the front. Put your hands together for the winner of Nitro Tourer, Brayden Stanley. Hang on.
I just want to quickly thank Infinity, Creation Mall and SMJ for the I-15-2. It's undefeated and yeah, it's going pretty good in the country. Sanwa, Energy Fuel, Matrix Tires, RC Maker, Speedy RC, Kabuto, Mob Boss Designs for the Chrome Stickers, Walter RC, the club putting on a good event, and yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sorry, Jeffrey.
Yeah, Jeffrey for pinning for me. That were insane stops. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
All right, we'll just get them assembled on the podium, get some photos. Michael, can you take some for me? My phone's being used as the camera. All right, everyone, look at this way. Say winners. All right, the next generation here at PDNR. These guys started as youngsters, and now they're annoying teenagers. We're way too fast for us old folks. All right, put your hands together for Nitro Tourer podium. All right, moving on to 12th scale in third place. NTQ, Greg Brooks. I think Greg was here the very first Winter Champs we held in 2008 on the island. So this is our 15th time holding the event. It is 16 years since the first one. We lost one due to COVID. But we thank you very much for coming, Greg, and your support of PDNR over the years. Second place in 12th scale, Nathan Tanti.
Boop. Yeah, cool. Thanks to the club. Had a lot of fun. Been a while. I swear, it's always like Mark and I racing each other, eh? So I'm happy in a way that he took this one. But yeah, really clean racing. Had a good time. Hello to my family at home. Probably have heaps of other stuff to say that I forgot about. Oh yeah, RC Maker for the car. AMX A12. It's like 95% of the grid these days. Even though Mark won for a different car. Anyway, all good. Thanks for having me. Really enjoyed it.
And after a thrilling final series, put your hands together, make some noise. Your winner of 12th scale, the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs, Mark Wallin.
What a build-up. Gosh. Just real quick, thank you to PDNR and Essential RC. Without you guys running events, clubs existing and so forth, we wouldn't have places to race. So look after your local clubs. And Essential RC for their support, getting my car on the track. Really appreciate that. And, yeah, Christian and Alex for the pit banter. Yeah, Nathan for being Nathan.
All right, let's get some photos of our 12th scale podium. Everyone say, doorstop. All right, round of applause for our 12th scale podium. Moving on to 1/8 GT, third place on the podium in GT, Ross Lalic. You sure you got the right car, Ross? You got a few to choose from. Second place on the podium, all the way from Brisbane. Put your hands together for Lachlan Pearson. Lockie will be one to keep your eye on at the GT Worlds later this year. Another one to keep your eye on at the GT Worlds is our winner, NTQ, and PDNR's homegrown hero. Make some noise for Rick Seymo.
Okay, sorry. Look, thanks everyone for coming out and making this a great event. Tony, he is just a machine. Everything that you see around here is all because of his vision, drive, and everything else, and we just like to ride along that wave. It's really awesome. I'd just like to thank Serpent, Walter Hobbies for all their support, and all the other GT guys. Well done.
All right, we'll get some photos of our GT podium. Where's our paparazzi? Look at Lockie's smile, eh? Look at that. Everyone good? All right, round of applause for our GT podium. Moving on to F1. Third place, NTQ, Jeffrey Mackie. Second place in F1. He's back on the podium for the second time tonight, Ross Lalic. See, you picked that up with 2 fingers. And in a stunning drive from 5th on the grid, your winner of F1 for the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs, David Reston. All right, we'll get some photos of our podium. F1. Who's not holding the cars roll? I haven't been checking. Everyone good? All right, round of applause for our F1 podium. Moving on to GTE. Third place in GTE, Ross Lalic. Yeah, we could have just brought it up to you and swapped the cars. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to the Thomas family. They marshalled for me all day today. I had knee surgery a couple of weeks ago, so families like you guys are just awesome. We need them in RC. Tony, the whole club here, thanks guys, and yeah, awesome event all round. Thank you.
Second place in GTE, Anthony Wasson. And with another dominating performance, TQ and overall winner of GTE, Cameron Kendall. Do the shimmy at Brisket Boys. All right, get our photos of the podium. Everyone good? All right, that's our GTE podium. Last but not least, short course truck, and what a laugh we had today in this class. It's definitely a big favourite here at PDNR. It's sort of a showcase of what we're all about, RC being fun at the core. And there was plenty of laughs on the stand today. Third place in short course truck, Ian Lewis. I just want to give another massive thank you, especially to Ian, for his help in the build-up to this event. He travels about 14 hours each way to come from home up to PDNR every Tuesday night. And he was up here helping open up the truck and get things ready for us. So Ian, really appreciate your help, mate. Thank you very much. Second place in short course truck, Clinton McKenzie. And the winner of short course truck at the 2023 PDNR Winter Champs. This man is no stranger to the top step of a short course truck podium. Make some noise for Scott Marks. Scoot Marks, that's right. Scoot Marks. Not Skid Marks, Scoot Marks.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'd like to thank the club for putting on a great event and all of our sponsors. I'd like to thank all the boys and girls, wherever you may be, for racing. I'd like to thank Ultimate Hobbies at Parramatta as well.
All right, we'll get a photo of our short course podium. Big smiles. Everyone say, chaos. All right, but wait, there's just a little bit more. Our Dash TLAB exhibition class, we're going to recognise the top three of this one. So in third place, Phillip Merrick. Go on. Second place, Brett Wilson. Plus a few cameo drives along the way. You can share the prize. And our winner of the TLAB exhibition class, Jake McKee. And he's won a little prize of a PDNR membership, thanks to the supporters there, Hearns Hobbies, Yokomo, and the Yoko Bros.
Hi everyone, just want to say a big thank you to the club and Tony for allowing us to run TLAB this year. Just to let everyone know, of course, we've seen TLAB this club meet. Would love to run it at other clubs and at other events. Come and contact myself and Simon on behalf of Dash Australia through Hearns Hobbies, Yokomo, and these guys. Thank you so much for all of the support so far. So we're putting up 2 prizes for the winner today, which is a PDNR membership. So congratulations to Jake for the PDNR membership, and also a $50 Hearns voucher to go back to him and allow him to use his car in TLAB more often. So yeah, thank you very much.
All right, quick photo. And welcome, Jake, our latest PDNR member. All right, that's a wrap. That's us done. So a massive thank you once again to everybody that's worked behind the scenes to make this event possible. We're going to go have some food now. Brisket boys, I hope you enjoy the night. We'll be back to do it again tomorrow, same place, same time. Until then, it's bye for now.